And then eventually, once everything catches up, we should be good.
Good.
All right, we can just start talking. It'll catch up. Wait, nope, it's not started yet, technically. Still starting. If there's a key issue, I'm going to pull my hair out. Okay, it's working now. Oh, thank God. Yes.
I'm refreshing the page.
You're going to be on a 30-second delay. It's going to take 30 seconds before it'll work on your end.
Okay, I see it. It's back.
Yep.
All right. To continue where we got so rudely cut off by Todd Howard and his internet wizards. This chalkboard serves as a bit of a Chekhov's gun moment, in my mind at least, because you can't have like several scenes where a character is going to be in front of something and it happen a second time later in the show when it's this blatant right here.
Okay.
On the chalkboard, you are being shown a historical timeline, a very simplified one, of the alternate timeline universe that Fallout takes place in. You have 1776, which is the Declaration of Independence, the founding of our country. 1969, which would have been the year that the transistor would have been invented, doesn't get invented, which is the technical aspect of like why you have all these big computers, the Mr. Handys, the fucking, nuclear powered cars and everything being so big and bulky and just retro 50 shit.
Yeah.
But that's also the year that instead of 50 states, we get 13 commonwealths. That's why you have the stars in a circle around another star. That's what the stars in our flag would look like, along with the blue and the red and white stripes. And then where the nuclear mushroom cloud is at, it says 2077. That's the year that the bombs dropped and basically issued in the nuclear apocalypse that all the games take place in.
It's really, really kind of interesting before you get on to your point here.
Sure.
With the transistor not being invented, that means there's no Moore's law. Moore's law is basically the law of having for technology. Technology basically can... How do I want to put this in simplified terms? Greater technology can be placed in the same footprint. Like 50% greater technology can be placed in the same footprint. Basically having what previously was available. So
yes, basically downsizing the footprint.
Yeah. So
that's why you have like silicone chips and microprocessors instead of vacuum tubes.
Yep.
Now, what this chalkboard is supposed to represent is just a timeline. It's not the only time we get to see a chalkboard demonstrate a timeline, because later in the show, and when it gets to it in this video, you'll see what I'm talking about. But there's another chalkboard that gives a timeline about the history of the NCR, and it ended the same way as the old government it tried to replicate. It got blown the fuck up in 2277. Not, after New Vegas in 2283 or 84, when that game takes place. Not after 2287, but in 2277. That's the same year that Fallout 3 takes place within the Fallout universe. So basically, what the show writers here and what Todd has said is canon is that they basically retroactively wiped all that came before Bethesda, and now only exists is Bethesda, especially in the West Coast.
Oh my God.
Which and they couldn't pick a different year.
That doesn't even wipe what existed before Bethesda, because Bethesda had Fallout 3, as we went through the timeline, and New Vegas technically took place and was released after, wasn't it?
Well, that's our universe. It was released after, but the game takes place.
Oh, it does actually take place before?
No, it does take place after.
Okay.
But I think I got confused on what you were asking there.
Sorry.
But yeah, basically, New Vegas came after 3. In the timeline, it's about 6 years ahead.
Okay. Okay.
And Fallout 4 takes place in 2287.
Okay.
That's the timeline of the recent like 3D games, like
Okay.
the first person shooters that everyone's like raving and talking about.
Yeah. All right.
So it is, to explain Chekhov's gun, if you're going to show something, and it better have a payoff within the next scene. However, I think this is like, there should be another term for it. I just can't think of it. But the closest thing I could give you here is Chekhov's gun as an example of what I'm talking about. It is shown before, and it's glossed over a bit, not really focused on. However, it repeats itself. So you've got two instances where the chalkboard signifies factual fucking information that the directors and the set designers and the people who said that this was factually accurate to the lore want you to know. So any other fucking excuse that people try to come up with or headcanon to explain away the fuck up is just bullshit. It's cope.
Well, yes, she is really good at a lot of things. I really don't see that. She's naive, but she also participates in a lot of clubs in the vault, and I see this as being no different from a character selection screen and character creation screen when we're all playing our Fallout games. Although I really don't believe she put a lot of points into intelligence. Anyway, she gets approved and goes to get her wedding dress while talking to Blonde Bitch, and yes, I call her Blonde Bitch because nobody knows her name. We can also see that Blonde Bitch is also very late in her abortion. I wrote abortion. Okay, no. She's actually very late in her pregnancy term, which makes me question why she's wearing a vault suit, since vault suits are supposed to be skin tight. Remember Blonde Bitch, though, she's going to become relevant. Not in the sense that she's important to the plot, because this show really doesn't have much of a plot, but in the sense that she's involved with something that I've been teasing ever since my first video on this show. They go to the gates to Vault 32, but there seems to be a problem that they can't open it. You see, Chet, Lucy's cousin, is jealous of Lucy for getting married and says that he loves her? Lucy then says that she knows and explains to Chet that fooling around as kids is not a long-term sexual practice, and so she needs to move on? Yeah, that's right. Chet is a cousin fucker, and so is Lucy. In case you're wondering, this is not important to the plot in any way. Chet could very simply just not be Lucy's cousin in the style.
I know that's the humor, but I mean, I don't know.
But even in Fallout, they didn't have incest.
Oh no, they didn't. They weren't this lewd in Fallout. That's the thing. Like, I will give you that, but people are dumb and just want funny. So like, well, I will sit there and say that I feel like in general, humor in TV shows has gone to shit.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. In Fallout, like the games, the lore itself,
yeah,
even by Bethesda standards, it was actually treated a bit different, especially incest, outside of like fucking Point Lookout and the fucking swamp folk. There were different vaults, like different experiments, which they will touch on and completely butcher in this show too. But some of the vaults were control vaults for social experiments, such as like putting one man in a vault all alone, but with nothing but a box of puppets. So basically seeing how long it takes for Jim Henson to go insane, I guess.
Yeah.
Then there's one where it's like, if you have, say 1,000 men and only one woman, how is the vault population going to survive? If you math the math, it doesn't like math out at the end.
Yeah.
Then there's the opposite, the inverse. This would be the only mentioning of incest in a, I guess you could say, a dark way. Is like, how is humanity going to exist where the only male is like going to be the genetic like determining factor of how bad the incest gets? Like, how many degrees of separation of like third, fourth, fifth, or sixth cousins are there going to have to be before like the problems that comes about with incest procreation, like the chromosomal deformities and whatnot?
Yeah. I guess that's the sticking point for me. Like, if you're gonna sit there and like say incest and all that, and like the way, okay, I'll explain 2 points here. The first way that I took it with the show is that there's not a whole lot of population base, and so sexual promiscuity within the extended family would possibly happen realistically.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with these vaults in game. They are supposed to house up to 1,000 people. That's the lore standard here. But for the show, they don't even bother trying to display that. It's just thrown in there for convenience, for like just a ha ha, cousin fucking, ha ha.
Yeah,
You know?
which that kind of brings me to the other point that I have here, which is for diversity in the gene pool. Ironically, there's too many people of different ethnicities still in existence at this point, in my opinion, than would be in real life.
Yeah.
You basically would have a dominant ethnicity take over.
Yeah, and even like, well, given how this is all taking place in California, I mean,
but even still,
ethnicities
even
abound.
so,
We are a sanctuary city and state. Dig it? You know?
I just, even still with all that, like, it seems like you would have, that's the thing that's kind of interesting. You would have more blended people at the very least. Like,
yeah, there wouldn't be like dominant skin tones. It'd be a malaise kind of fixture.
yes, yeah, you would have, basically white passing people with maybe African hair and Asian eye, that almond eye shape.
Yeah.
Like, in order to have the cultural diversity that would have to occur in order for a civilization to survive. So, like, that's like, if you want to be really nitpicky, that's what would have to happen. Otherwise, yeah, I mean, the other option is this result. Like, if you're if you're basically setting the more I think about this, the funnier it is. If you're basically setting prison standards where you stick with your own race,
you're slowly pushing towards uncomfortably close to eugenics, like a eugenics argument.
Well, that's what the vaults are at the end of the day. They are a eugenics experiment, or at least they have to be on eugenics.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, they can't do first come, first serve. You have to fill out paperwork and then be approved.
Yeah. Oh,
that's how
man.
these vaults work. Like, even Bethesda has that, like, shown at the beginning of Fallout 4.
I love how Jim's like slowly getting more uncomfortable to the point that I'm driving home very subtly, as subtle as I can.
Well, I mean, that's not the only thing. They also have like other control vaults that were eugenics experiments too in the lore. So
it's just
we're not even close to 3 a.m. yet, and we're already going into it.
Well, look, these were the mature subject matters that Fallout used to tackle with ease and like grace and whatnot. Ever since Bethesda got their fucking mitts on it, it's just like, oh,
soda.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
it's soda grenade is phony.
Oh,
yeah,
man.
it's literally been tarted up.
Well, I can't even bring myself to say it. Oh God.
Just say it. Just say it.
Maybe there's
Take a deep
also
breath.
a lack of diversity in the gene pool at Bethesda.
Well, that explained Todd Howard's height.
So what you're saying is Bethesda's family tree doesn't work.
Some
No,
people's family
one
trees.
giant dividing line.
Some people's family trees may be a bush. Okay, like
It's just a butter knife.
It
It goes up in one direction.
It makes sense given how short Todd Howard is that his family tree would be a bush.
Oh my God.
He hasn't earned the right to be a tree.
Dialogue could just
Well,
not
then
be
he would
here, but
actually
no, the-
be God Howard if someone just sets it on fire.
The writers of the show decided to include incestuous pedophilia because at first I thought it was humor, but knowing what I know about the show now, I think it's something else. And from now on, I'm going to call Chet a cousin fucker. So, convinced by Lucy's argument, cousin fucker opens the door, and the overseer, Hank, Lucy's dad, greets the 10 or so vault dwellers on the other side. In view of a
It
bunch of
gets
other
worse
vault
from
dwellers,
here
remember
with the
that, at
fucking
the wedding.
jokes.
Oh yeah.
With Lucy's brother, Norm, who I forgot to mention. Everyone seems happy, but the residents of Vault 32 are acting in a very strange way, using knives as forks, eating with their hands, having tattoos, and so on, and if you haven't caught on by now, they're raiders disguised as vault dwellers. Notice that I said raiders, not infiltrators. It'll be relevant way, way off into the future. Lucy and her new husband go into her room, we get a shot of a man's ass, don't worry, I'm not showing it, and we get a discount sex scene where Lucy is fully clothed, despite the fact that there was a line of dialogue earlier saying that the dress would come off very quickly. It's unnecessary, but whatever. Anyway, they're later in bed, Lucy starts hearing screams and gunfire, and being made suspicious by this, goes to her Pip-Boy, turns on the Geiger counter, or at least I presume she turns on her Geiger counter because it wasn't going off before, points it towards the man she just had sex with, and we can see that the Geiger counter goes so haywire with readings so insane that the skin of that man should be peeling off. Did everyone else in the vault just have their Pip-Boys turned off or something? I mean, what the fuck is this supposed to be? Some of these people work in engineering and have to come in contact with radiation to keep up the vault. So the fact that every single one of them had their Geiger counter turned off, even assuming that you can turn it off, is just slightly ridiculous. Another thing that's very ridiculous is that now that they figured out that they're raiders, I have to ask, how the fuck did nobody notice that they were raiders before? It was established 20 minutes before this, by the way, that the vaults have a triennial trade, and what triennial means is that it's 3 times a year, which is different from triannual. That right there is once every 3 years. So the fact that nobody in the vault found it suspicious that they didn't recognize anybody is just very convenient, because if they had, they would have shut the door immediately. This point is doubly as egregious for Hank, Lucy's dad. Oh, but I'll get to you. I'll get to Hank, you son of a bitch. Anyway, the raider tries to kill Lucy, but through the sheer power of convenience, Lucy fights him off and shoves glass in his face and throat. At least it looks like his throat. She walks around the vault and sees that the vault dwellers are being absolutely massacred. To the tune of, and here we go with one of the points and major issues I have with this show, an oldie song. Now, it's fine when an oldie song, like the one you're hearing in the background right now, is that it's fine if it's used once in a while, but this show uses them in absolute abundance. And if you don't know what the problem is with that, then I officially brand you as either a tourist or someone who's new to the Fallout franchise. You see, in previous Fallout games, you'd have maybe 1 or 2 oldie songs as introductions, or playing in the radio while you were patrolling.
I call bullshit. I call
How so?
bullshit because you can turn on the fucking radio at least in 4 and have that shit playing no matter what.
Yeah.
You can. It's the same in 3, except in the original Fallout game, you had ambient tracks. And whatnot.
Yeah, and I remember that from when we went over it and everything else. But like at the same time, given the audience that would probably be interested in this, I'm sorry, but a majority are going to have played the 3D games. And so I don't think it's kind of hard to sit there and say this is so outrageous when in those games you can have the radio playing the entire time you're slaughtering people.
Well, that's the thing, is that he's talking about the people specifically who are new to the franchise and don't know if this is just a spoof or a gag or whatnot. The tourists, the high-end buyers.
Well, yeah, he's calling them tourists by sitting there saying that, but at the same time, like, anybody who's played those games should know that. And like, and if you're trying to sit there and say that these are the people that didn't buy those games, then they would know nothing, and you're feeding them the lore, so what does it matter anyway?
Well, because even if you were like a tourist, this seems kind of like a goofy thing to do for a show that's supposed to be like serious. It's kind of like giving the wrong impression of what the show or what the series is about versus what Bethesda has turned it into. A joke.
I feel like it's nitpicky again. I'm sorry, but the way I'm going to point this out is going to be kind of ironic. Zombieland.
I don't know. You've seen the Doom movie, right?
That
Yes.
too, yeah.
You know, at the very end where it goes like first person, and it's like, this is just like the game. I feel like that's kind of a moment here for Fallout.
Yeah, it's very Uncanny Valley territory.
Like, it's just trying to be like, hello, fellow kids, this is the Fallout you remember, right?
Yeah.
Hello, fellow
Like,
boomers.
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
pull that more from it, but like to sit there and say that it's like it's so unusual. I mean, I would point to freaking the whole Zombieland thing where there's times in that there's music playing in the movie and it's just unreal. It's a surreal thing.
It's
Yeah, I
for
know,
you, not
but-
in universe. Like,
Yeah, the whole thing here is I would rather compare this entire fight scene in the show in the vault specifically to one of the promotional commercials for Fallout 76, where you literally have this bitch with dual-wielding SMGs frolicking in a field of flowers with like an old-timey tune going off, and she's just like one-shotting enemies in a pirouette.
yeah, because wasn't that supposed to be like the like a parody on the Meet the Pyro video?
Yes, I believe so. It
Holy
might,
Oh.
maybe. It's been a while since I've seen that one, so kind of hard for me to remember and tell.
I'm gonna go back a
Remember,
small
it was the video where like there was like the field and everybody was having fun and stuff, and in reality the pyro was like lighting everyone on fire. And it was like the fact that like it's pushing that like, oh no, the pyro is like legitimately insane, thinking that they're in a different world.
That does sound familiar, but I just can't visualize it right now.
I'll see if I can track it down and put it in the group chat then
Okay.
to jog your memory.
So you see, in previous Fallout games, you'd have maybe one or two oldie songs as introductions, or playing in the radio while you were patrolling the wasteland. Most of the soundtrack in Fallout games is not like this, and they become really obnoxious because this show uses them so much that they have them interrupt every single fight scene.
Yeah, and like it got to the point with me with I know playing 4 that I switched to the classical station because it's so more subdued music that like you kind of almost tune it out in your brain when you're listening to it, but like if you do listen or you're at a boring point, like there's something there, it's not just dead silence. But yeah, like I have a problem with him sitting there saying like, oh, this doesn't happen anywhere in the video games.
Well, no, it doesn't happen naturally. You literally have to turn on the radio for it to happen.
Yeah, which I feel like you're naturally going to do because how many people are going to sit there and play a game like that, especially with the lack of ambient sound compared to like 1 and 2 that we saw, and like listen to kind of dead silence.
Even a few new ones.
What's that?
As Fallout New Vegas had those songs and some new ones, and a few of them remastered from the originals. So, I mean, if you listen to the Metallic Monks, that's the name of the group that makes the ambient tracks for
the
first 2 Fallout games in New Vegas.
Hold on. This is going to play, and I just need to pause it really quick.
Kiddook.
Pause. Oh, thank God. It's silent. Okay. I just need to have that. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
So basically that kind of music could be switched up like in the background to where you get the actual battle themes, which incorporates, funny enough, the opening theme from the game when you turn it on. Like say in Fallout 3 it's like boom da 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 da, that.
Okay.
And then there's New Vegas where it's like womp womp.
Yeah,
wah, you know,
more original.
And then Fallout 4's, yeah, it actually feels like it belongs there because you've had like a previous audio cue to existing, and then it comes in naturally in the build-up of the fight. If you're fighting something that takes, I'd say, longer than maybe like 30 seconds, it kicks in.
Yeah.
But if you're just going around and you have like the radio playing in your Pip-Boy and you hear bump ba-da-da, bump ba-da-da, Adam baby kicking, you know that.
Yeah.
It's just kind of like jarring, and then you have it here in a show where you're someone coming new is like, oh, this is the Fallout game they keep talking about. I wonder what it's like. And it's like you hear old timey shit. It's like, is this how they fight in the game? Or is this an accurate you know?
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's giving a false picture to the audience who doesn't know anything, but it's also giving like a very, very comical one at the same time. And it's just like most combat situations in the game aren't comical at all. They're like fucking annoyances or just an actual challenge, you know.
Oh yeah.
Sometimes. But it's just not like a fucking super melee mash right here where you have a bunch of people fighting in one-on-one combat with
no
happy oldie
it's typically
tunes.
like 7 people shooting at one person, 2 people charging at him at the same time with a knife.
Yeah, or if you have like a companion, you split fire or what have you.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's like not like funny or cheery either. Like it's like I just fucking nuked an entire town for like $82. Like
why did you fight this hard for 6 bottle caps?
Yeah, right. Like it's like $82. You know, I literally nuked some dude so some guy could get off like 4 miles away over a radio. You know, like that. And then we're over here, golly gee, I guess I better go a stabbing. Like,
yeah, I don't know.
It's not how that works.
As one who like has had a lot of like franchises that I like ruined, I can see why they're picking certain things, and I'm gonna push back a little bit here. against is, well, they ruined my franchise. They've ruined a lot of franchises I like.
Yeah.
Western,
I mean,
like, look,
just-
Western AAA has sucked. That's why I stick to indies or like
What?
Japanese imports. Like,
Wait, what was that?
Oh,
Jim,
no.
what did you just say? Western.
I said Western AAA has sucked. That's why I stick to indies or like Japanese.
I thought you
like-
said Western Trip Leia. I'm like, wait, when did Leia get it?
Well, I mean, that's what do you think Dragon Age did so well?
Well, I mean, it's like I mistook AAA for like Trip Leia, and I'm like, what?
Gigi is very confused.
No, I'm not trying to start a blood feud with small commentary here. Like, I'll leave that to Patrick.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't do
we still have
anything.
to
I'm
kidnap
innocent.
her and leave her in the zoo overnight.
maybe Gigi's the one going to be.
Coliseum.
For testing purposes.
It's not policy, it's just feeding them to lions, okay? Like I said, I still think that giving them all a gun and letting them have a battle royale to hunt the most dangerous game is the best way.
When you
Patrick-
give the dolphins a gun or a knife to fight back against you, I'll consider it.
You kind of have to give them opposable thumbs with that too.
Yeah,
We can
anyway.
create a flipper gun.
Well, while you do that, I'll keep my genocide, and then if you can invent the gun before they're all genocided, you know what? Then maybe they have a fighting chance. Like it's all on you now. Good luck.
You just gotta really elongate that trigger hole for the finger hole.
Yeah, I just give him a harpoon gun. I just stand like on land. Damn it! And his brilliance. He countered me. Like,
Knowing that is to have intense fights
Now look, guys, you got one thing here. Don't get the gunpowder wet.
oh no, our strongest enemy, land.
Well, they breathe air, so
Yeah.
Yeah, but then they'll just flop on the beach and die. Like, so I win no matter what. Like, if they want to come at me, then they'll at least do my work for me. Like,
well, look, they can at least flop on the beach. I mean, whales, they get stuck because of their fucking mass alone.
Yeah.
see, I feel bad for whales because I've known some that have like committed suicide, and like that's actually tragic. Because whales don't rape, unlike dolphins. Like,
No, whales commit homicide
based,
and genocide.
based.
In other words, they swallow.
So basically, what you're saying that not only am I fat, but I am also a land whale, like legitimately. Then I mean, I'll take it. Like,
They eat shark livers is their new thing, and small boats with people in them, typically foreigners.
okay, well, I failed to see the bad point.
And
Like,
Wow.
everything you're doing is telling
Jim.
me.
Wow. Okay. Not touching that one.
Well, it's not, what? I mean, wouldn't you want to like lower the human populace?
And that's why I'm allowing them to fight lions.
Yeah, you can act all morally superior, but at the end of the day, we are not that different.
seem to be just desperate
Pat's
to have
morally
one tense
superior.
fight.
I give them a fighting chance. And it's like, why give them a chance, period?
Yeah, he gives them a fighting chance by feeding them to lions, but my battle royale where everyone is equalized is a bridge too far. Like,
I fail to see much difference, and lions make it more exciting. Look, I don't need two people running into a room together, and what happens if they suddenly decide to have a moral quandary? You know what's great about lions? They don't have moral quandaries.
if you watch the Hunger Games, like when it's kill or be killed because I have your family and I will shoot them, then it's
Yeah,
you know.
but see, like, there's no moral quandary there.
it's you or them. Yes, there is. Like,
I don't, because it's or will kill your family. Like, that's the driving factor. You have
yes,
a motive.
motivation.
Yes, but like when
Yeah.
two people are driven to like do something they don't want to do, What
Yeah, then
happens
I
when
break
they
their-
enter the room together
Because then
with
there's-
their guns in your little fantasy world? That can never happen.
Simple. One kills the other one, and then their spirit is broken.
Well,
so
if
I
they
take
both
down
don't want
both
to
of them.
kill, if they don't want to kill,
Well, then someone's an orphan.
what are you
Okay.
taking their families now?
Yeah, that's the only way to provide true equality. Is everyone has a threat. Everyone has the same amount to lose.
Jim, I hate to tell you, but there's a high prevalence of trans people already being abandoned by their families.
Well, then maybe I'll put their families in with them in a gun. Okay? And then they can make the ultimate decision. I can show man who they
Jesus
truly are.
This is getting darker.
But you think I'm just some happy dolphin genocider? Like I haven't thought of this?
Yeah, but it's a bridge too far to have the lions in there. Okay.
Yeah.
Fight scene that you can enjoy interrupted by a sometimes uncharacteristically loud oldie song. There were two before I mentioned this already, but they were fine, and I can assure you that every single one from now on is not. So I'll have a little counting gag for the amount of times that this show has unnecessary oldie music. Anyway, Lucy goes to see the massacre, and the massacre is in slow motion for some reason. It makes the fight scene drag on, and it makes me take it not seriously. But ironically enough, the fight scene being in slow motion helps me a lot, because it highlights the fact that the choreography in this show is subpar. And by subpar, I mean that it's really obvious that some vault dwellers are just standing around along with raiders, and that people are getting killed when they really shouldn't. Oh look, I slightly grazed your arm with this machete that I have now for some fucking reason. Guess you're dead now. We also see that blonde bitch, who again—
Here's a question. Do you think that was in slow-mo because they were trying to, like, emulate VATS?
No, because then, like
Like it was their shitty attempt to emulate
No,
VATS?
I don't
And it
think
just
so.
didn't land?
I think it was
I mean,
just
they don't
like
even emulate bats. Period in this, and I don't
Well,
even think a slow mo fight scene with a fucking goofy song would count.
I'll take it as honestly, I thought it was just like that shock that you would get like when something's going so bad and like it's like horrifying, like things work in slow motion almost.
It feels like forever and it's like 20 seconds.
You can pick out every little detail of what's going on. That's how I interpreted it.
Oh, okay, so it's just trauma bonding with the audience.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's my fault for giving them too much credit for thinking that they might throw some more, like, game references in.
Like,
I-
I mean, if it was a game reference to VATS, Lucy would have her gun drawn, and you'd be seeing it from her point of view, where she'd be looking at a wide field view of everything that's going around. Then the camera would dart over to one angle, zoom in, and then you see it in slow motion as the fight happens from that POV.
And then you'd see
it
her
zooms
mouse,
back out
her
and moves
mouse
to
pointer would
another
come
one.
in and click a couple times when she wants to execute somebody.
Yeah, but, like, you don't have the budget for that. This is, like, VATS.
I mean,
like,
it would
time
only
star
take
VATS,
one
like-
camera. It literally would take one camera to film it in slow motion. Then you go into After Effects and do like a special, like animation
Overlay.
camera.
Yeah.
That basically gives the fluid moments and zooms in on the part of the recorded video that you want to enhance.
It's Amazon. Do you think they can afford to put that much effort in?
Look, they're able to afford to put fucking bubble wrap and other stupid shit into my packaging when I just want a couple fucking screws.
Well, see, that's where the budget's going, towards their bubble wrap.
It's like it's all useless fucking horseshit. Like, just send it to me in the mail in a fucking manila envelope, you idiots.
I can pick out incongruencies with larger budget movies. So like the fact that like he's like, oh well, the choreography is not on point. Really? You don't say. Like it just doesn't surprise me. Like show me a show that is so over the top and so great at everything that he's nitpicking.
I mean, if the choreography is like not the sharpest, like I kind of would be like, well, have you ever knife fought like 4 people? I'm sure you're not gonna look like Chuck Norris either. You know what I mean? Like
it's that there's the whole things with the CGI. Like, I'm just nitpicking the things that he's really nitpicking. And it's only because it's like, well, if you're going to nitpick this, show me a great example of that.
Well, here's the
don't-
thing. There were probably a few examples from years ago, but it's just been it's just been like drowned out with the market of fucking slop over the past decade.
That's the thing, is that even with
Where it's
those, like, are you going to sit there and say that? Because it would have to have, and this is my point exactly. So let me make the point, and then I'll point out what I'm talking about. My point is that don't do the half-ass shit if I say that, and then come back in and say, well, this show had great choreography, and this show had good CDI, and this show had this. Like, no. Show me one show that has all of it amazing then.
Yeah.
Because if you're going to nitpick it all on this show, then show me a comparable show that's nailed every single point that you're picking apart right now. And I can't find movies that can do it. Like, with larger budgets than this. And let's be honest, like, yes, a show is going to have a smaller budget because you got to do it over.
Argument again. Because I think what he's talking about, the nitpicks he's pointing out, is stuff that wouldn't even happen in the games, or at the very least a reasonable representation of what would happen. Like, even if you had to convert it to real life. This just seems like a fucking food fight that turns into a knife fight that turns into a gun fight. It's just like slapdash and thrown together. Like,
but at the
pregnant bitch over there shouldn't even be fighting in the first place.
At the same point, has any real game-based depiction, show or movie, really hit all its marks?
No, but that still doesn't mean that, you could be lazy. You should at least try.
I'm just saying, I think this is them trying. I'm just saying that I feel like
I don't know about that, Chief. Well, I just gave you the first clip. I
would give you a bigger pass on what you just said with like Badlands movie. Because that has a bigger yeah. Or what the fuck is their fucking thing? Far Cry.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I will give you a bigger pass on that because that is, 2 hours max? And they have a lot larger budget, okay? Now, you got to take a similar budget, probably, and most times it is, or smaller, for a TV show, and you're spanning that across, how many episodes was this? Like 12? 8 or 12?
I think it was 8.
Okay, so 8. So now you're taking 8 hours of production. That's also how many much more hours of editing, the CGI work, and everything else that's got to go into it. I excuse the laziness more with a TV show. Across the board. And it doesn't matter genre or anything. Because it's just, you're going to have lack in production because you have a higher abundance of quantity. Where, like, when you're taking a movie that's 2 hours long, I expect finite details and I still catch them in there. So, like, I get the argument that you're making and I agree with you, but I guess I hold that as a higher standard on, like, a movie.
Would it be safer
because it's a bigger production, has a bigger budget. But still, like, I mean, you remember that fan-made show I told you about, Nuka Break?
Yeah. And see, like,
they did fight scenes like this, but better, and they had a shoestring budget. It's because the people who were doing it actually cared.
Yeah.
This is the show that comes in where the writers are like, instead of everyone being awesome, what if they were all just stupid?
Here's the thing, though. How much of the work did they do that was free work? All of it. All of it was free work.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
So, like, it's just a love for it. You can't have free work in this, and you're not going to have... I don't know. You're not going to get the same passion out of somebody you're paying that they don't give a shit. They're just trying to get their paycheck.
Well, I'm not asking for passion. I'm asking for professionalism. Like, do your job and do it right. You're getting paid. These
do
people
it well
are
enough.
Paid and they're putting in 110%. You should be able to give like maybe 70 or 80 for what you're being paid.
Yeah, but where's 70 or 80? Like, where are you drawing the line on that?
I'm not asking them to act like Tom Cruise in like Mission Impossible. That's the 70 and 80%.
That'd be pretty base though, if that was close to that. Like, it might have actually been more watchable.
Yeah, like them hanging from an actual C-130 as it takes off.
Yeah. I don't know. Would it be safe to say though that
the 70 or 80? I would say.
Okay.
Would it be safer to say though,
or am I highballing it a bit too much?
I don't think he's an exceptional actor, and I think he's also overrated. But
well, I meant for,
I
like,
get what I get what
Because
you're
this is a
meaning,
fight scene, and this would be choreography and stunts.
but at the same
Mostly.
time,
It
I
wouldn't be
guess.
like-
Okay, two things I have with that is that Tom Cruise has been doing this for a lot fucking longer. And he came up doing it that way. There's a lot of actors, even actresses nowadays, that don't even do their own shit. I mean, all the fucking time. Fuck, John Cena even got called out for not doing his own
I mean,
shit.
even the actresses don't even act. They're just like still as cardboard.
Yeah. But like,
And the
I
emotions
just,
develop.
when it comes to a show with a bunch of people, there's not a single, well, no, there's like what, one or two like known names in this show, like big name people. They're not the best of the best for acting to begin with. So you're expecting a lot from a very small pool. And at the same time, now in this scene, you're expecting that all of them have a Tom Cruise level acting ability.
I'm not acting ability, but just mindset. Like, just go out there and do it competently. Like, put some
Okay.
effort in.
Okay.
I'm
Like
not
you're a
talking about
professional,
ability. I'm
hone your
talking about
craft,
mentality.
sort of thing.
What's that?
Like go out there and hone your craft and do it the best you can, sort of thing.
Yeah, like say if you had like like not a first round, but like a fourth round draft pick for like a baseball team or a football team, you'd expect them to do the job and do it well enough. Otherwise, they're just bringing down the whole team. You're not expecting them to be the star quarterback like
you're
a
expecting
Tom
them to show up
Brady.
though.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Yeah.
you expect them to show up and do their job and do it right, not like to the point where it's just you phone it in. Because that's what a lot of this looks like, even from the director's standpoint. Because at the end of the day, the director is the one who's supposed to give clarity to what the actors are supposed to do. So I wouldn't necessarily it's all on the actor's fault. I'd say it's more on the director's fault at this point.
you know how this feels? This feels like they were contractually obligated to do it because they agreed to doing it with Microsoft, and they just sort of slapped people on it.
I just
Like there's no one at Amazon that's like, oh yeah, no, I love Fallout. I'll totally work on that. It just feels like everybody is like, all right, there's your next gig. Like,
I mean, the person who plays Lucy, she at least played the games before, but they were all Bethesda titles.
well, I mean,
Not
and that's also, well, like you said, the director, right? Like if she can play all the games, but if she had shit direction, like you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like she can't do anything with bad direction.
I guess to focus in, are you picking out on Lucy right now more so than like everything going on in this scene? Or
Well, in the scene, if we're being directed to this as Lucy coming upon the scene of like carnage and whatnot, I would expect it to be from her field of view. Like not so much as like we snap cut to like, you know, Dutch angle cameras or what have you
Okay.
of like individual fights going on in the melee. I'd expect it to look like a more wider like scope of the action
that would
go
be
in
100% on
motion.
like cinematography directors, like all your production level shit. Yeah, I would give you that. Okay, I thought you were coming down on like
better.
I thought you were coming down on shit like, oh, they're not all like the machete shit that he pointed out, which kind of bugs me because like that's like, oh, come on. You know,
like the direction that they went with sucks to start with. Like I think it would have been more better to portray Lucy's character if it was more of from her field of view.
I would give you that. Yeah, okay, I will give you that. I will give you that.
That would make more sense for what they're trying to portray here, and it wouldn't
not
allow
this wandering third person invisible man camera running through the whole thing.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Because that's when you get like all the people honing in is because the invisible man sees all, you know. It's just like then the mistakes become apparent. You at least have some leeway if you go about it the method I was describing.
Okay. Yeah, I will give you that then.
Again, is also
And
pregnant,
only
so
like
it lost her eye.
eagle-eyed, like completely obsessed people would be able to spot. He's holding that machete backwards, you know.
Yeah.
And is shooting with a machine gun. I don't know what it is with modern shows and having pregnant women shoot. I don't know if that was meant to be funny or serious, but what I do know is that it's bad for you and it's really off-putting. I guess we gotta have uncharacteristically strong women in our shows and mediums nowadays because
I
those
think
definitely
that's
didn't
more
exist
showing
before in the total-
desperation, really. that a pregnant woman has to fight in this scenario.
This is the kind of
well,
nitpicky stuff that I'm like, like,
Not
what do you
really.
want her cowering under the table? Like, this
At
is
least
she's
running
gonna.
away from the fight.
Well,
I mean,
she
here's
just
the thing,
watched
the way
everybody
how
get
she
killed.
goes-
She might have watched somebody
Well-
else get killed, and like, it's a life
And
or death moment now. You know what
Yeah,
I mean?
and realize if I hide that I'm gonna get like ganged on. At least with this, I can maybe like take out some and thin the
Maybe
numbers.
go out on my own terms, kind of thing.
Yeah,
Well,
or
I
at
mean,
least thin the
that's the
numbers. Like,
That's the thing with this character. If you watch the fight in full, like if he got rid of this fucking
Yeah.
cover that he has here for copyright reasons, you probably would have seen the part where she's holding someone and then she gets up and fights and she starts like turning into a completely different person.
It could be
it's
battle
almost
high.
like it's forced. It's kind of like what's that one movie where the ladies become animalistic and they turn into panthers. It's a horror. It's like one of those B flick horror films where she like turns into like half human, half panther or something.
Oh, I think I know the
And
one
she
you're
just
actually
like gets
talking about.
very animalistic.
Yeah,
Yeah, you
I
probably
think it's like
know the one I'm
Prey
talking
or
about.
something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But she basically has that same kind of like slow-mo transformation, like she turns into the beast but doesn't really. And then she goes like fucking aggro mode when she, you know,
Again,
Like, in
like
this
you
kind
can
of
call
situation-
that I think has a better justification of being called out than just calling out because she's pregnant with a gun.
well, could
Yeah,
you
I think-
also maybe?
I mean, there's a lot to go over, and he does this in 2 hours. We're probably
Yeah.
gonna be lucky to get this done in 7. But so he's just glossing over and being a sassy prick while he's doing
Yeah.
this too. But I
Okay.
think it's justified given the whole package that we got at the end of the day. But if you wanted to break down what makes thematic sense for this, I could probably make a better argument for why it doesn't make sense that she goes from I have this person who's dying in my hands to turning into beast bitch, you know,
yeah.
and waving a fucking submachine gun around, spraying and praying. It doesn't like make sense if it was a psychotic break. It doesn't make sense if it was like full rage mode. You wouldn't just spray and pray. You would get up and close. you know?
Yeah. Well, especially because your people are intermixed. Like, again, I think you have a better justification for the point than like it's coming across with his sass. It comes off as detracting in the wrong area.
Yeah.
You know?
I mean, I could again if I like I'm looking at this if I was going to recreate this scene, I could
Yeah.
think of better ways how to do
How to
it.
justify
And that's
that.
how I'm
Yeah. I just feel like the way he put it, he's coming off as like, oh, well, she should be in the kitchen making a sandwich. She shouldn't be in this gunfight. Like,
You need to
what?
be a trad wife. Like-
I mean, here's the thing. Like, even with Bethesda, this is another thing.
Yeah.
You know the Fallout Shelter mobile game?
hmm
Yeah, I played it.
There are some. I can't believe I'm having to say this, but there are parts of it that are considered lore as for how to conduct yourselves in the vault,
Yeah.
like protocol and whatnot. And whenever there's like a raider attack or a rad roach attack or a rad scorpion attack or even a mole rat attack, if it happens on the level where there are pregnant women, they go and hide. They don't engage in combat. That's not just like a mechanic choice. That's like confirmed as lore as to what you would do in the vault if you're pregnant. Because like the whole idea of the vault is to
I guess
you know.
I feel like they would have done better with that then to set up like because I'm imagining the reason for it would be the sanctity of life because it's such a hard time and so every pregnancy counts kind of thing. Every life counts. So like
Because,
I can
like,
understand
here's
that, but
the
they
other
haven't
thing.
set any of that up.
well
Yeah,
that's the other thing. You would think like retroactively that would be the case because later on they talk about how there was a great famine in the vault and many people died. So therefore their population is very low for that reason.
Yeah.
When in when you get to the actual plot, it makes even less sense why she would be fighting in the first place. Is that they're supposed to, well, not to give the plot away. Do you want me to?
Let's hold off on it, but just to say that I feel like that
Okay.
is a failing in Bethesda than delivering on the narrative. And the
it's
lore.
it's a failing on the writers because this is something that they justified and Bethesda just checked off a box like perfect, you know.
Yeah, and I would put that more at the feet of like it's like, well then this is so exceptionally to the opposite direction, which I know they do other things in here.
Yeah, it's a series of that throughout this entire show.
Yeah.
Totally not revered before the
So
2010s.
I'm kind of like on his side, even when he's being sassy and flippant, because when you take it into totality, it's like he was right, even when he was being a prick.
Yeah, it's just I wish he made his points even with sass better. Like I feel like that's my criticism maybe here.
Shows and mediums nowadays, because those definitely didn't exist before and were totally not revered before the 2010s. Metroid. There is some cooperation in this scene. Chet's about to be murdered, and one of the downed security guards, which we haven't seen up until this point, makes him trip and saves the cousin fucker's life. But other than that, this scene is just a fucking drag and takes on way too long. Lucy is watching all of this, taking time to hide her brother Norm, while the raider from her room teleports behind her, still alive somehow, and tries to kill her, only for Hank, Lucy's dad, to teleport behind him and kill him. When this happens, the show has one of its only good shots. You see, in the commotion, the projector burned up, and it gives it an apocalyptic feel in the background as the happy-go-lucky terrain that was being projected slowly burns up. All the while, you've got this doomsday music playing in the background. It's a really good shot. And you know what? If more shots and scenes in the show were like this, I probably wouldn't be as harsh as I am. Anyway, after being saved by the power of teleportation, Lucy and Hank go to the gate of Vault 32 and find that a lot of Vault Dwellers who less than 5 seconds ago were in the field were all teleported to the gate of Vault 32 and are being held hostage by the leader of the Raiders, which, spoiler alert, is called Moldaver. Hank proclaims that he knows who she is, which makes the fact that he didn't know and nobody recognized them even worse, but I'll get to that because this scene, this fucking scene becomes really problematic later, but for now, let's ignore it. But yeah, after being told that Hank knows who she is, Moldaver gives an ultimatum to Hank. Hank must choose between the other Vault Dwellers and his daughter. When I saw this, I was wondering out loud what the hell he was going to do. It was a very difficult decision. Would he choose to save the life of the few remaining members of his vault? Or would his fatherly instincts take over and save Lucy?
I literally sat there and was like, oh, look, a trolley situation when I watched this show.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, cool. They're actually going to play out the trolley problem in the show. Like,
really impactful scene. I wonder where they're going with this. Hank grabs Lucy, locks her in a storage room, gets sedated, taken away, and Moldaver deploys an explosive that takes so long to blow up that she inherently lets all the other Vault Dwellers survive. So what the fuck was that ultimatum even for? Did it even mean anything? Well, the answer is no. And this scene right here is where the show starts to plummet. It wasn't terrible up until now, but this ultimatum shows what the rest of this show is going to be like. Things are going to be said only to be ignored straight away right after. Later, after the bombs have exploded, the Vault Dwellers are discussing the situation, and there's a lot more Vault Dwellers here than there were even before the Raiders showed up. Where did they come from? I have no fucking idea. But Lucy, disheartened by the idea that the other Vault Dwellers don't want to
again, I feel like that's nitpicky because then we're also talking about the vault and like, are you expecting them to gather up every single person in the vault? Well, then how did they miss her brother hiding? Like, you could say that. Like, so obviously people ran and hid.
Yeah,
like,
just during the middle of an actual raid, by the way. Like,
I just feel like some of this is like, okay, but at the same time, you want to leave certain things, certain plot holes for the person to fill it in, and that's how I filled that in. It's like, it wasn't like, oh, well, now suddenly there's so many more people. It's like, oh, so a little bit more survived. They must have been hiding. Like, that's literally how I processed it mentally when I was watching this.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, if they had explored more of the vault, there would be levels, and given how like vault would have how a vault would have handled, like, say, a breach attack like this, they would have had lockdowns on other levels to keep the spread, but they would have had more security be flooding in, and those would be the ones left over here in the after action scene, rather than just like random citizens, because Vault Tech and vaults in general have security. Actually, I'd say it's about a good 30-70 split amongst the population, that there's at least 30% of it is Vault Tech security.
Okay.
And basically functionaries and orderlies, while the other 70 is considered the general populace, the worker bees and whatnot.
Okay.
to go up to the surface.
So
Goes up to the surface.
Coming at it from that, because I mean that's been like a big criticism about the show, especially with the vault storyline, is that when it shows the vaults, they're incredibly small and not as like big as what you would expect to hold like 1,000 people.
Yeah, because in the games they're actually expansive. Like in the games, you don't even see like the extent of the vaults.
Yeah, because they at least, when they do the game design, they don't plot out the whole vault. They at least give you some plausible explanation why you can't access certain areas of the vault, like cave-ins, destruction, that sort of thing.
Lockdown protocols and all that other shit.
Because a lot of the vaults are practically destroyed because the ones that you come across in the games, at least...
Again, that's
80%
something I'm
of
going to
them?
lay at the feet of Bethesda. Because even when you're sitting there and saying that, like, oh, there's a reasonable explanation, there's a lockdown here, or something's caved in, or whatever,
Well,
you, without the direction of the gaming company, me as a writer knowing nothing about this coming in, how am I supposed to know that's not just another room on the other side of that door, and not that it leads to other levels? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Without the game
Well,
coming in, the game developer coming in and saying it.
well, here's the thing. These are 3 interconnected vaults. Like, they're already setting up their own kind of, like, pristine vault situation
Yeah.
where, like, none of it should be destroyed. There hasn't been any cataclysmic events, like, as far as tectonic plates cutting them in half or something. You know, there's none of that that's happened to the vault. This is, like, one of those events where it's just, like, outside forces coming into the vault. Or, at the very least, something that doesn't go awry that was by Vault-Tec's design.
Yeah.
Most of what I'm talking about in the game, those are abandoned vaults, or vaults that are inhabited by dungeon creatures, and they aren't, like, functioning. There are very few functioning vaults, as in, like, they still have the vault dwellers in
Yeah,
the Fallout universe.
What I'm saying is that
And you have
I
3 of them next door to each other here.
I get what you're saying. This should theoretically hold like 3,000 people. It should be rather large. But me as a person writing for this show, if I play through the games and like the games developer, or even if I don't play through the games, like it's on the feet of the games developer to be like, oh no, these are fucking massive. Like this should be the size of a stadium. And if I don't have that direction from the games developer, based off of everything I remember from the games, and that was me even playing the games, it's not even knowing if the writers played the games, I would say that they're not that great. And they're not huge inside. They're big, but they're not huge inside. It's like a college stadium in size.
Yeah, and
Maybe.
like another aspect when it gets to the point in the show here, most of these vaults should be either built into either a city center where there's like a natural cave underground. You just have to dig deep enough to access it in order to start setting up shop, or it has to be built into the side of a mountain or a cave or a hill or some shit.
Yeah.
Have like a natural land formation above for protection.
Yeah, I
These
think
aren't
that
just fallout shelters. These are actual bomb shelters too.
I think that that's kind of stuff that like he's holding against the show, and I think that stuff should be held against Bethesda in particular.
Yeah, because we know they don't like design documents, so it's not like they probably made like a lore bible for the writers.
Yeah,
Well, well, look. Here's the thing: if I were going to blame Bethesda for all of this, or at least have the majority share of this, I can't really do so because these guys were given free reign. So I have to default to them being at fault for why this is the way it looks.
yeah,
They may have gotten motifs, but they didn't get real direction, and that's because Bethesda gave them like full permission to do whatever they thought was necessary.
Then couldn't we flip that criticism on Bethesda for saying that they should have been more hands-on?
or at least
Well,
like in their review, like you said, like there was a lore checker of some sort here, right? That guy.
No, there was no lore checker.
Okay.
Like quite literally, Todd Howard pulled that out of his ass when he came back like after the show, and then there was all these criticisms. Like, no, we went over it. Like there was no lore checker.
And see, like the minute he says that,
checked out.
The minute he says that, that's your in for you guys to be like, okay, so this is your fault.
Yeah.
That I would lay that at their feet. Like, yeah,
Well, I
you
mean,
guys
a lot of
gave
them
the
do.
writers free reign and everything, but at the end of the day, you're saying you signed off on this.
I mean, I'm blaming the writers here because, like, what else is going to be said if I just keep blaming Todd Howard? That's how I'm looking at it because
Yeah.
I have already blamed Todd Howard for a lot of shit.
Blame God for so much. Like,
Yes,
I'm
that's
blaming
literally
Bethesda
where
as
I'm
a whole, like on this one. Like, and I'm
at this
sorry.
point, we have 12
like
hours
Todd
of
has-
Todd Howard bad content.
I
We have like
would
12
probably
hours of
be-
He
it.
has like doxed his pay pigs. He's basically like used dead people for his fucking like heart touching like find them if you can
He's
moments
Ralph.
in the games.
I'm just
He's
saying, like,
Ralph.
for me, I played 4 and I played some of 76, some of New Vegas, and some of 3. I'm probably comparable to a writer, and I can't tell you that I totally remember every reason why a vault was blocked off. You do because you played these games thoroughly a lot, but like as a writer, I'm probably more in line with the writers might have done.
I mean, a lot of these vaults aren't blocked off except for very specific ones for very gamey reasons. But most of it, if you see like a pathway that would lead to an extension in the vault, it's more or less environmental storytelling. Like, oh, there was a cave in, or
Yeah.
this section's flooded.
Yeah, but there's nothing to tell me without knowing more of the story that's going to lead to 12 more levels of vault versus
Well, I mean,
a room
it's-
on the other side of the door, you know? Like that's
Well, I mean, even in the first game, like when you had like the fucking game book that came with the disc when you played it,
yeah.
it had an explanation in very like one paragraph ways of just saying that these vaults were built to withstand the bomb blast. They were built into the side of mountains. They housed 1,000 people with enough power, food, and water to keep them happy for a long period of time, somewhere upwards of 80 to 160 years.
Yeah, and that's but what I'm saying
That's
is
very
that
simple, straight, and
that's
forward.
that's on 1, which is not Bethesda, so Bethesda's probably not going to push that
And
forward.
it carried over to 2, it carried over to 3, it carried over to New Vegas, carried over to 4.
It
It's just that,
it carries over, but where's that carrying over in the story for me to remember without having to play it and know the storyline in and out?
well, it's usually referenced within terminals and whatnot if you're playing the game. Not like that specifically, but they have a reference of how many people are in the vault, like how many they've checked in and what have you. What expected capacity they would have. Like in Fallout 4, there's a terminal for Vault 114, if I remember correctly.
But
where
that's what
it's
I'm saying
going
is
over
they're
the entries.
they're
in the
squirreling
name
that
list and what they
stuff
expect.
away in a small area where if you're casually playing this, and that's probably what these writers did was casually play this, you're not going to pick up on
They
it.
even played it.
Yeah,
If they even played it.
if they played it,
Like-
yeah. And I just
Yeah,
feel
if
like
they
that's
played it.
where
I
I
get what you're
blame
saying.
Bethesda, because Bethesda should have then handed them a lore Bible. They should have then had somebody actually read over and be like, yeah, no, these are actually like, you're representing it kind of small here. These are huge. Like, I feel like any intervention from Bethesda to say, oh, and it's not like it would have been hard shit to do.
You could have had a
It's-
throwaway line. Like, literally like a throwaway line of saying at least the other floors are safe.
Well, yeah.
You know what I mean?
like-
And then boom.
Yeah, I mean, that would
3
have been
seconds,
flavor
I fixed
text,
it.
but it would make sense. Like, people who
Yeah.
would be in the know would know, and they'd be able to pick up on it.
Yeah, and that's where like I put this in Bethesda's feet, like not just Todd Howard, Bethesda, because like
You picture Ralph Howard. We have
Ralph
a Lord
Howard.
Checker on there, bish.
because
What
like
do you mean these
ultimately-
faults are bigger than that?
he isn't the only one. He's the face of it. But like he isn't the only one here. And then you also have that fucking lazy ass fucking writer that we've talked about like 7 times, Emil.
Pagliarulo.
Yeah. And
If anything,
you've got
I'd blame
people like
Emil more.
that's the
I'd
thing
blame
is,
Emil more than Todd.
that's
honestly.
the thing is when you got lazy writers on your game side saying shit like that, it's no wonder this show is so incongruent. Because they don't give a fuck about the game.
Well, yeah, he's dropping lore on Twitter. So like I really can't like blame Todd when like your lead story guy is like retconning shit on like social media rather than like a spin-off game. Like
Yeah, I guess but as Amazon being who they are, Amazon Studios or whatever, I can't be like, yeah, they're gonna know everything. But the guys that run the game, that made the games and everything else, and want their fucking name on it, they should know everything.
Yeah, Emil should have been on that set.
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not like he was needed for Starfield.
Well, I mean, look. I mean, even the writers of the show are like, "Wow, it's all just about finding missing parents that turn out to be complete and utter bastards or something." Because that's literally what Lucy is doing.
Yeah,
Except it's female Fallout 3 instead of male Fallout.
This
3.
that's what I'm saying. This reads to me like you casually played through a few of the games and picked up all the broad strokes. Like that's just how it feels to me.
Game. Well, that's the thing. It's like every Bethesda game has you start out in a vault.
Yep.
That's the fucking most boring fucking shit imaginable. It's like you're a canned sardine opened up and put out in the fucking world. It's like, aha, survive.
Yeah, I don't think. I think that they're just the casual players at best, and they did what they did with what they could figure out. Because Bethesda probably wasn't helping them much.
Yeah, I mean, they probably, like, at best, they casually played it. I can also see them maybe looking on the wiki and getting, like, story synopsises and shit. But, like, there's no way that, unless if you were already a fan of the games, that you could play through them all deep enough to actually get the themology of what the series is about.
Yeah.
Outside of the entire messed up parental relationships that Emil keeps needing to like therapize through, like,
and that's even
whatever he's working through.
That's like, even if Bethesda gave them fucking New Vegas or any of the original games, the original OG games, they probably just handed these guys fucking Fallout 3, 4, and said, here, go download New Vegas or 76.
Yeah, they probably gave him 76 and it crashed, and that's why, like, halfway through the season, like, it got worse. It's like, oh, well, we don't know what happened after the server went down.
Yeah.
So fucking wing it. Like,
it's not like, it doesn't sound like they had a liaison of like, oh, here's a story writer, and oh, here's part of, you could talk to these guys at Obsidian. Right.
I mean, that's the thing. It's like, I know how people are now turning to like Todd doesn't just give a care in general about what happens to Fallout, but it just seems like for the past like decade, there's been a concerted effort to bury New Vegas in the originals.
Yeah, I think there is. And I think that this is an example of them not giving a fuck about that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's typical California tech bullshit, though, too. Like, I know that Bethesda isn't actually California, but, like, if you look at it, anytime somebody comes in
DC.
Well, yeah, but like if you've noticed, anytime a company gets a hold of like a franchise, they try to make their mark on it. Like, look at World of Warcraft. That's a primary example. When Dan User got a hold of it after Chris Metzen left, it's the same company, and he like completely fucked up Sylvana's storyline and all this other stuff because they need to feel they made a mark on the history of the franchise, and that's what this feels like. Like,
this is Bethesda's telling of Fallout. This is their Apocalypse Road version of Fallout.
I mean, I wouldn't even call this like fucking Apocalypse Road at this point. Like, I mean, as far as the TV show is concerned, this is basically Fallout iconography show. Like,
yeah, and that's how it feels a lot. Like, it's like, oh, you recognize things, but nothing else. And that's what they're trying to get the appeal off of. Like, it literally is. It feels more and more and more like the Apple story. Like, this is the commercialization of it. This is everybody has an Apple, and if you don't have an Apple, well, then you're retarded. Like, trend.
Well, I guess the old saying came back to bite fucking Steve Jobs in the ass. You know, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. And then you die of pancreatic cancer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, here's the question then. Do you two think that they made this show for Fallout, or do you think they pulled like a Cloverfield paradox and they took like post-apocalyptic show and then we got the license to Fallout, so quickly like let's paint some Fallout themes in here, and like converted it last minute, like how Cloverfield Paradox was supposed to be like a different movie,
Yeah.
and then like last minute they just sort of like inject a couple things here, like Tagrudo and stuff,
they add
and make
20
it
seconds
Fallout,
of footage
you
at
know
the
what I
end of the
mean?
movie.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like back when we were doing the first 2 streams of this topic, I said it's basically Apocalypse Road wearing Fallout skin.
It really is, and I agree with you 100% there. But I think this is now even let's dissolve the Apocalypse Road and dissolve any of that other stuff that isn't us. You know what I mean? Like, this is
history.
Yeah.
Where's our Fallout version of Kendrick Lamar? Not like
That would just be Kendrick Lamar. Like, that would just be normal Kendrick Lamar. Like, I don't see the difference here. Like,
but yeah, like there's a lot with this that I think he's going to maybe blame Amazon and stuff for. Now, like the bullshit that went on with like the cinematography, the fucking CG and all that. Yeah, you can blame them for that. Like, I don't care. I think it's nitpicky, but I think you can blame them for that. But when it comes to story and lore, I lay that wholeheartedly at Bethesda's feet. And
especially after Todd said that they had lore checkers and like they confirmed things. Like,
well, not even the lore checkers. Once they said we signed off on this is correct.
Well, like that's the thing.
They
like,
shot themselves.
Well, I'm looking at it like this. It's like it's a fucking rush to cover after the fact or before the fact or whenever they decide to make this the lore. But this is the creation of the show writers, and this is what they thought up of.
Yeah, and that's just because
I have to blame them because they're the creators of this, not Todd Howard.
I think
he's the one who slapped the Fallout approved sticker on it. That's all I'm seeing.
Yeah, and I feel like, in my point of view, probably the best case scenario, what they had to work off of was Bethesda's vapid fucking stories from 76, 4, and maybe 3 if they played that.
Definitely 3. Because like that was the originating part of like kids going out into the wasteland to find their wayward parents, you know.
But that's the thing is like I feel like they picked up
of the apocalypse.
I feel like they picked up on the tropes. Like I can point point for point with this, which is kind of weird with the Evil Dead series. Like if you ever watch like the Evil Dead 1 and 2, like the original OG movies, they're like actual core horror movies, and they were done on a shoestring budget, and there's like actual cool effects in there and shit for the amount of budget that those people had. And then you watch Ash vs. or the Army of the Undead one. I think it's the 3rd one. And all that. Now we're getting into goofy fucking sideline story shit.
Or it's become like horror comedy.
Wait, and then isn't that the one where it's like, this is my boomstick?
Yes. And like, think about that. Think about Fallout and what Fallout is. Look at Fallout's the original stuff, even New Vegas. You can put it in as being Evil Dead 1 and 2, the original stuff. And now we've gone through and we've had this whole Ash arc because we had to, everyone liked him once. So now we have to make the whole thing about him.
That's
the Army of Darkness. The Army of Darkness. That's what it was. Like, okay, so now we've got the Army of Darkness, and that movie had actual kind of cool like claymation stuff for the time and everything else. But because of the lunacy of shit going on with the Necronomicon and being sent in time and all this other shit like that are incongruent with the other first 2 movies.
You know, since you brought up the Necronomicon,
Hell, Cthulhu.
That's another thing that Fallout did with that Bethesda did with Fallout. They added in fucking eldritch horror shit.
Yeah.
The Cthulhu mythos is part of
you
the
leave
Fallout
my Mothman alone.
No, I'm
leave
talking
my boy
about
alone.
Cthulhu, not Mothman.
But
they did that with 76. And
but you're getting awfully close to Mothman. So I just need to put the line
I
now.
know. I'm just saying, like, the Eldritch horrors, like, you've got the Krebekniv and whatnot in Fallout 3, and then you've got, like, Dunwich Borers in the Dunwich building and everything.
It
And
really
then you
feels
get
like
Krebekniv's tooth. And then you have, like, the Eldritch horror of the Cabot house in Fallout 4, where you have, like, where you work for this dude who hasn't aged in over 300 years, or 400 years, actually, because he was around during the 1800s and survived the nuclear apocalypse too. You know, it's just like
I just like
it's
one of
shit
Emil's
like that doesn't belong in Fallout, that never existed in Fallout, that fucking Bethesda added in.
Well,
I like the idea that like one of like Emil's like underlings just came in and be like, pitch for you. Shoot. The House of Usher, go on, with radiation. Signed.
well, it's just I just like to extrapolate on my point, okay? Like Bruce Campbell was in the original movies and he had a couple goofy moments, and then they bring him back for the whole Army of Darkness one, which is a little more ludicrous and a little more goony, but everything, you know, otherwise stays the same in the universe, right? Call that New Vegas, okay? From that point on, years fucking pass. What do they decide to bring back? Well, the memorable moments from fucking the goofiest portion of the fucking franchise, which is the Army of Darkness shit, where he gets a fucking chainsaw hand and decide to run that for a fucking multiple seasons of Ash versus Evil Dead as a TV series.
Yeah,
exactly
it feels like
what
it almost
happened here.
became a parody of itself.
Yes, yeah, and that's because you have people who hook on to like the small little pop culture moments that stand out and that stuff, and then when they want to make it theirs, that's what they push, and it's fuck all for the narrative, because the narrative is actually about this creepy cavern that hosts the Necronomicon and has all this paranormal shit, had fuck all really to do with Bruce in the actual moment. And we've totally lost that because now we're talking about killing fucking undead women on a fucking city bus.
Yeah, you know what it also kind of reminds me of?
What?
Like mid 2000s gaming. Like remember what like when Portal came out and like, you know, the companion cube and the cake is a lie, and everybody was like, that's so funny. Then everybody started trying to inject that sort of humor in their game.
Yeah.
Regardless if it worked or not. Like it kind of feels almost like that. Like it was just Bethesda trend chasing, because like it, like, you know, GLaDOS and the cake and all of that worked in that scenario. But
I can see what you mean, because I pointed out before that they were trends chasing with the fucking karma system. They took that from Fable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's just one of those things that like I can point it out too because I'm a fan of horror. Like I've watched probably more horror movies than the two of you combined. And like I can
know. Let me ask you this one. Have you seen Red Snow?
Yes.
God damn it.
He's like, I got the most obscure thing, and Patrick is like, I saw it in English and Spanish. So fuck.
Well, it wasn't in Spanish,
it would probably be more German. Yeah.
Yeah, because Red Snow is basically like these fucking German snow monkeys going up to a cabin for a skiing trip, and they find Nazi war gold, and then all the fucking Nazi soldiers come out of the ground as zombies and start killing all the teenagers.
Yeah, but see, that's why Patrick is so much better. Is he saw the Spanish release that only showed in one theater at a random
The
Mexican
Spanish
theater.
release? What is this? The fucking Highlander?
Fuck, no.
I'm not
Yes.
Spanish. I'm Egyptian. You know?
Hey, look,
with a
you
Scottish
know,
accent, yes.
look, okay. Connor McLeod was needed to give the power
Connor
to Duncan. So that Christopher Lambert, it was necessary for him to meet the Scottish Egyptian because it all led back to Duncan, like 15 years later. But like, you know, it was necessary, okay?
But like, for me, like to give you an idea, that is a wholly like movie-based franchise, right? I watched one episode of Ash versus Evil Dead. And it was like, oh, this is nothing but references and fanfare and like let's play to like, oh, you remember this? Like,
Sounds like Family Guy, where it's all referential and pop culture humor.
yeah.
But like, it doesn't work because it's supposed to be horror.
Well, that's the
Like-
thing, and it's like it totally lost the horror element to me. Where like, that's where I'm saying I can relate to you and like core Fallout fans when like I see something as bastardized as this.
You've had it happen to you with Evil Dead.
Oh, I've had it happen to me with more franchises than that, but like that's just probably the most direct representation I can give you. And it's like, yeah. And at that point, you know who I blame? I blame Bruce Campbell for signing up for that shit because he knows the original fucking writers and everything involved with that shit. Now, I'm not a like supreme horror fan to sit there and say, oh, I know every writer. You know what though? Bruce Campbell was one of the people that was involved with the writing on that, and he still signed up for that show.
I don't know. The way I see it is,
So this is
What
like,
you're trying to say
that's
here
almost
is
even
that
worse.
Bruce
That would be like fucking one of your original core tenants out of like Interplay signing up and being a writer on Fallout and running along with Bethesda's narrative.
Okay, that would be the Tim Kaine of Evil
Yes.
Dead,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. When you told me about that, yeah. Imagine like that is this exact same shit that happened. And it's like you get to a point where you're like, fuck you.
yeah, I
because
can't.
that was the thing. Like when Tim Kaine's like, "Oh, the show was great. It captured the spirit of Fallout," and I'm like, "You fucking retarded monkey! You've
Yeah.
completely sold out." Only for like 8 months later to come out and say, "Well, they got this wrong, so it couldn't possibly be like capturing the spirit of Fallout because it
You're
wasn't."
sold out to Todd. Like,
It's
Yeah.
like I got so fucking peeved at it. It's like when the fucking Nate the Rake shit happened, I was ready to like fucking go full bore at him with the tin can fucking campaign, where as referential fucking treatment goes with fucking Bethesda, there's this fun fact about Fallout lore that at every tin can that you find in the wasteland, that piece of junk that's just lying around in millions of copies all over the games. Yeah, that's a reference to the original creator of the Fallout series, Tim Kaine. We just call him Tin Can for short.
Oh
What?
my god.
Literal
Yeah.
fucking trash.
Yeah, and that's how I feel with like the whole Evil Dead shit. Like I can tell you, and like the newer movies, I actually want to go see it because it looks like it went back to its roots with a horror movie. And like, you know what it's devoid of? Bruce Campbell. But like I can tell you, like I relate to how you feel. And so then it's like, yes, but like at the same time, as I lay that problem at Bruce Campbell's feet, I feel like this shit should be laid at Bethesda's feet first and foremost. As the creators of it, you should have looked at this and been like, oh my god, we got problems. Because
Well, I mean,
they
that's the
had
thing,
pilots too. That's the other thing that makes me sick is they had pilots that they should have seen.
Yeah. I mean, the funny thing was, like, there was going to be an addendum to that tin can thing that I came up with.
Yeah.
Is that because in the games there's also bent versions of it? It's like,
those are the ones that he got bent over and fucked by Todd.
yeah, it's like that's the message from the current owners of Fallout: get bent like
Yes.
tin can.
Oh man. All right, let's get back into this shit. We're only fucking 20 minutes deep.
is convincing cousin fucker and her brother Norm to help out. Not help out on the surface, just helping her get to the vault gate. Norm stays behind because he says he's a coward. The cousin fucker tries to dissuade her but agrees, and Lucy exits the vault. She exits the vault and we can see that it's right next to Santa Monica Pier. What the fuck? No. I'm sorry, I'm not letting this slide. For those of you that don't know, in Fallout 1, there was a mutant master who had an army ready to take over the wasteland and turn every single human they saw into super mutants. And if they couldn't do that, they just kill the rest. The master, as people called him, had a cathedral where his most loyal followers and strongest super mutant soldiers were at. The cathedral was in Los Angeles. In fact, if we look at a map of Los Angeles now, Lucy is almost within shouting distance of where the cathedral is. Given that the master's MO was to crack open any vault they saw and kidnap or kill any vault dwellers, you have to be fucking shitting me if you think I'm going to believe that the master and his super mutant army did not notice a vault in the open right there next to Santa Monica Pier. This is made all the worse when you realize that the master cracked open most, if not every vault on their way to Central California, which is where Shady Sands is, the capital of the NCR. I do not believe.
that crater where the current day Shady Sands is at in the lore, thanks to Todd,
Yep.
would have served better as the remnants of the cathedral of the super mutants, like the Master's like final resting place. Because in canon from the first game, when you beat the super mutant or like the Master, when you beat him, you have to blow up the cathedral if you like do the gun battle and you kill him. But if you talk him down and convince him that his plan is like gonna fail, he blows up the cathedral himself. So you literally have a bomb that goes off, roughly where they want to have Shady Sands in this shit show. That would have served perfectly as a reference to the Super Mutant Master if they would have done it right. That would have been like one of the first and like biggest fucking references to super mutants in the show.
Yeah,
but
but
they didn't.
what game was that from?
Fallout 1.
There you go. That's why it wasn't done, because we don't do Black Isle here. We don't do interplay.
Well, like if I was the one who was in charge of this fucking show, that's how it would have went.
Yeah, and
although
I think that would have been
Pier vaults would have been like further out, like towards Mexico.
I think it's stupid. They would have been better off placing the vault in San Diego.
Yeah.
Like at least that would have like fed into some rationalization, because San Diego would have been based on your lore and everything else and easily identifiable. They could have had the ruins of Disney, for fuck's sake. Because that's not very far.
World or
whatever.
Land or
yeah. Like, but like, to play to your point, like that is like 60 miles south of like Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
And so in their searching, it probably wouldn't have come up. You could have still had her go to Vegas because it's along the same lines. You're not going to go paddle in the ocean out to Hawaii. Like,
I mean, it would have made a lot more sense because the New California Republic had control over most parts of Nevada and almost all of California.
Yeah.
Like, up to like fucking Wyoming, I think.
Like you could have played that so much better, but do you want me to hit play?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do not believe for a second that this vault survived, but good fucking job anyhow. You've just made Fallout 1, the primary plot point of Fallout 1, be almost impossible. And we're not even done with episode 1. But what we are done with is the first segment of this review with all the setting up. Lucy's about to go on her adventure to find her dad, but we're going to come back to that later and focus on the story inside the vault first. Because it's more of a side plot than anything, and though it does tie back to the main plot line, I do just want to talk about it first and get a lot of things out of the way. And it'll help us understand some things in the future.
Oh boy.
Starting with the underground plot with a fucking oldie song, because what else would we started with? We see that Cousin Fucker and Norm, Lucy's brother, are getting reprimanded for having helped Lucy escape the vault. This scene alone goes to show how shallow some of the characters are, because Cousin Fucker is legitimately having an existential crisis after leaving the Overseer's office, or whatever the fuck that room is, just because he's not gatekeeper anymore. The guy whose entire job is to push buttons and open doors is having an existential crisis just because he can't push buttons and open doors anymore. No, I'm not exaggerating, it's literally that pathetic. Norm is up next, but the people punishing him are struggling because Norm has held almost every single position in the vault and he never liked any of them. So they're struggling to find a way to demote him and punish him. As a result of this, they put him on food delivery duty for the prisoners that they captured when the vault was raided. Hold on. The raiders had the vault dwellers at their mercy. How the hell did they manage to capture so many of them? Fuck if
that, I will point out, is definitely a big plot hole that like could have used a lot more explaining. And I was like, who's in the, like, I thought it was going to be something more incredible than a bunch of raiders that were like being held prisoner. I thought it was gonna be like, oh, here's some evil bad person that like we actually like captured on a previous thing. Like these are awful people, like mastermind level, like Arkham Asylum type shit. Yeah. And it's like, no.
Mexican Joker.
I find it like weird though that like he's focusing so hard on like the doorkeeper. When, like, honestly,
look, the cousin fucking joke was just over the top. It's like, that's the only thing you know for him is, like, opening the door and fucking his cousin. So what else are you going to refer to him as?
Well, but the thing is, like, they don't actually go into like the culture of the vault, where like maybe the doorkeeper is like actually a high up trusted position, because you're entrusted in keeping everyone safe.
Well, he would have been part of vault security if that was the case, but no, he's just a random vault dweller.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
see, that's where again this is a failure on Bethesda, right? Because like if it was that important to him, you're telling me that that was an important position, but
At the
Well,
same
yeah, you
time,
would think like the
Yeah.
door to the outside, the fucking wasteland. No, we're just gonna put some Randy there in a jumpsuit.
well, not only
Yeah.
that, that's just some random person. They make this guy out to be an idiot in the show. So it's
Yeah.
like this is the only thing he's capable of doing is don't press button till told press button.
yeah.
Like,
But like you know what I mean? But it's one of those things where it's like in a society where like the outside is dangerous, isn't that like
yeah, you would think
kind of
Yeah.
important? You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Like it just seems like culturally that would be an important position because you literally are like the shield
Well,
of
I
the
mean-
vault at first. Like
Well, it's not only that; it's that when you get to the end of the plot here, you would say that like not even vault security would be like the one guarding the door. Like if it was a normal vault, yeah, it would be vault security. But given the plot for these three vaults instead, you would have to think have to be someone in on the plot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a highly trusted person.
Yeah. As a control mechanism.
Exactly. Like it would actually have to be Lucy's dad.
Yeah. Or
Levels
someone
of importance.
or someone else that also came from the other area. Without like giving much away yet.
If I know, I guess, and fuck if the show knows, I guess as well, because this is never explained again and it's basically forgotten. But I want you to remember the fact that these raiders were captured here in this vault, because it's going to become very prevalent later, because this is one of those shows where the more it reveals, the dumber it gets. However, I have to say, when it comes to offensive scenes, this is most certainly not one of them. It's fine for what it is, I guess. Fast forward a little bit, and the vault is having a meeting, where they are deciding what exactly to do with the raider captives that they had. It specifically stated that they captured 16 of them. Kind of odd, since I don't remember seeing that number when all the raiders and infiltrators were there. In episode 1, that is. The scene actually had me invested for a moment. I found myself wondering how the hell are these vault dwellers, isolated from everything, going to deal with raiders they captured. And you can even see their lifelong programming taking over based on the way that they present the issue, talking about shared values, and this scene is gonna fuck it up in an instant, isn't it?
The young man Woody interrogated this morning? He left an impression on me.
That is the gentleman who showed me his butthole.
That's right, just when the plotline was starting to get interesting, they extrapolate someone showing them their ass as a desire to communicate. Now, there's being programmed and isolated and not understood.
This hits so many tropes now that I've really linked that in with the whole fucking Ash versus Evil Dead thing. But he has a chainsaw hand. Look at the
but
gore.
what about his rectum? What
Look at
about
the
his
gore.
rectum?
We put gore in here. You're horror fans, right? Gore.
He was trying to communicate to me with his bottom mouth. It's like, what the fuck?
He puckered for me. That means he's okay. Like,
It's like, oh yeah, wait. All these people are stupid. This whole fucking thing is stupid.
Understanding
It's
the
like-
outside world.
Well,
And then
here's the thing. It's one thing for like, I don't know, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, to be talking out of his ass in that one scene with the cop where he's like, "Excuse me, I'd like to ask you a few questions," you know, where he's
Yeah.
but this is just like and that's the man who showed me his butthole. You know, it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Why do we need that fucking detail? Like,
It's
so
unnecessary.
fucking-
That's the thing I'm getting at. It's stupid and unnecessary.
can we take this at least a little seriously? Like, this is
It's like-
supposed to be a
I mean,
wasteland.
even
Like,
with Jim Carrey's antics, you could see that he's taking it seriously because he's going all the way with it. Like,
But that's the
hell,
thing is,
they
that's that.
didn't even want to put that in the movie, and Jim Carrey argued for it.
This is literally we just escaped everything. We get on the bus and oh look, there's a demon-possessed 86-year-old woman. How will we defeat her?
No, run her over.
we let the arthritis get her.
That's the thing is that actually takes place in that show. And that's
You
why I was
serious?
like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you?
Like you could just knock her over and then
she
you
was
won.
like seriously like fucking 96 pounds, and they like overplayed this trying to recreate a scene from a prior movie where he actually fights with a demon at the cabin. And it's like, no.
You could look at her and her bones would break. Like,
She hasn't seen calcium in years. But it's like, no, demons tough. Chainsaw hand, remember? That's literally
Ooga
like
booga.
that's the whole thing, is that it just screams the same level of concept.
There's
nice.
shit like this. I don't care how isolated they are, this is just making a mockery out of the situation. It was from this point that I stopped taking
Hold on, I just kind of am curious. I just want to open a tab and I didn't want to interrupt the
them
video.
seriously, because any legitimate character that they had going for themselves as a bunch of isolated, ignorant vault dwellers is gone. Exchanged for the writers attempting to stay goofy, as they themselves say, by using literal preschool jokes. People in the audience who have much younger siblings than them will know that jokes like this are downright baby tier. How anyone above the age of 13 actually enjoyed the humor in this show is beyond me. And the thing is, the show tries to take itself seriously based off of this, because they use someone showing them their ass crack as evidence that they can, quote, reach out across the cultural divide and integrate these bloodthirsty, raping raiders. And based on this alleged attempt at communication, they propose reading Shakespeare to them, and people clap along. I could harp on this scene, but I'm not going to. Pregnant Bitch and Norm are the only ones who are moderately agreeable because they seem to be in dismay at this even being suggested. That's when another nameless rando, a vault technician, I guess, comes in and says that the water chip is damaged and that they have 2 months of water left. Now, how dare you stand where he stood, completely ignoring the question as to how the hell the water chip even got damaged in the first place, and how the hell they don't even have a replacement. This ends up being not so much a gentle nod as it is a forceful nod to Fallout 1. You know, the Fallout game they made almost impossible simply by putting Vault 33 within shouting distance of the cathedral. And of course, go figure, this ends up being mostly forgotten by the end of the show, and by mostly I mean entirely, because I get
but the water chip is busted.
This feels like a Fallout's greatest hits. Like,
Yeah. It's just...
See, this is why I argue that Todd Howard should have his shins beaten in with a crowbar.
I mean, you're not
We should
wrong.
make him shorter. We should literally give him the fucking what's his name from King of the Hill, Cotton Hill treatment. We should give him the Cotton Hill treatment. Just take away his shins.
Oh my god.
guess they're going to elaborate on this in Season 2. Though I quite seriously doubt that was planned. No, really, from this point on, the water chip problem gets completely ignored, and people forget it's even a thing after this scene ends. But yeah, they reference the destruction of the water chip just like in the main plotline of Fallout 1, simply so the people who want to defend the show for being faithful to the Fallout franchise can point to things without even thinking about it, and so the writers can mask the fact that this show has no real story.
Well,
the next time we see the
it's
Vault
not even
Dwellers
that. The way how that water chip thing comes in, it's not only just a reference, but it's a tie-in to them, like, wanting to keep the Raiders and re-educate them, and it's like, uh-oh, resource shortage. It's like a gag and a serious point at the same time, and it falls flat on both.
Oh my god.
Or an entire episode later, where the two bumblefucks from Bumblefuck Patrol are observing one of the captured raiders, pondering the idea that they spent 200 years with no contact, and I really have to wonder what the fuck they're even talking about. These guys managed to outsmart you, infiltrate a vault, and if they hadn't started opening fire, you would have been none the wiser to the fact that they were raiders, and yet you want me to believe that these vault dwellers, as isolated as they are, haven't even considered just for a single moment that maybe people on the surface aren't as ape-like as they think they are. Again, I get the idea of what they're going for here. They're so sheltered they don't even consider some things, but not only does this go against the behavior of every single other vault that was established in the Fallout lore, it ends up being so stupid that it actively sucks me out of it. By the way, a quick note that I want to leave here for later, much later, is that despite being relatively well organized before, these raiders have always been acting like raiders. They have been acting as if they had to survive on primal instincts their entire lives, which not only kind of contradicts how they were when they were first introduced, but it's also going to become very important eventually. We fast forward to a scene where Betty and Norm are sitting down having a conversation, and Betty is talking in a way like she's going to be revealed as the big bad guy later. No, really, it's that obvious. She even reminds Norm of how his voice is dangerous. Ooh.
Here's something funny for you, okay? Here's how bad this can get, and how bad this will probably get. All right? I can't even really find a good Metacritic, but this is rated 71, the original Evil Dead movie. Hailed as like a oh god, what is it called? Like
a cult classic.
A cult classic. Perfect. Thank you. That's the word I was looking for. A cult classic movie, right? Now, the most ridiculous movie in the franchise, Army of Darkness, a 59 based on all the fucking reviews, probably more around that time. This user score, I almost undoubtedly would say, came a resurgence back in 2016 because it's eerily similar to the Ash versus Evil Dead scores,
Oh God.
which did nothing but say, hey, do you remember Army of Darkness? And had nearly nothing to do with this movie.
Pick the member berries.
Like,
The good news is
go back to
that this
one.
only lasted for 3 seasons.
Well, that's the thing. When did that come out?
2015.
Okay, that would have been the same time that fucking Five Nights at Freddy's came out, which explains the fucking bear suit.
Yes. Yes. Do you want to know what isn't in any of the original 2 movies?
A Chuck E. Cheese.
Yes.
Look at that bear suit.
It's
Like-
based upon like a creepy cabin in the woods. Just like, I don't know, other movies like Cabin in the Woods that saw
Or Red
inspiration
Snow.
from it.
Like Red Snow was literally a cabin on a mountain filled with
Yes.
snow.
Yes, this movie came out
And
that original movie came out in 1981. So like all physical effects and a mix between like puppetry, claymation type stuff, animatronics, all sorts of shit. And it was even considered horror comedy, which if you watch it, there's not much comedy. Not compared to fucking, oh, I figured out how to attach magically in the mid-century a chainsaw that happened to be in my car to my hand. Forget about how we're getting 2-cycle gas, though.
Oh boy.
Oh, yeah. But now that movie has rave shit because guess what? Chainsaw Hand made it in the iconography for that. And people now fucking watch that retarded show and said, oh, this is fucking awesome.
You know, that was also another thing in Red Snow. Is that one of the people fighting the zombies had a chainsaw?
Yeah.
And he cuts off his own hand and he starts fighting with it attached.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all homages. But that's the thing. There's a difference between an homage and then doing your own thing, which is ironically, I'm not even like kidding. Like
An homage.
But like what Cabin in the Woods did so many of them and made its own original movie that I wish there would be anything similar to that made. You can do it tastefully. And like it's just a matter of the whole fucking pop cult, or not even the pop culture, the fucking cult classic movement. Like Fallout is getting into cult classic movement now. And I hate to tell you, you're going to hate it, but you're going to hate it more and more and more. Because once things become a cult classic, all the shit that you might like, it doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be part of the cult classic. Christ, look at Romero. George Romero with his fucking zombie movies. Everyone thinks that movie's about zombies. You know that movie's actually the original movie. It was about racial tendencies and like stuff that went on.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know how lost that is and where they made Romero a zombie guy.
You know, that's another thing. Isn't his series the one? I can't remember. Is that the one where they're on top of the roof of a building? That South Park was like doing the same thing with like the homeless episode.
Yes, it is the one that was done by the other guy that actually launched all the issues with the Eric July situation.
Okay, because I know there was a scene.
Yeah,
I
it's
even remember back then when I first saw like one of those movies,
Day of the
and
Dead.
it was the one where the guy was like aiming at somebody, and they claimed to have shot Michael Jackson in the head, and all you see is like this black guy with some puffy hair and a Thriller jacket
Yeah,
getting hit.
Dawn of the Dead, the second
Yeah,
one.
Dawn of the Dead.
Yes,
That's the one I was
that's
thinking
what
of.
they're hearkening back to. Dawn of the Dead actually did follow some of the narratives from like the universe that Romero kind of established in the 60s. And they went at it through a economic wealth differential in the movie, which is kind of funny. Instead of talking about race, they talked about economic disparagement. And that's the funny thing in the movie that actually carried over. But no, the director for it, I need to find. It's funny that you bring it up. Yeah, Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder was actually tied to the whole reference with fucking Eric July situation. So
It all comes back to Eric July.
Yes, that damn man and his successful comic.
Just a minute, any minute now, Vito will show up and be like, "I'm not a pedophile, and Eric July is a bad black man."
Ooh. She even tells Norm that regular boys can get angry and pee on the wall? Can the show even help itself at this point, or does it just enjoy being disgusting? It could have been a legitimately tense scene, and it kind of was, but the show's writing just outright kills it because characters will just say things that not only make no sense, but are so off-putting that you can't help but just to notice it. I was pulling an all-nighter while watching this episode, so I wasn't exactly in my most awake state, and I just remember being weirded out. We then cut to what is possibly one of the worst and most offensive scenes in this entire show that legitimately made me question the intelligence of a lot of the people who claim to enjoy this show and say that the humor was good. This fucking scene, when I watched it, legitimately made me pause the episode and go off to do something else. No, really, it's so bad that I had to stop watching to just go watch some other YouTube videos and play some games. And I kid you not, it was right fucking here that I started thinking out loud what the fuck is wrong with a lot of people. And this scene right here thoroughly convinced me that a lot of the sexual humor in this show is nothing more, nothing less than the disguised fetish of the writers. Or rather, I should say, all sexual humor in this show is the disguised fetish of the writers. This, you see, is the waterfall scene. I call it the waterfall scene because calling it what it actually
Trust
is
me,
in more
we get into furry shit later.
Oh yeah.
literal terms
Yeah,
would
with the
disgust
fucking pregnant vor scene.
Furry.
people and probably get YouTube to start hiding my comments even on my own YouTube channel. Pregnant bitch goes up to cousin fucker's room and checks in to see on how he's doing. They have a short discussion on how pregnant bitch's late husband used to be a shoe addict and how he would talk about shoes until everyone else had left the room. Because that's humor, I guess. I don't know. Did this joke land for anybody at all? She then asks for help from cousin fucker to help sort out her late husband's things. Eventually, where they reach the point where they pull out her late husband's sweater, because apparently he had one of those when all the people in the vault wear is vault suits. And his scarf as well, but that's not really the point. Pregnant bitch tells cousin fucker to put on his clothes and then starts delusionally imagining that cousin fucker is actually her husband, her late husband. Something I found very weird because cousin fucker and her late husband looked nothing alike other than skin tone. But of course, because the show can't help itself, she now believes that cousin fucker is her dead husband, and because she thinks cousin fucker is her dead husband, she starts getting horny and they start making out. If you're not weirded out yet, you're about to be, because we get a setup where it looks like they're about to have some lobotomized chimpanzee sex, only for the show to turn around and...
Now that is one wet lady.
Yeah, I had to watch that, so now you did too. First of all, add another for the counter. Secondly, if this doesn't convince you that this is just the writers' disguised fetish, then don't worry, I will do a lot more convincing later because the show did that for me. Remember, guys, this is the franchise that dealt with rape, enslavement...
Just why?
Remember, he signed off on this. He was A-okay with that scene.
Then he should be okay with getting domed.
Well, like, okay. Maybe I'm missing something. What's the problem?
Do we really need to see a lady have her water break in order for it to be like some kind of scene in anything? I mean, outside of a medical show, it serves no fucking purpose for Fallout. There aren't that many pregnant bitches in the wasteland, don't you know? And given the experiences with Bethesda's Fallout games, they don't even survive that much after pregnancy, let alone during.
I would have rathered this and be more realistic, I guess, and relatably real. than, oh, the baby's coming. And like just have it be that one line, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's
But it's all just like sex-driven bullshit. It's like, come on, can we have something that's at least,
I think it's
adult?
over the top, like with what they did. I'll give you that for the show, yeah. But like, I don't know. I think it's better than, oh, the baby's coming. We should go to medical. It's not as
I mean,
deadpan
like,
as that, I guess.
again, like pregnant lady shouldn't even exist in the first place.
Well, yeah.
I mean, hot take. They could just not do it and make the show about the apocalypse, about the fucking apocalypse. Like,
oh yeah.
hot take.
I mean, realistically, yes.
Like
yeah,
it wasn't necessary at all. But like,
I just think the other alternative to ending that scene without that is that, oh, pregnant sex, which is just as odd to me. I guess I don't know, like strange man who's not the baby daddy fucking me, like I don't know.
Wait. So you want to be fucked by a man? Did you just admit that out loud?
Jim, if that's what you're taking from that, sure, run with it.
It is what I'm gonna take from it, and what he is trying to say that anybody with a pregnancy fetish, you are completely valid. And by the way, you can donate to the link because we don't shame anyone here. Before we isolate part of our audience
Hold on.
potentially.
Like, if it's someone that you love, of course you're gonna love them even when they're pregnant.
Yes, but that's not. But he's not that baby's daddy. Just the whole line.
Again, it's just like
Donate to the link
like
in chat.
voyeurism. It's like
Somebody
you had no. It's like you had no creation in that fucking thing in the oven. However, you're attracted to it. Like just that aesthetic of a woman's body in that stage.
The only fetish that we don't like here at the Strictly Patrick channel is if you want to fuck children. Anything else besides fucking children and animals, you are valid. Donate to the link below.
I mean, okay, I wouldn't even say validated, but you're fucking weird.
No, you're not. Before you isolate our audience, we only have Belinda and like 2 other people watching. Okay, we need to like make sure that we don't isolate anyone else.
Dude, we have been isolating them. Have you looked at half the subjects we cover? We talked about furry terrorists and all the other fucked up shit that they do. The only thing I'm willing to validate is their parking at this point. Punch their fucking ticket, and that's not a metaphor.
I mean, I guess if you want to prove Gigi wrong, donate to the link. If you want to prove him right, also
Jim,
donate to
how
the
can
link.
you say that they're validated when you're the Dolphin Slayer?
Look, it's about getting money. I don't care who does what. I just want.
I'm sitting there and saying that I don't find it any worse, I guess, than the like having her water break and then being like over the top of that. Would you rather them have had some weird over the top pregnancy scene?
I wouldn't have, again,
pregnant
exist in the first place.
Yes. And I'm just saying, like, given the alternative, I'm okay with what we had.
I mean, the alternative could also be focusing on the fucking wasteland.
Yes,
in your Fallout.
Yes.
That also is a very valid and like.
I mean, look. Do you want me to give you a perfect example, movie-wise, to compare to this?
Sure.
What it should have been? The Book of Eli.
Okay.
You know how that was done? A lot of people back when that came out said it was a Fallout movie. The fans of Fallout said it was a Fallout movie because it was written as what you would expect from the old games.
I could see that, I guess, now, knowing more about the old games, yeah.
Like, I mean, there was like an apocalyptic wasteland, may not be nuclear, but there was resource shortages. There was actual cities that made sense, like raider groups and how they'd be acting. There was a good plot for the bad guy and why he would want the Bible.
Yeah.
And the twist was perfect because it was in Braille, but again, then that brings up the question of like Eli being blind and being able to read it.
Yeah.
But again, it's like the overarching message is that there is a power out there that's stronger than all of us that drives us to do something, which is usually something that would tie in with like the war never changes message.
Yeah, I just
Because quite literally, these people were fighting over a book that people believed had, power to it because they were fed like a story from their youth that, he who has the Bible could basically make up the story and control and manipulate people. It was basically like the Gek or the MacGuffins of others.
and I'm not disagreeing with you, either one of you, about like, yeah, there's better things they could have been doing with this scene. And that like she shouldn't exist. Sure. I'm just saying, like, given that they're so far detached from reality and given the lengths that they're willing to go with their jokes and innuendo, I'm happy we didn't have pregnant sex scene. That's literally as far as my statement goes. I'm happy it could have been worse.
Well,
It should have never been an
there was
option,
already
but okay.
well, I mean, technically there was a pregnant sex scene because Lucy got married and then she basically got a knife for an abortion.
Yeah, that too.
I'm just saying because like during that show they were heavily hinting that she was in her ovulation stage.
Yes.
I mean, like, my God, this fucking show.
I'm
Like, put down the literotica and like make your Fallout. Like, fuck, is that hard?
just
Like, is it?
No. Well, I'm gonna say if a Brony had made a Fallout TV show, like Fallout Equestria, like all the fucking fanfics, that would be more fucking competent and less fucking like people being locked in a cage in horny jail to esque like this show is than anything else. Like it'd be 1,000 times better.
I'm just saying that I agree with you. And I'm more empathizing with you right now from having good shit and good stories fucked up by, but it's a cultural icon or it's a cult classic. And then what they do to shit every time that word gets brought up.
Yeah.
I shudder when people are like, oh, that's a cult classic now. It's like, what are they going to do to destroy this?
I really blame Rick and Morty for this kind of shit. Because, I mean, a lot of people want to point the finger at fucking Family Guy for referential humor. It's always been a fucking thing. It's just that Family Guy didn't lay the fucking building blocks and has been wholly rejected by most people outside of, like, everything else. The only thing it's responsible for is creating an easy-to-copy art style that people use for 1,000 other shows. Rick and Morty is the one who set the fucking trend, where you have a bunch of fucking idiots going to McDonald's, yelling about Szechuan sauce and Pickle Rick, and jumping up on the counters and fucking with the employees.
Yeah, but the fucking Szechuan sauce wasn't even fucking good. Like, that's the worst part. Like, it was pretty mediocre.
Nothing of it is good. It's literally there for hangover patients, It's there for, like, you to nurse your hangover with a fucking burger that doesn't even rot, by the way.
Again, it just goes back to that whole, like, oh, but it's a cult classic. It's cultural icon. Like, anytime those
like
words
the
are
McRib,
meant...
It's a cult classic. We brought it back for a limited time. You do it every fucking year.
Yeah, twice a year, every year. Yes.
Don't insult my McRib. Okay,
Dude,
even the
I had
bones
one
are
recently
meat.
because I forgot what it tasted like, and I'm like, yeah, now I know why I forgot what it tasted like.
Do you want to know
son
the
of a
hard?
bitch.
Do you want to know the hard part of the McRib? Convincing Encore to make extra ribs so they can have sandwiches. It's no different. Again, it's another one of those, but it's an icon. It's not even a fucking
Barbecue
rib.
sauce is smokier.
Oh, is it? I can
It
go
is.
get liquid smoke for $2 and get them all year round.
Hell,
Yeah,
I could
well
set
then
your house
that's
on
good.
fire for liquid smoke.
Well, then that's fine. But the point still stands. It is not the exact same. Banquet has a more sweeter sauce, while McDonald's is tangier and smokier. How dare you insult the McRib?
Okay, wash off your not realistically rib that's been formed ground meat.
Look, I go to McDonald's 2 times a year, and that's when the fucking McRib is in. Okay?
I'm just saying, it's nothing special. It's never been anything special.
Neither am I, but so I am McRib.
Look, the
Okay.
only thing that's special about McDonald's is that they happen to create the most perfectly, what is it?
Average
The
food.
most, no, not average, like the most perfectly balanced burger you could have for all the different categories in the food groups. Like it's somehow the, like, you know, the McDouble, how it was like reported to being the perfect whatever in regards to food.
No, I don't know anything about
It had
this.
the proper
they were.
portion of beef.
I figured they were
dairy.
just tight asses and said, "Well, we can't have you paying for 2 pieces
No.
of cheese
Like,
at
it wasn't
that
even
price."
crafted that way. It was by happenstance. It turned out like that.
Oh, so my theory could still stand. They were just cheap asses and said, "No, we can't give them a double cheeseburger for $1. We must take away 1 slice of cheese."
Yeah. But somehow that was like the missing like fucking move that needed to be made to create the perfect burger for like health reasons or some shit.
I
can't remember the article.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
believe
this,
you.
Going this far into the show has fucking melted my brain just listening to it.
Despair, suicide, and a lot more, and captivated people with those themes and occasional satire. Now turned into, well... But if you so much as dare question any of this shit, remember, you're just a New Vegas purist. I have a question for all 3 people that actually made it this far into the review that actually still like the show. And that question is, how? If you liked it, you liked it, and I can't stop you from enjoying something. But still, how? Also, weren't these vault suits supposed to be skin tight? How the hell did that waterfall even happen? But yes, this is the show that's getting 9s out of 10s, 10s out of 10s, and 8 out of 10s.
They're also
dealing
supposed
with
to
a
be waterproof too.
Well,
the other thing.
that's the thing. Like, again, I would have like rathered the argument of like that's not how it would have happened. Then like,
well, yeah, but that also implies that there's like a little fucking crotch flap for fucking and whatnot.
Well, no,
in the suit.
It would have been like it would have come out her legs and down her fucking shoes. Like that's honestly how it would have happened.
The boots go over the pant leg, so the water would be just going into her boots.
Well, she'd have sloshy feet.
Are we really going over the physics of water
You
breaking?
wouldn't have seen water until like her boots started squishing on the inside.
I just love how disturbed Jim is by this right now.
Have we really reached that point in our lives? Like,
I'm just okay. My problem that I would have pointed out with that scene is the excess of like showing the zoomed in puddle on the floor. Like that's much. There's no reason for it.
well, how else are you supposed to see that the water broke?
Well,
We
because
don't even need to see the water broke. We could just hear trickle, trickle, and know something happened.
I think that's a little over the top, but like at the same time, like again, it's kind of I don't know, serendipitous to me to watch somebody else's fucking franchise be ruined the way I've had franchises be ruined. It's like, no, I can relate to you. I understand exactly how you feel right now. Let me tell you about all the ones they've done to me.
Well, look, this isn't my first rodeo either. Like I've had both Star Wars and Halo ruined for me, and now it's just like Fallout's the next victim.
I know. I'm more speaking to his outrage. Like, how could they do this? Oh, buddy. Oh, you sweet summer child. First time, is it? Is this your first fucking series that's been ruined for you, buddy? Like, that's kind of how I feel watching a lot of this. I'm not going to lie. Like, anytime...
Patrick has unlocked his smug perk.
Like... I'm more looking to UGG because it's like, okay, what is he trying to say here? But at the same time, his outrage over this, I'm just like, oh, you act like they've never done this before. Come on.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. His is like an immediate reaction, not like a measured one, like Kree's video was. That's why I said it was like 60% more mad and 40% laugh, whereas this is more like.
And I appreciate it because I can pick at him and make this entertaining. Where like if it was a measured response, and that's where I'm reliant upon you more for the measured response and to fill in the questions I have. And like I just want to shit on him at points.
Well, I mean, that's the thing with Kree's video. I could have been more jokey tonight, but I'm just like going through pain and wanting to kill people who put this into action.
Post-apocalyptic future, two characters going through grief and identity crises, and instead of taking that and doing something with it, it turned it into, well... Thankfully, the scene doesn't last much longer after that, and we get to see Norm...
Again, as a guy that had a problem with this, he's now... Well, I'm just saying, as the guy who had such a big problem with this, was there a reason why he had to show it 4 times in his video?
I think at that point, it's just reinforcement. Your childhood is dead. Even though a child is being born at the same time.
I guess.
The child,
it's the duality of fucking life. There is death.
It's like that song by Live, Lightning Crashes. Like, we're talking about how someone is dying while down the hall there's a birth happening.
Yes.
It's
Great
just
song.
like plot twist, you're the one dying.
Yes.
Like, that's the plot twist.
Yes. I really like that song, actually.
Norm going to feed the prisoners. To Norm's credit here, he actually takes advantage of the fact that everybody in the vault seems to be a raging retard who only wants jelly cake, and actually gets one of the other vault dwellers to leave him alone with the prisoners for a second. Good on you, Norm. Good stuff there. He talks briefly with one of the prisoners, and the prisoner tells him that whatever was going on in Vault 32 was anything but innocent, which piques Norm's curiosity. So he goes back to his room, to his computer, I presume, and tries to access the logs, only for it to be denied. Seeing this, he decides to go to Cousin Fucker's room, where pregnant bitch is giving birth, convinces him to follow along, and then they go to Vault 32. Pushing past the debris and entering Vault 32, they find that the place is a fucking mess. Crops long rotten, bodies all over the floor, writing all over the wall, and so on. Eventually, they make it to the Overseer's office, which has blood writing all over the walls somehow, access the computer in the Overseer's office, and find out that the way that the Raiders got in was by using the Pip-Boy from Norm's mom. These 3 scenes, and yes, they're 3 different scenes, aren't actually that bad in and of themselves, but they raise a quick problem as to Vault security, because Lucy's mom, Rose, spoiler alert, is from Vault 33, yet the overground door to Vault 32 is never seen, and the Raiders used a Pip-Boy from Vault 33 to access Vault 32, meaning that this show is directly stating that you can just have a Pip-Boy, and as long as you have a Pip-Boy, you're able to access any vault, or at least most vaults, which begs the question as to why the hell the Raiders had to disguise themselves as residents of Vault 32 to enter Vault 33. Because if they can just use any Pip-Boy to open any vault door, then couldn't they have just used that to Vault 33 and skipped going into Vault 32 entirely? Oh, sorry, I forgot I had to turn off my brain to enjoy this show because the writers clearly didn't think anything about it, so I shouldn't either. And before you come up with the excuse that they didn't know where the entrance to Vault 33 was, you can shut the fuck up about that, because the entrance to Vault 33 is in the open and in one of the most recognizable places in that region. Golly fucking gee, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph. I wonder why everybody, and I do mean everybody, insists that you turn your brain off while watching the show, because if you don't do that, it becomes really fucking retarded. Not like it isn't failed lobotomy levels of intelligence anyway, but, you know. I was gonna cut off this segment now and move on to the next part, but while editing this, I realized another issue with this entire scene, and that is that most, if not all of the people in Vault 32 killed themselves. The reason they killed themselves is because of quote-unquote management, which is a reference to Vault 31. And what was that experiment? Well, to make managers, of course. So instead of the entire vault that apparently was in on it trying to overthrow Vault 31 or warn Vault 33, or, just trying to leave to the surface, what they did was kill themselves. Contrived writing in this show, ladies and gentlemen. Things just happen, decisions get made just because the writer said so. The next time we see...
Okay. You're gonna sit there and really give me the contrived writing shit with that playing on the screen. Can we go back?
Of course. So instead of the entire vault that apparently was in on it trying to overthrow Vault...
Let's invisibly pick somebody up, have them flopping around,
just trying to leave to the surface,
and then just one-handed toss them off a bridge hole. You're gonna tell me, honestly, like, let's devoid ourselves of congruency here and everything else?
That's actually a game mechanic from the game we're going.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of, he picked a bad scene to have here as he's talking about.
I get what you mean. It's just that in that game, it's just like if you need to clear a corpse off the road, You can't really have like a full-fledged animation because the Gamebryo engine's just fucking retarded.
Well, it's just like
Kind of like the writing of the show. I think it runs in parallel with it when you know the full context.
We are all Gamebryo.
Did we ever find out, is Gamebryo involved in the actual creation of the show? Maybe that's why.
Well, maybe that's the baby that
Gamebryo
was
was-
born during the fucking pregnant sex scene. It was Gamebryo.
I also heard that Gamebryo was behind 9/11.
So what they did was kill themselves. Contrived writing in this show, ladies and gentlemen. Things just happen, decisions get made just because the writer said so. The next time we see Norm and Cousin Fucker, they're leaving Vault 32, but stop on the way to check out the gates to Vault 33 after finding out that everyone in Vault 32 is dead. This scene doesn't exactly lead anywhere or have any meaning, as it's basically forgotten, considering that everything else that was necessary to establish the fact that Vault 32 is fucked was already shown. But unlike my life, it actually has a purpose, that is displaying terrible CG and set design. They come across a bunch of bodies stacked on the way to Vault 31, and one thing I have to question is, if this was a mass suicide, what the hell are these bodies doing here? It wasn't anything from Vault 31 that killed them, as we'll see later, because Vault 31 is effectively harmless. We have a dead body basically standing up and holding a welder. How the hell did that die, and how the hell is the body like that? The gate to Vault 31, in the multiple shots that we see, it looks different every single time and looks like CG from the early 2000s. No, not cinematic CG, advertisement CG. I mean, look at this fucking door. Did you run out of memory space when it came to putting in this texture or something? Did you have a memory leak which caused the editing program to crash? You have Norm's Pip-Boy, which isn't even on his arm and looks 3 times bigger than what it's supposed to. And you have a body which died with its hand on the vault door, which I guess was put there for dramatic effect, except for the fact that you can see where they put a wire on the arm of the prop that they used for the body. Also, if the implication here is that they were trying to break into Vault 31, well, they did a shit job because that vault door looks fantastic. Not in terms of quality, but in terms of the fact that it looks basically new. There you go. If you watch the show, you probably didn't notice
here's
it
the
when you
thing.
first watched it, but now that
I kind of want to make a counter argument to it. Because if you've played the first games, you know that's the lettering font for Vault 13.
Okay.
So whenever like 3 or 1 shows up in conjunction,
Yeah.
you're supposed to read it backwards and recognize the logo as Vault 13.
Oh.
That's why 31 and 32 and 33 were chosen as like this trifecta vault, because it was one giant fuck all reference to Vault 13 with that font and whatnot.
Okay.
that I've pointed it out, you can't unsee it. Because of course, every time there's bad CG, they put weird camera angles, weird effects, weird lighting, just hoping that you won't notice it. But of course, I and a lot of other people in voice chat on Discord did. And mind you, I wasn't exactly in a sober state, if you will. So if I can notice that, you should have noticed it too. They go back to the vault and Betty finds them while they're re-entering and asks what they were doing. All this scene really serves is to hint that Betty may be the bad guy secretly. Ooh. You know, as if it wasn't obvious that the minority character in a modern show isn't actually going to be smarter than everyone assumes that they are. But at the very least, Betty isn't as offensive as the other characters in this show. Hell, I would actually say that Betty's setup is actually pretty decent and has a lot of potential. Unfortunately, it's underdeveloped. And it gets spoiled as well in about 5 minutes time in the show. Because the next time we see them, they're having an election for new overseer given that Hank is missing. The election is between the two bumblefucks from Bumblefuck Patrol and Betty, and let me guess, Betty is gonna win with a crushing majority. Fucking hell, one of the bumblefucks that we see doesn't even vote for himself. Sorry, did I say 5 minutes time? I meant to say about 3. While all of this is happening, Norm, who previously couldn't access overseer logs, accesses overseer logs somehow in his room and finds out that every single overseer since the start of this vault has been from Vault 31. Wait, hold on. Do they actually expect us to believe that nobody in 220 years has noticed the fact that every single overseer has been from Vault 31? So let me just quickly delve into what the scene is telling us. Every single overseer has been from Vault 31. The first 3 overseers ruled for a combined total of 24 years. Judging by the sound effects, there seems like there were around 8 or 9 overseers. Hank McClane, the latest overseer, ruled for 26 years. So 24 plus 26 is 50, meaning that 4 or 5 overseers ruled for 150 to 170 years. Also, it says that Hank McClane was overseer until 2297. This show takes place in 2296, right? Best faith interpretation is that New Year's has passed, but the normal interpretation, that being me, someone capable of 3rd grade mathematics, and with the attention span just slightly longer than the average TikTok user, I can remember that this show started in 2296, and Hank McClane was kidnapped on that very same day in 2296. Also, breaking my own review structure here, we get a scene in the Wasteland plot where Lucy says that she has been in the Wasteland for 2 weeks, meaning that even if they waited until the very last second to remove Hank from the overseer position, then it's still highly unlikely for New Year's to have passed because that's 351 extra days in the year. Now, you might think I'm nitpicking here, and I kind of am, but this is my way of telling you that, as revealed by an interview, and as hinted by the fact that this show feels very convenient and forced together, they either removed the part of the show where more time passes, or they just outright forgot about it. I know, it's not a big point against the show. They forgot one date on a computer screen in a very important scene, very convenient, but this just goes to show the amount of things you can notice wrong with this show, to the point where they make such a big deal about dates, but then, and let's be honest here, even if you you like the show, they just forget to change a date on a very important scene on a computer screen. But I'm more left wondering how the hell 5 Overseers.
Again, I gotta adjust with all the stuff that we know, with even the contradicting lore and everything else that came with 4. This reeks of Bethesda incompetency. Like, genuinely reeks of it. Like,
I mean, true, but then again, it's also camouflage because production choices.
yeah, and I mean, there's some of it, like I said, I know that things are going to be full on Amazon. Like, yes, you could
But,
say
like,
they should have been better at like the scene setup with like the whole vault door thing. That could have been way better. Yes, that's 100% on their lap. But like the date inaccuracies coming from the guys that had the inaccuracy with the power armor, the inaccuracy with the fucking ghoul and the water stuff, Billy in the fridge, and having the same fucking ghouls later on having a need for food and water when you set up a settlement, like all that shit, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, and I mean that's the thing with this show, and given the ages of Lucy,
Yeah.
and like you could literally do the math and tell that they wanted that the fucking chalkboard was accurate as to when Shady Sands was destroyed, and how the lore gets like completely fucking twisted.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's just I'm not surprised that it wasn't caught by a bunch of people who have no onus to the lore and to the series. But it just comes back to me like, regardless of what level, the guys that did sign off of it and say, oh no, we're okay with this, and still missed all of this. Like,
again, like I keep bringing up my debate with Slug on this, as short as it was and as funny as it did get. This whole appeal to authority is really is just really fucking stupid on his part and the rest of these idiots' parts who defend this shit.
yeah.
Because at the end of the day, it's like you're putting so much appeal to it that you think that authority is incorruptible or unmistakable, even
Yeah.
though it's like staring you in the face.
Yeah.
I mean, this rules like a lot of shit. Like, the character I explained to you. What was it last show when we were going over the games?
Yep.
Joshua Graham, and
Yes.
how
Yes.
how he made people religious again.
Yeah.
Like that was one of the effects he had, is that he brought religion back, or at least their sense of religion, or their
Drew interest
wanting.
in it. Yeah. At the
Yeah,
very
like,
least.
and that was done by people who were competent in writing and how they did their character. It may not have been their intention, but that's something that someone drew from it. And if you're going to completely bastardize like a series like this, and you bring that character back in, or if you just like completely nullify the timeline to where that character key even exists, it's like, well, fuck you. It's literally just destroying something that could help people.
Yeah. Yeah. I just
Like,
it,
again, like video games weren't just something that nerds were into, like, oh, cool tech or whatnot. Like, these were pieces of escapist art when you're dealing with something. That's how I always played Halo, Fallout, any of the games I played. It was a sense of escapism. And when like Gamergate happened, up until now, it's always just like trying to not only infiltrate and take away that sense of escapism, or even like, any kind of psychological benefits, and turning it into like a fucking megaphone for your political messages or what have you. Or from the business aspect, just completely, what's the word here? Um, commodifying or something.
okay. Monetization.
Basically, yeah, basically just monetizing and commodifying something to the point where it's just it's just a piece of plastic. It has no
Yeah.
meaning. It's just plastic.
Yeah, I just with what you're kind of seeing with the appeal to authority and everything else, it is actually brings up like a thought with like, when I was in automotive, there was my teacher, he actually brought up, he's like, oh yeah, when you're out in the real world, just because like some guy's doing it and he says, no, this is the way we do it, don't always trust that, because some guy could be doing it the wrong way for 30 years.
Yeah, because here's a perfect example from another medium, something that people hold in high regard.
Yeah.
Band of Brothers.
Yeah.
The scene where the German officer is surrendering in the final episode to what's his name of the airborne, is he a lieutenant at that point or something?
Yeah, he was demoted at that point.
Yeah, well, whoever plays the character in which the Nazi officer is surrendering to, the real guy actually had a very powerful story connected to that pistol, because he did accept it. In the show, they reject it as like, some sort of other like nebulous message. It kind of rewrites the history a bit, but
Yeah.
not to such an absurd degree. But I feel like they missed an opportunity, because what the guy noticed about the gun, and if you're in the military, you know a lot about guns, you could tell if a gun's been fired or not. Well, the real guy was given the gun by the officer, and when he checked it, he realized that that gun had never been fired. And his great takeaway from it was that this is how all wars should be fought, without firing a single shot.
Yeah.
I mean, that is fucking powerful. Like, looking at a Nazi officer's gun, like an SS officer at that,
Yeah.
and it's never been fired, and you're wondering, like, how ironic is it that the most bloodthirsty fucking group of killers from the 20th century would have a gun that hasn't been fired?
Malarkey. I think it was Malarkey. That was the one that received the weapon.
I think that just goes to show, though, that, like, it's like not everyone there was the most evil person. Sometimes it's just people that are like,
well, I mean, you
pushed
could
into
interpret
it
it like that, but I would, if like, my leanings more is like, well, statistically, he probably never had a chance to fire the weapon in that kind of fashion, like we always make him out to be.
Yeah. Well, especially
Well, yeah,
being
that's
an
kinda like-
officer, that's like the officer's swords still. Well,
Yeah.
fuck, even Marine swords. Fuck,
Yeah.
your Marines still have swords, and it's like
Sabers, cutlasses. I forget which one they call it, but either way, the ceremonial sword.
Yeah.
Like,
and
it's one of those things.
that's
where
all it is.
It holds great meaning, but like, when you think about it, you've been in combat, and the only weapons you've seen are the ones that are being fired, and you take a moment to think of the person that's in front of you surrendering, and you just come up with that. It's like, it's a more powerful meaning than what the show ultimately did.
Yeah, it's a surreal
However,
moment.
that show didn't go as far as to disrespect the actual hero of the day.
Yeah.
However, we have this where something where I guess it wouldn't be considered as important as a World War II. I mean, obviously, it's a video game. But as a work of fiction, it should be held in regard to a certain extent for the lives it has touched. And it just gets treated like trash.
Yeah. Such as every fucking revival of everything.
Ruled for 150 years. And how the hell nobody has noticed so far that every single overseer has been from Vault 31? This is supposed to be an oh shit moment and a revelation of sorts. But at this moment, I'm just apathetic because they've made the Vault Dwellers so unfathomably, unbelievably stupid that, other than Norm and Betty, that every single other Vault Dweller has completely lost any relevance to the plot and function merely as whatever the hell the writers need to make an oh shit moment and propagate their stupid fucking plot. To the surprise of absolutely nobody, Betty wins with a 98% majority, and only Norm finds something suspicious in this. I guess he's probably a Trump-supporting right-wing conspiracy theorist or something. And they make jelly cake because they have a running joke about jelly cake being the only thing they like to eat in this vault. Get that jelly mold out of here. Now, if your attention span is literally longer than 1 minute long, you might have remembered the part where I mentioned how
fight scene with the Raiders.
Yeah.
The fat guy's like, "Get the jelly mold out of here," and it's just like, why the fuck are you mentioning this?
It just feels so fucking juvenile.
Like, I mean, the only fucking jelly cake that you could think of from the Fallout series wasn't an actual jelly cake. It was literally Fancy Lad snack cakes. And that was basically the Little Debbie of
Yeah.
the Fallout universe.
Yeah, they were basically like Twinkies.
Well, they were more like Little Debbies because it was a gelatinous mold that would turn into a bread-like substance as a sweet treat. It wasn't so much as a Twinkie, it was more like Little Debbie.
Ooh.
But yeah, it's just like I know it's a small thing, but still, it's like you had something that was perfectly good before. Why not use it? You're iconographizing the fuck out of Nuka-Cola and Power Armor.
Yeah.
Why not the Fancy Lad snack cakes, the Blamco mac and cheese, the Abraxo cleaner? Like, you literally had like a fucking simulator scene pre-war in Fallout 4 where your character could go around looking through the fucking cabinets and comment on everything.
Yep.
Like Sugar Bomb, like cereal, the snack cakes, blah blah blah. It's like it's all there. It's like it's not like you haven't done it before, but no, we have to have this fucking jelly cake. And then we have to have some fat fucking retard during the middle of a gunfight yelling to get the jelly mold out of there as if it's the most important thing.
Damn, it is.
I don't know. Maybe
Damn,
getting
it
the
is.
pregnant lady out of harm's way was more important than your fucking jelly cake.
I mean, you can always get more pregnant ladies, but you can only get one jelly cake mold.
Well, look, you can at least
Let's
put
be
the jelly
serious.
cake in the oven. You can't really put the lady in there, can you?
Yeah. I mean, you could. Like, if you tried hard enough, you could get her in there.
Steal a term. She's already got a butt in the oven.
I guess
Heyo.
it just hasn't reached his oven.
We're going to hell.
How the fuck nobody has noticed that every single overseer is from Vault 31? You might have also remembered that I said that every single Vault Dweller is just an instrument for whatever the writers want to do, even if it makes no sense. Well, they try to justify it in the scene because one of the bumblefucks from Bumblefuck Patrol, who I just now figured out is called Woody, is talking to another Vault Dweller, a very old one. Woody from Bumblefuck Patrol is disappointed that he lost the election, and the old guy says that he ran for overseer position before, but he lost to Hank McLean in 2271, as we saw in the computer scene, as a result of a famine that happened that year. And then he says this.
You know what they say? When things look glum, vote for somebody from Vault 31.
That's right, the writers' justification as to how nobody has noticed that every single overseer is from Vault 31 and why nobody finds it suspicious is because of a saying. And there's an implication here that every time a new overseer, or almost every time a new overseer is elected, that some sort of crisis is manufactured. You see why I can't be bothered to give a fuck about any of these Vault characters other than Norm? 220 years is almost the entire time that the United States of America has existed in our world. You would think that this happening for 200 years straight would raise some sort of suspicion, but no, I guess not. It's just the writers being lazy and not being creative enough to hide the fact
It's
that they're
an
ripping off the
inside
plot. Oh
job.
geez, what was I saying there?
Just like, I'm just gonna draw and tie everything to 9/11 while I can.
Well, I mean, think about it. It's an inside job. They just described an inside job.
There, I must be going crazy there. I feel like I've heard that before, though, somewhere, haven't I? Nah, never mind. It's just my New Vegas purist brain. Moving on to the next scene. Very good question, Norm. Of course, Cousin Fucker has no idea what to say or do, so Norm decides to ask blonde, formerly pregnant bitch about it because she's also from Vault 31. Let me guess, she's gonna be elected overseer in the future, isn't she? Of course, it goes nowhere. The only answer she can give is that there was better food in her vault. It's really obvious she's hiding something, and I get that that's the point, but come on, you could have done this a little bit better, couldn't you? I mean, do the writers just think that their own audience are stupid or something? Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, they do. Cut to the next day, and the residents of Vault 33 are inspecting Vault 32, and now, well, hold on just a second. Completely ignoring yet another oldie song, the entire vault is cleaned. Not just the bodies, not just the writing on the wall, which gives the answer that the management in Vault 31
Hey,
is
look,
to blame.
there's the Nuka-Cola bottles that Bethesda couldn't get for fucking 76 right.
Well, those are the cheaper ones made out of glass. Remember, Gigi? Those are the ones that are substandard.
Yeah, we had to get the one that was made out of ballistic plastic and make it as thin as possible because it's just a fucking cover for a glass bottle.
No, the entire vault is clear, and this is the day after. Even with an
The
army of
layers
cleaning
of
robots and
stupidity
staff,
here.
I don't think you would have been able to clean everything out and make things look brand new in such a short amount of time without anybody noticing. Is there a small army of cleaning robots in Vault 31? Did they get a bunch of residents from Vault 31 to come over and clean everything up? Well, I'm not gonna spoil it yet, but I'll tell you this, the answer is no. They just wanted yet another scene to reinforce how mysterious Vault 31 is supposed to be. We're almost there though, and I'll talk about it when it's more appropriate and we have all the information, but basically this scene just functions as another layer of, ooh, mysterious Vault 31. Just in case the stupid audience that these writers wrote this show for were too stupid to realize that maybe Vault 31 might be the bad guys. You might be thinking I'm being too rude there, but that's the only justification I can come up for why this scene works as it does. I mean, for fuck's sake, they even have to have flashbacks to where the bodies were, even though we saw the bodies this same episode. This is why modern franchises, not just Fallout, keep getting dumbed down. Because show writers pull shit like this, expecting you not to remember very important scenes that were literally shown less than 20 minutes prior, treating you like a
this is the one thing I kind of want to argue about against him, because, I mean, that's more of like a creep out factor than it is a referential factor. Because I don't think that one scene where the lady or this whatever the fuck person was that stuck a fork in a toaster
Yeah.
was supposed to be something important. It's just like one of the methods of death, and it's just like
it was
okay, so
mentally
we're reusing-
scarring.
Yeah, it's like they're reusing the toaster. It's like they don't care. It's just like, still usable.
Yeah. And
It's almost like that. It's like death has no consequence, or at the very least, it's like these people don't see death as like
they don't
that
hold it in the same
traumatizing.
regard, for sure.
Yeah.
And it's like okay. As someone who's watched this show completely, I will say that the whole Vault 31 thing, I don't see how people didn't see that, like, how obvious they were making everyone be evil from that vault when the pregnant woman is literally wearing an eye patch and could not look any more evil if she was out of a fucking James Bond movie.
Well, I mean, her kind of evil is like Dr. Evil from Austin Powers.
Yeah, well, that would be the whole other thing. Is like, it's at the intelligence level of Austin Powers, while offering like the sensibilities, trying to pull the sensibilities from like an actual like evil genius role. It's like evil genius done by Dumb and Dumber.
So Dr. Evil.
I don't know. I thought Dr. Evil was funny. I thought he was.
Oh, he
clever.
is. He's just an idiot.
brain rotted idiot,
I'm
and
just
they get
gonna-
9s out.
I mean, given how much of the show is like by design stupid, I mean, blame Bethesda, blame the show writers. If you gave these people like, I don't know, access to the treasury and for them to print a new $1 bill, they just turn it into an IOU.
See, you use by design stupid. I think it's actually just designed by stupid.
I think it's designed to be stupid by stupid for stupid. There's multiple layers of stupidity here, like that fucking Jello cake.
Oh my god.
Out of 10s for it, but whatever. Oh, by the way, they're repopulating Vault 32, and apparently nobody in the vault questions why they couldn't just take the water chip from
It's
Vault
almost
32.
as stupid
given
as
that
like
theirs
an
is
ice cream cake. It's like, instead of having a cake for your birthday, you're just looking for an excuse to have ice cream or to throw the cake in the freezer or whatever your purview is. Like, if you just want ice cream, eat ice cream.
But it doesn't come with the good crunchies in the middle.
Yeah, the crunchies are the best
There's
part.
this thing's called sprinkles.
They're not the same. Those
Yes, they
chocolate
are.
crunchies and the fudge make it, okay?
It's the experience of the ice cream cake.
broken. I get that
it's
it's
all
probably
just like
going to be
milk and sugar.
fixed by itself, simply because it was probably just a manufactured crisis to get Betty elected, but still, the fact that nobody even raises this very simple point is kind of jarring. The next time we see the Vault plotline is a whole episode later. Norm walks into where the prisoner's being held to another oldie song, reused from episode 5, by the way, and finds out that all of the prisoners are dead, seemingly poisoned. He finds this very suspicious and goes to try to find Chet, cousin fucker, but not before we see Betty dispatching assignments via Pip-Boy to see who gets to stay in Vault 33 and who gets to go to Vault 32 to the tune of yet another oldies song, because of course. And of course, because the writers are children, during this mini montage of seeing who gets to go to 33 or 32, we get to see people on the toilet with their trousers down and blonde bitch shoving a pack of ice down her trousers. Whatever the implications you want to take from it, I'll let you take it. I'm just tired of this. After that edit is over, Norm and Chet meet up to talk, and it's strongly implied, basically downright admitted, that Chet has figured out that
Pip-Boys never did. Have fucking holograms.
See, I took that as just like they're looking at their Pip-Boy and like you're learning what was on their Pip-Boy instead of like each character seeing them, then seeing their Pip-Boy. Like they just.
It gives a way for the audience to view what they're saying.
Yes. Yeah. Like a third person knowledge type scene. Like,
it's done really poorly though, because it conveys exactly what he's saying. Like,
yeah, I could
looks
see
more
that.
like a hologram than anything else. But I mean, if they wanted to do that, they could just have like here a dee, and you have like the camera over the shoulder look, and you just holds up his wrist, and you get to see like his Pip-Boy screen, and it says whatever, and then has the number.
that's effort. We know they don't do that.
It's literally just a fucking GoPro on your shoulder, like a fucking parrot.
I mean, do you think Amazon could afford a GoPro?
Like a screen on your wrist. That's literally all it is.
I'm convinced Bethesda was intimately more involved in this than any of us know.
And we're just trolling the whole time.
Like seriously, I could have done 1,000 times better with this shit.
Yeah, it's just that's the thing that's like the motif that's continuing to carry on is that anybody with any sense could have done anything better than this. They had to have been more involved in their leading on.
that there's a lot of things wrong with what's going on, and he knows. He knows that this is manufactured, he knows that he's being manipulated, but he's too much of a coward, just like Norm says. Which I guess is the show trying to say that Norm is no longer the coward we were told he was in episode 1. Ignoring the edit and the oldie music, it's not a bad scene, all things considered. I'm just really sad that it's in this show. So while all the other Vault Dwellers are being transferred to Vault 32, to the tune of yet another fucking oldie song, Norm sneaks out, goes to Betty's computer, hacks it, just like in the video games, which is kind of nice, and tricks someone on the other end of Vault 31 into opening the gate so he can go see what's there for himself. But hey, look at that, an actual hacking scene pointing to how it works in the games. It made sense to include it, and they didn't have to.
The whole design of the vaults, is directly from Fallout 4.
Oh yeah,
It's the whole new art style, the new everything. Because originally the Vault Overseer didn't have a window into the atrium or the big room, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
That was originally in Fallout 3 and carried over because of the assets that Bethesda made. Now they have like wood paneling, and like the back of the Overseer has the fucking window. When the window was off to the side and to the back of the Overseer was a giant computer with a wall filled with monitors, like you would expect from someone who's a leader of the Vault, is keeping an eye on things.
Yeah.
Rub it in your face.
It's turned them into the fucking secretary before you go meet the big boss.
Hacking scene pointing to how it works in the games. It made sense to include it, and they didn't have to rub it in your face multiple times just so you understood that it was a reference. Holy shit, the show actually did a good job. So Norm enters Vault 31, sees a bunch of things piled up, and some sort of voice coming from behind all of the clutter, along with some mechanical noises, and he goes to investigate, and it turns out that it's a robo-brain on a Roomba that got stuck because a broom fell. Really, though, a robo-brain on a Roomba. For context, here's what an actual robo-brain looks like in the games. You got one on thrusters and one on wheels, but was the budget of this show that fucked, or did they actually spend it on a lot of other things? Because really, a robo-brain on a Roomba. I mean, what the hell were they doing with the money for this show? Did they spend all of it in hiring one of the former child actors on Hannah Montana for it? Or something stupid like that? Oh, okay. Okay, I guess they did. Norm removes the broom out of the way, and the robot quickly realizes that he's
I like
not
the idea I like the idea that was one of the Amazon returns, and they were like, fuck it, put the brain on it. Like,
I
They
just
just opened up the returns section in their warehouses and be like, "What can we use for Fallout?"
I had no idea about this because again, I would sit there and say that I feel like this is like the level of like knowledge. My level of knowledge is their level of knowledge on the show, and like they're probably like, oh, we want a robo brain in there. Here's like a couple images of what it looks like, and like the only thing that they remember is that it was an encapsulated brain.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like even Fallout 4 had an updated version of the Robo Brain that would have been very easy to create. All you'd have to do is take like they could have had this donated to them by the police department. You know the fucking like diffusing bomb with the tank treads?
Yeah.
That's literally
Yeah.
the basis for the treads for the Robo Brain. And they could have just put like a I guess you could say a metal trash can for the body with the brain on top, and then dressed it up to where it has like, you know, wacky waving inflatable arm wailing man, you know,
Yeah.
for the limbs, and it would have worked.
Yeah. I just feel like I still feel like Bethesda is way more involved in this than anybody knows.
They're just
Like this is
screwing
the
with
first
it.
iteration of the fucking Robo Roomba. Or the Roomba Brain, or whatever the fuck.
It's just imagine if like you had no idea about this, and I was like, I want a Robo Brain.
We'll give you a vacuum cleaner instead.
And like you're like, okay. And it's like, well, here's the biggest thing I can think of. I've watched Robot Wars once or twice. Here's what all the robots on that looked like.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I don't think it was that. Like, they wanted a Robo Brain, but the way how they written out the script and for how it to play out the way it did, they kind of had to compromise and just put the fucker on a Roomba.
Yeah, I'm not.
Because I think
I'm
the
not
writing
surprised.
takes place first before the design. Like, everything fits around it. Like, the iconography, all the nonsensical bullshit here. Like, all the Vault and Fallout shit just goes around it. It wasn't built to fit the parts in.
I feel like
That's
it's
why,
like,
that's why I blame the writers more so than Bethesda.
yeah, I don't feel like they're any more at blame here. I feel like they're just getting this information sink at hand from an already atrocious source.
Well, I mean,
And
think
it's
about
like,
it. I was going to say, like, think about it. Would you blame the scientist for how the piece of technology works, or would you blame the engineer?
I blame both of them.
One has the fundamentals and how it should work, and the engineer is there to interpret and apply it to reality.
And again, I will just reiterate to the fact that we both come from the automotive world, and we both understand that the North Star engine and several other engines before me getting into this cost us another viewer exist.
Yeah, you also though have to. There's also a hidden factor here. That scientist is delusional, Amelia. So like,
Well, I'm talking. Well, I got a better example from the automotive world. The Edsel. That was directly chosen by Henry Ford, the second, the Deuce.
Yeah.
That was his choice, and like that would be the Todd Howard of this situation.
Yes. And it's just,
And I just don't see this as being a Todd Howard decision here. Because if it was a Todd Howard decision, it would be like even worse than this. Like it would be a Mr. Gutsy with a Robo Brain. Because of the Automatron
and
DLC.
I'm not saying that again, to go back, like when I say Bethesda, I'm not saying Todd Howard. I'm saying Bethesda.
Well, Todd Howard is Bethesda. Like
yeah, but I see him as more like okay, here's my thing. Like, I have a lot of misgivings and issues with like certain things Apple does. I can't tie everything that Apple has done to Steve Jobs or Wozniak or any of that. Like there is shit in that like is just corporatized bullshit. And I see this as like two corporations working on the same project that neither one of them actually give a shit about. They just want like, and again, like I didn't even remember this. And I've played like what I said. What was it? 80% of 4?
Yeah. Like this robot has never appeared. This is like a new fucking creature. And it's like it's just being called a robo brain.
Yeah, I don't know. I get your points, and that's the thing. Like it's like, yeah, there's definitely like issues here. It's just I don't know. The more I watch this, the more it's like, let's see who can give a fuck less on each corporation side.
You don't get it all, Artod.
A needle with what I'm assuming is deadly poison. And
for that to even happen, one of them has to be drilling for oil out in the Gulf. We're sorry. Sorry. We're sorry.
I just
like literally that's the only way how you could get lower than right now.
Ironically, you brought that up, and I immediately thought about Deepwater Horizon, and that's literally kind of the situation we're looking at. Because there's what is it? Is it Transoceanic? Or whatever the company was that owned the actual rig. And then you had BP who contracted them to drill for the oil. And both of them said, fuck you, I don't care. And basically, everyone who's a Fallout fan is the people who are on the rig burning alive.
And I'm guessing anyone who's a tourist is like, getting kicked out of the beach because, oh, my dang shrimp got ruined. And shit like that.
Prepares to attack Norm. Holy fucking shit, one of the few characters that's actually decent in the show in danger. I hope he can get out of this. Oh, Jesus fucking Mary and Joseph, can this show not help itself? Finally, some actual tension with a character that we actually slightly care about, and he slowly charges in the wrong direction and bumps into a trash bin in the process. Everything in this show is a joke. Instead of at least having some sort of tense scene where Norm...
This is made by Amazon.
Yeah.
Why couldn't... If they were going to introduce, like, a new robot, why not a drone brain? Like a flying drone.
That would have been better. I mean, honestly.
That would have made a little bit more sense and give him more maneuverability with the needle. Plus, Norm could dodge and duck and weave, and we wouldn't have this fucking bullshit. That would at least be more competent of a robot, even if it's, like, gimmicky and impractical as it is. But, like, a fucking 1 mile per hour fucking Roomba.
But we've already seen how they handled the vertibird. Do you think, would you really trust them handling how the drone would fly in the opposite direction? Like...
Well, look, a drone is easy to fly. An actual plane, not so much.
Yeah,
or
but
helicopter or VTOL.
So is opening a door, and they fucked that part up. So, like...
Well, no one has giant gears for doors except for Area 51. Or Bank Vault, for that matter.
I'm sure Amazon probably has their own Bank Vault.
Yeah, but I'm sure that none of these people have seen it, like that wrote the show. They've probably been on the receiving end of what's behind it.
After seeing this show, there's no way they'll ever see that vault.
In hindsight, kind of looking at like everything that they had come out during this time, I'm convinced that they fired everybody good that worked at Amazon the previous year.
Well, this is the B team?
Yeah. This is everybody. This is everybody, because they had the remake of Mr. and Mrs. Smith as a show.
Oh, God. That one with
Wait,
Danny
they did?
Glover and the Asian
Yes.
chick.
The same year this comes out. This show comes out. Batman the Caped Crusader, Cross, Like a Dragon Yakuza, The Second Best Hospital in the Galaxy, which is an animated show, no live actors, The Boys, most recent season, which is a complete nutter fuck you, Lord of the Rings, the Rings of Power, which has been like, it's a mediocre fucking show at best.
The same thing as you just said. It's
Yeah,
a
Lord of the
mediocre fuck
Rings.
you to a different fan base.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's Lord of the Rings Days of Our Lives edition.
Yes. So, like, you know what? Hindsight? They fucked over a lot of people, too. I really go
Yeah,
back. I default to, you know what? Good luck. You're on Deepwater Horizon. This is seriously two companies that could give a fuck less and just want money.
Like sands in an hourglass, these are the rings of our lives.
Like, I just...
the Yakuza thing, was that like Amazon or did they get the live action from Japan?
Let me see.
Isn't that? Oh wait, I'm thinking of the video game that has fucking Yang Ye doing the English voiceover.
Which is a Yakuza game. It is. It's actually I think that's the series that it's based on. Because that was
Produced by Amazon MGM Studios with Wild Sheep Content. And
great.
1212 Entertainment.
You know,
So-
Yang Ye should have been for the live action one, just so people could get to see the shit beat out of them.
It says a Japanese language American crime action television series.
So
So
it might have been like in tandem with.
maybe? Like,
Can you imagine if they had Yang Ye though do the acting in that? He just shows up. I'm here, guys.
Yeah, hopefully he gets the shit kicked out of him.
It's
No stunt double.
Ryoma Takeuchi and a Kento
Yuma
Kento Kaku. It was initially announced as a film before being retrofitted into a TV series.
Well, that's a great sign. Because that always works.
Yeah, I mean,
That's-
it's all Japanese
That's-
names. I can say that.
Fuck, that's the film. Where's the 2024?
It's Like a Dragon Yakuza TV miniseries. They've branded it as a TV miniseries, I guess.
Let's see. TV miniseries. Let me add that to the search. Good Dragon, Wikipedia, Like a Dragon Yakuza.
Well, you're looking for that. Let's continue.
Okay.
Norm is actually in danger. They just turned it into a joke. They couldn't even pretend that he was in actual danger for more than 5 seconds. This could be funny if done once, but given how every single tense scene is ruined by shit like this, I can't help but sigh in pure exasperation. So after walking past very slowly the world's most useless guard and opening the gates to Vault 31, using a switch that I can't help but notice is too tall for the Roomba to reach.
While you're watching this, give me just a second. I'll be right back.
Gotcha.
He walks in and finds out that Vault 31 is actually just a giant corridor with computers and a bunch of people cryogenically frozen. I'll come back to this slightly when we're in the Wasteland plotline, but I see a lot of fucking issues that I've been dying to talk about so far. These
Yeah, I
are
just
Vault Tech
realized
managers,
something there.
aka the residents of Vault 31, who were cryogenically frozen until they were
I know you're
necessary.
gone,
The
Pat, but when you
experiments
get
with these
back,
3
you need to
vaults
scroll
were
back
to
to that
manage
screen.
the Vault dwellers and society, to guide them, and over time turn them into what I guess are perfect junior managers or some shit like that. In other words, the plot twist for the Vault plotline was that there was a secret vault controlling everything filled with a bunch of Vault Tech employees. Wow, what an original twist, what an original storyline. Except it isn't, because this is the plotline of Fallout Tactics. Not exactly, but close enough. Because in case you don't know, as is evidenced by the fact that most of the die-hard Fallout fans also didn't seem to notice this, in Fallout Tactics there is a vault called Vault Zero filled with a bunch of geniuses hooked up to machines preserved in a cryogenic status, aka frozen in cryopods, intended to function as the nucleus of the Vault network, aka management of other vaults, with the final intention of, and stop me if this sounds familiar, creating the perfect society post-war. If the status of the Fallout franchise was slightly different, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody got sued for this shit. So yeah, good fucking job ripping off a previous game. Oh, did I say...
Okay, pause it. You'll want to scroll back to where they show the cryopod scene.
Oh, okay.
And tell me if you notice something similar about it. Okay, went too far.
There we go.
switch that I can't help but notice is too tall for the Roomba to reach. He walks in and finds out that Vault 31 is actually just a giant corridor with computers and a bunch of people cryogenically frozen.
What is that remind you of?
It looks similar to 4. The beginning of it.
No, not the cryopods were never on the walls or up near the
No,
ceiling.
that's the thing. They were all one like walk-in level.
Yeah, but what does this remind you of?
I mean, if you're wanting like a direct remind me of The Matrix,
Nope.
I give
It
up.
looks like they stole the scene, the cryo scene, from Outer Worlds at the beginning of the game when you're creating your character.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even think about that. Another game comparison. I was thinking movie comparison.
Just by the color of the cryo tubes there on the left and how just like the view of it,
Yeah.
it looks like they stole it from the Outer Worlds.
Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
I thought you would have picked up on that.
No, because there's so many fucking scenes that are similar to this, but now that you pointed out, yes.
Well, I mean, it's your favorite game, so I'm like, come on, I know you can get this. Like, it'll be. It's like I was gonna treat it as like a funny moment instead of like, oh yeah, you're right.
I was thinking through movies, honestly, so I would have never gotten there. I was like, "You sure? It kind of looks like Matrix to me." Like that's how I was thinking.
Look, the only cryopods we ever get introduced to is like the ones in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
So this looks wholly out of place. This looks almost like the FEV pods that the Institute had, where they had like the super mutants that they were making and releasing into the wild.
Okay.
From Fallout 4.
Okay.
Rather than the cryo facility.
Oh man.
I'll come back to this slightly.
You know, it strikes home even more because it really does look like that scene with the way he's standing there and everything. Like,
Yeah, Phineas Wells is at the center.
Yeah.
It's like, how else are they going to get out of the pods unless if a giant claw arm comes down and starts moving the tanks with them in it?
Yeah.
It brings in all of that design element into how it would work realistically, and it just reminds me of that scene.
See a lot of fucking issues that I've been dying to talk about so far. These are Vault Tech managers, aka the residents of Vault 31, who were cryogenically frozen until they were necessary. The experiments with these 3 vaults were to manage the vault dwellers and society, to guide them and over time turn them into what I guess are perfect junior managers or some shit like that. In other words, the plot twist for the Vault plotline was that there was a secret vault controlling everything filled with a bunch of Vault Tech employees. Wow, what an original twist, what an original storyline. Except it isn't, because this is the plotline of Fallout Tactics. Not exactly, but close enough. Because in case you don't know—
Oh, really? Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Oh my god.
The plot line for Fallout Tactics, or at least the implementation that he's comparing it to, is that all of their brains are connected to one neural network for a supercomputer that will help recreate the world after, like, the radiation dies down. However, in Tactics, there is I guess you could say, a brain that's gone corrupt, and the main computer is like the big bad. It's like it's what's sending out all the robots to kill inhabitants of the wasteland.
Okay.
And you have 3 choices. Either one, you could completely shut down the facility, thus not having like the perfect ending, I believe, if I remember correctly. You could sacrifice yourself and become the centralized unit for the computer and help create a better wasteland for all people, which is like the good ending.
Okay.
Then there's like the Brotherhood ending, which I guess you could say is mid-tier. It becomes more of a segregated and I guess you could say militaristic wasteland in which mutants and mutations of all sorts are kind of like treated as abominations. Like there's a species of Deathclaw that you could ally with that are also like intelligent enough. There's also like a group of super mutants, but like
okay,
if you choose like your Brotherhood commander, like the paladin that you follow under in the game, to be the main brain of the computer, those groups get wiped out. But It's similar to it. It's just that they use all their combined knowledge and their, I guess you could say, compute power of their brains to run this supercomputer. So it's like more of an amalgamation of brains rather than a bunch of people that are put on ice to train and create and like breed the next super manager, like what the plot is here for this vault.
So they basically just make a botnet with people?
Yeah, basically, it's kind of like Skynet with human brains.
Awesome.
Okay, but here's the thing that's kind of funny to me with that whole thought process. How do they learn anything if what they're doing is just keeping people alive and then disconnecting them and sending them out to be the manager?
Well, basically, it's to pass on genes. Apparently, there was the selection process for the managers, and like again, the eugenics thing pops in here. That's why, like, the leaders would be considered the caretakers, while other residents or the people on ice in Vault 31 get released in order to pass on their genes to another generation, and they just keep calling the best from the group.
Okay.
No, as is
That's
evidenced
how
by the fact that most
Bud's
of the
plan is supposed to work, apparently.
Okay.
die-hard Fallout fans also didn't seem to notice this. In Fallout Tactics, there is a vault called Vault Zero filled with a bunch of geniuses hooked up to machines preserved in a cryogenic status, aka frozen in cryopods, intended to function as the nucleus of the Vault network, aka management of other vaults, with the final intention of, and stop me if this sounds familiar, creating the perfect society post-war. If the status of the Fallout franchise was slightly different, I wouldn't be surprised if somebody got sued for this shit. So yeah, good fucking job ripping off a previous game. Oh, did I say a previous game? I meant 2 previous games, because Fallout Brotherhood of Steel also has one of these in the corporate vault in that game, and that game is also full of Vault-Tec employees, and this time, actual Vault-Tec employees. Did they just really think that nobody would fucking notice this shit?
No,
Nobody would fucking
Fallout is
notice the fact that they ripped
different.
off.
Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is that one that's more like heavy metal and has Balls energy drink instead of Nuka-Cola.
Okay.
That one is more not so much as like a centralized vault that controls other vaults. It just has the ability to control other vaults and cause irreparable damage. Like the main bad guy is like this super mutant of some sort who wants to use the vault as a weapon because apparently they have like some kind of secret technology or self-destruct codes that basically turn them into, I guess you could say, in-ground nuclear devices.
Okay.
And what he's wanting to do is to get revenge, I believe. Like, it's been a while since I played it, but that's the best I could explain it. It's not exactly a one-for-one, but it plays off the same motif that vaults are connected.
Okay.
And have, like, a central purpose and have original Vault-Tec employees. Like, those are the motifs or, like, traits that they all share in common.
Okay.
It's just the plot is a bit different for that game, if I remember.
Okay.
Off the plot twist of Fallout Tactics and the fucking Vault-Tec vault, i.e. the corporate vault in Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. Congratulations, dipshits, you just retconned those 2 games, because the whole point of those 2 vaults, Vault Zero and Corporate Vault, was to have all the genius minds of the pre-war, both Vault-Tec and not in there. They're so creatively bankrupt that they had to rip off ideas that were already...
Thing. It wasn't just like of and not of Vault-Tec, but they were for that region specifically. Like each Commonwealth had a set of vaults that were like that.
Okay.
Given what I remember, this is like extended lore from Tactics when Tactics 2 was going on. Like it was supposed to play out a bit different, but still the same, MacGuffin kind of situation.
Okay.
But that's kind of why. I mean, I don't want to say that's the reason why they got decanonized because of, Todd Howard, but it did give, like, at least some good ideas for them to use. It's just that execution was complete and utter fucking retarded.
Kind of like everything else.
Yeah.
in Fallout, and inadvertently or outright on purpose, which again, I'll get there, made those games almost impossible to happen just because they couldn't come up with anything new. Good fucking god, my point of this review wasn't even to prove that they retconned Fallout Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel or that they ripped off plots from previous games, but the more I look at this show, the more problems I find. And this is the show that fucking idiots, absolute fucking troglodytes come to my comment sections to tell me is actually good and doesn't actually retcon anything because we haven't quote-unquote let them cook. If you fit that description, then fuck all of you, seriously, I don't even care anymore. Moreover, we get to see when the residents of the cryopods entered and left. We also don't see any other robots in this giant corridor full of cryopods, meaning that cleanup of Vault 32 is not possible, because, as the show tells us, all of them entered in 2077, not like 2 days ago or something. Moreover, when everybody gets woken up for the triannual trade with Vault 33, are a bunch of the residents of Vault 31 woken up to not arouse any suspicion? But I have another question. I have another very important question. How the fuck did Vault 31 have no idea what happened in Vault 32 until 33 was attacked? Did Vault 31 just not notice that everybody in Vault 32 died? Did nobody in Vault 31 notice that a bunch of raiders came in and took over? How exactly did Moldaver and her group not notice Vault 31 or even try to enter Vault 31? Assuming that the inter-vault trade happens once every 3 years, and assuming that Vault 31 knew about the rebellion at Vault 32, why exactly was nothing done about it? Why the hell has it not been cleaned up? Oh, that's right, because if it had been cleaned up earlier, then Betty, the new overseer of Vault 33, wouldn't have been able to spin the story that Vault 32's damage was done by raiders. But even that doesn't make sense, because Vault 32 was cleaned up to the point where it looks brand new. So even if the management was just waiting for an opportunity to be able to spin a story about the vault being damaged and needing repopulation, it still doesn't make any sense because the only thing that remained damaged in Vault 32 after the cleanup was the Overseer's fucking computer. But this scene just gets worse because I've only been talking about the vault plotline in isolation. Oh, believe me, dear viewer, we are not done with this fucking scene. I am going to come back to this scene after we've done most of the Wasteland plotline because the vault plotline is already bad enough in isolation and it gets even worse in context. And the vault plotline is the best part of this show. But before I go into the Wasteland plotline, can I just also point out the fact that Norm gets locked in there and just goes into one of the cryopods? Between him and salvation, i.e. being able to get out, stands only a Roomba with an exposed brain that is too incompetent to even be a threat to Norm. Bud, the Roomba, tried to attack Norm, remember? And Norm managed to beat it by just standing still and slowly walking around it. Instead of pummeling the fucking brain into dust, or threatening to destroy the entire place unless he lets him go out, Norm just waddles into a cryopod and that's the end of the vault plotline. The show had finally created a character in this plotline that I actually slightly liked and wasn't completely stupid, and completely fucking ruined it by making him take the dumbest possible decision out of all of them. No, I'm not kidding, he doesn't even ponder it, he just gets told that he should probably wait in one of the cryopods, and he instantly does it. But again, we're gonna be coming back to this scene later, we're gonna be coming back to this, because this was the end of the vault plotline in episode 8, and this just gets so much worse. Okay, let's take a break here. Let's just relax, take a small intermission, go to a field. A green field full of pastures, beauty, the birds are singing, the water is flowing, gentle music in the background. Thank you, Industrial Revolution, for preventing us from living like this. Now, the Wasteland plotline is a lot longer than the Vault plotline, so I will be moving at a much faster pace to prevent this video reaching 3 hours. I'll leave it to the actual lore experts and people who enjoy making long videos to talk about every single issue, because, let's be honest here, I don't want to do a really long video, and you don't come to me for really long and detailed videos. Although I wouldn't be surprised if there's already comments in the comments section complaining.
So he solved this problem by making a 2 hour and 49-minute video.
I mean, makes sense.
Instead of a 3 hour video. God forbid we had that extra 11 minutes of context here.
It makes sense. Yeah.
Complaining about a long video, talking about a long show. I wonder how that could happen. So, let's get into the Wasteland plotline, shall we? Alright, let's go. We can't expect God to do all the work after all. I'll do my best to not get angry too quickly. After Lucy leaves the vault, we get a scene where— you son of a bitch! Anyway, we get a bunch of recruits beating up on another recruit at some sort of army base. It's a Brotherhood of Steel base, by the way. Because of course it is, I'll talk about that in just a second. Beating up on Maximus, another important character in this show. Why? I'm not exactly sure. I guess they found out he's black or something. We then get to see the set for the base of the Brotherhood of Steel. There's 2 flags, a new Brotherhood of Steel flag, which is wrong, because if this chapter is on the West Coast, particularly the Southwest Coast in California, then this flag is wrong, and we see the American flag as well. From this single image alone, I can see that they've rewritten the Brotherhood of Steel yet again from what they originally were. To give a bit of context for anyone who might not know the Brotherhood of Steel, basically they're a group that hoards pre-war technology to protect humanity from themselves. Ooh. They're infamously isolationist and are most certainly not patriotic like this. I mean, they're so isolationist that they call you outsider and wastelander and shit like that. Basically, the idea with the faction is that they were a faction that was originally supposed to be trying to do the right thing, but as a result of their isolationism and the fact that their doctrine is inherently dated, they struggle to expand and grow smaller and smaller
Not
by the
only
day, down to
that,
the point where in Fallout
the origin of the Brotherhood was not patriotic. Patriotic.
Okay.
Like, seriously, the Brotherhood was a rebellion against the U.S. government of army soldiers who were set to guard the Mariposa military base.
Okay.
Because of the egregious human experiments with the FEV and turning regular, not just regular citizens, but people that were suspected of being Chinese communists or spies or political agitators into test subjects for super mutant transformation. Like, they literally grabbed all the scientists, put them in front of a wall, and did, what should have happened to Keffels.
What Gigi is saying is making them stand there for a very long time just so we're clear for TOS.
Giving them and giving some really, really enthusiastic high fives.
With some high caliber high fives, I'll say. That's basically what they did with the scientists, because they were so disgusted, and the fact that their government had greenlight this shit had infuriated the leader of the soldiers. Well, not the leader, the second in command, because their regimental commander had committed suicide.
Oh.
Once the truth was found out, he had so much guilt about it. So Elder Maxon, the guy who founded the Brotherhood, the first Maxon, literally led a revolt against the U.S. Government from that military base. Dereliction of duty, going AWOL, basically treason, is what he committed. So yeah, I don't think they're gonna fly the stars and stripes forever. There, dipshits.
He's just he did the typical Bethesda thing, where he became so rebellious he rolled back over into patriotism.
Yeah, basically, they aren't the U.S. government. They aren't the U.S. Army. They aren't anything U.S. They are specifically anti the old world government, because that's how they were founded. Like, their leader was so disgusted, he took charge and basically was running the fucking radio until the bombs dropped, basically threatening the revolt and everything, until superiors from DC came down to confront them about it, to answer their questions. But they didn't hear anything back for 10 or 12 days. And then once the bombs dropped, they knew that the government was gone at that point. This was before way before the bombs dropped.
Okay.
About a week and a half when this revolt happened. And that's the origin of the Brotherhood.
Okay.
So them flying the American flag just makes no fucking sense. Or the fact that they would even have the American flag incorporated into theirs.
Yeah.
2, they're barely there. The faction is basically you trying to do the right thing so hard that you effectively become what you've tried to destroy. The Brotherhood of Steel also has different chapters, and each chapter, which is in different locations, has different flags. The flag we see in this video? Yeah, that's the flag of the East Coast, literally on the other side of the continent, so what is it doing here? I don't know. But they're most certainly not patriotic. Not that the writers at Bethesda and of this show would know that, because they keep trying to rewrite them every single time they show up, to the point where they were basically unrecognizable in Fallout 4 and onwards. Anyway, back to the show. The Brotherhood recruits, which include outsiders, strangely enough, are having a lesson, and we can see that Maximus doesn't even know what a circuit board is. They get interrupted by the Pridwin from Fallout 4 showing up. What is it doing here? I don't know. I guess a fucking blimp can just survive crossing the fucking continent of America. Oh, are you confused as to why I called it the Pridwin? Well then you, my dear NPC, need to get your software update, because when this show first came out and was teased, a lot of people were saying it was another name. And one defense I saw was that, of course it's not the Pridwin, and then when people figured this out, that it says Pridwin on the side of it, suddenly the narrative shifted to, of course it's the Pridwin. Nobody ever said it was anything other than the Pridwin. What are you, a fucking idiot or something? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the
defenders of this fucking shit are so fucking laughable that they literally throw it in reverse like Slug.
That's the thing. That's the whole appeal to authority. That's the trouble appealing to authority gets you in. Authorities can be wrong. Like, sir, it actually it does say Pridwin on the side. You keep saying that it doesn't. It of course is this.
Yeah, this is why you don't defend big company.
Like, seriously, when Slug did that, I'm like, you fucking idiot. You're just defending this because, like, you're just stupid. Like, you're dead set on this stupidity here.
I just am envisioning Todd Howard sitting there reading to a classroom of black children in Florida. Some guy comes up and whispers in his ear, "Sir, it is the Pridwin."
The second Pridwin has hit the towers.
No, a second Pridwin has entered the West Coast. It doesn't say. It doesn't have Pridwin 2. No, it's just Pridwin.
Damn it.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. It's like that situation with the Halo TV show where there was like a 2005 Chevy Tahoe amongst a pile of vehicles in one of the fight scenes with the Covenant. It's like, damn, GM made a better vehicle than anything else. The Chevy Tahoe made it all the way into 2500.
You won't see that from Ford.
It's that LS engine, GG. It just keeps going.
Look, here, that LS, I believe the LS engine would make it to 2500, not the fucking vehicle itself as a whole.
Look, sometimes, to quote the amazing...
Especially a 2005 model, because that was the plastic era, where everything inside the thing was just plastic. Plastic.
You know what's really funny? The irony, and you're going to get this, GG, like a Jim won't, but the irony is that probably has a 4L60 behind it. And it might have been just been dead since 2006. Sitting there.
Look, to quote the philosopher, Todd Howard, it just works.
Oh, man.
Fallout Wiki even had to change it at some point. That's how goofy and rabid the defenses were. A bunch of T-60 power armor models show up, coming outside of the Pridwin. The T-60 is a pre-war model according to Bethesda, but is not a pre-war model according to everyone other than Bethesda. It was just introduced in Fallout 4 because they wanted cool stuff for the trailer footage. And it has since fucked the lore of the power armor, but whatever, I guess.
Are you fucking serious? You're gonna sit there and tell me that they're not fucking flaunting it when they have, like, literally, like, the fucking Zoolander supermodel scene happening
Rabid the defenses
right here?
Yeah, where are those fucking smoke jets coming from anyway?
I know.
Like, there's nothing above them. The vertibirds are landing behind them. Is that all just from the Pridwin?
I don't know. I just it looks like the Zoolander scene to me. It's like when they're all doing their model walk into the gas station.
Models show up, coming outside of the Pridwin. The T-60 is a pre-war model according to Bethesda, but is not a pre-war model according to everyone other than Bethesda. It was just introduced in Fallout 4 because they wanted cool stuff for the trailer footage. And it has since fucked the lore of the power armor, but whatever, I guess. I suppose the Brotherhood of Steel just isn't advanced enough to develop their own suit of power armor, even though they're one of 2 factions that were possibly capable of doing such a thing. Maximus and his transgender friend Dane, who everyone outside of the show incorrectly calls a she for some reason, go to where a lot of the models are stored, and they're very impressed by the fact that they are T-60s.
Oh, yeah.
Model that they don't see very frequently. If you're wondering why I pointed out...
They had to have a fucking engine hoist for the power armor. Like,
yeah.
I mean, I get it, but that is such a horrible engine hoist design.
Oh, yeah.
The fact that Dane is transgender...
Oh, I thought you were going to go something about the transgender there for a second, because they said about the transgender, and then you go, that's the thing, and I was like, oh, okay. And then you said about the engine. I'm like, oh,
you know,
disappointed. Like,
you know what the irony of this is? You can't really tell there's an engine hoist holding this one up.
Yeah, And here's the thing, it doesn't even need an engine hoist to hold it up. Like, it's practically a useless fucking add-on. Like, the fucking power armor, thanks to Bethesda now, and this is probably the only improvement that power armor has had, is that it's no longer just like a regular suit of armor with cybernetics that make it more powerful, like Mjolnir. It's literally an exoskeleton with plates of armor on it.
That also stands perfectly fine on its own when it runs out of fuel out in the wasteland.
It doesn't need even like a fucking engine hoist to hold it in place. It stands on its own. It's an exoskeleton. It already has a hoist.
Could you imagine if you had to drag an engine hoist around with you across the wasteland?
Dragging that one around? I mean, you'd have to put it on a fucking trailer. And then what are you going to have to pull it?
You get 2 foot
Like,
outside the 2 foot outside
like
the door and
vehicle.
hit a paper clip and you're immobilized.
Well, I mean, clearly you would get the Pridwin to pull it. Like, that's why
What do you
it's
think
there.
all the idiots wearing it over in? It's the vertibirds and the Pridwin. But if you're on land and you're needing to pull it somewhere, what are you going to have? You can't have a vehicle because none of them work. And they haven't even, like, out of all the fucking creatures that they put into this thing, rad roaches, a fucking dog, like a gulper that isn't even a gulper. They could have spent better money on having CGI twin-headed cows and fucking mole rats.
I'm sorry.
Like,
I'm still laughing at like the whole roller legs on the roller feet on engine hoists now, like that get like immobilized on a paperclip. Like imagining that taking place in the wasteland. You would be so frustrated wearing power armor that after 5 feet you would give up from it. You're like, it's not worth it. I just leave it
again,
here.
I mean, that whole thing there isn't to like keep your power armor in place.
I
Like,
know.
you could have it in place anywhere. That is specifically there, I guess, to modify the plates of armor, which still doesn't make any fucking sense because you could just take it off the exoskeleton, leave the exoskeleton there, and take it to the armor workbench.
Yes.
That was in Fallout 4.
Yes.
Like, the engine hoist does nothing but take up space, and it's just like a useless fucking add-on when you had a perfectly good working armorer bench. Like, I'm making a criticism of both Fallout 4 and this fucking show at the same time.
Well, the funny thing is you didn't have to use the engine hoist. It was just like an area that existed in the garage where your power armor was kept. Like, it was already pre-existing.
Yeah, and it's like they even have like power armor workstations that look like an even more retarded engine hoist. If you want to think about it, like the actual power armor workstations. But I guess any engine hoist will do.
Well then, just wait a bit. Anyway, while they're admiring the power armor, Maximus gets a flashback to- Wait, what the fuck is this? Oh my goodness, kid in a fridge. Maximus survived a nuclear blast by hiding in a fridge with an open back, and we get a flashback to that. Now, I promise that we're going to move at a faster pace here, but
we have to have fucking Indiana Jones and Kid in a Fridge in one. But there's a twist here. He doesn't turn into a ghoul, but his friend does.
Not know. In Fallout 4, there is a quest where you get to save a kid that was trapped in a fridge for 200 years and is downright one of the stupidest quests in that game. No, it's not just stupid, it's downright infamous. Because it was with Kid in a Fridge that people started noticing the fact that Bethesda just wants to introduce things because they think it might be funny. And as such, even defenders of Fallout 4 tend to be prone to criticizing Kid in a Fridge. And people who don't like Fallout 4 outright despise the quest, because it fucks with a lot of pre-established lore, believe it or not. I won't get into why here, but just stick with me. Because there is no way, and I do mean absolutely no way, that Bethesda and the writers didn't know the reputation that Kid in a Fridge has. So the inclusion of Kid in a Fridge in this show is evidence as to the fact that they just want to insult the old fans of the franchise. And if you think I'm reading too much into it, well then, here's the second counting gag. Because this isn't the last time we'll be seeing Kid in a Fridge, because once is a coincidence, twice is a pattern, more times is an insult. Anyway, Dane got promoted to being the squire of one of the knights. I don't know how this is a promotion because squires are kids in the Brotherhood of Steel, but alas. And Maximus is really jealous of this, to the point where he has a tard rage. Cut to the next day, we get a scene in the barracks context of where one guy is jacking off next to Maximus, that's relevant, believe it or not. And Dane, Maximus's only friend, gets wounded while putting on his boots because someone apparently put a razor blade in the boot. Despite Dane being probably the only person in base Maximus actually likes, everybody immediately suspects Maximus for some reason, and they take him away for interrogation. We get another kid in a fridge flashback, the second
black,
in the span of
isn't it?
5 minutes, by the way, and who I presume is the head scribe, interrogates him. Maximus says he's innocent, but that he wanted it to happen because he was jealous. So, the head scribe, despite having no reason to believe him, and despite
Self-incriminate. Like, it kind of reminds me of that fucking bit from Dave Chappelle, where he's talking about, you know, that guy who's like on the stand, but he tries to defend himself too hard, and you know he's guilty. It's like, sir, where were you on the night of August 26th? Motherfucker, I told you I don't work at Burger King, you know?
I completely forgot that Lucy was the main character.
Yeah, well, he's one of 3 main characters. It's Lucy, this fucking dipshit that like is supposed to be I guess a representation of failing upwards, basically, because none of his decisions make any sense.
So the Todd Howard self-insert.
Yeah.
I'd say that's more the Emil.
The
Because
ghoul
there's already
was the one
a
I
Howard
liked
in this.
out of all of it.
Guess what? That's the Todd Howard insert. Is
I
Howard
was gonna say
The
before you say anything further, what's the relationship with this kid and his parents? Before we say it's a meal,
They're dead, obviously.
what's the parental relationship with?
Awful. They abandoned him in a fridge and they're dead.
Tracks then. Okay.
What's going on with the ink block test of a bear giving a cowboy a blowjob behind this guy's head?
I just
That's
happen
what
to
you
look
call
and I
it.
see it. Like, what the fuck?
that one of his recruits admitted
Here's
to
the
wanting
funny
another
thing. Since you brought that up, ink block test with a bear, in Fallout New Vegas at the beginning when you're doing the psychological exam,
Yeah.
there's this one that people said online, instead of it looked like a light in the darkness or a bearded man or a ship at sea or whatever,
Yeah.
they said it looked like 2 bears high-fiving. And when they did the Honest Hearts DLC, and you had
Yeah.
the Wild Wasteland perk,
Yeah.
when you got to the fucking Dead Horse Tribes location, a dude would run out of the entrance of the cave and wave to you, and his name was 2 bears high-fiving. Like, you want to talk about making referential shit to the fans, that's how you do it.
Yeah.
Not after they're dead, Bethesda.
recruit injured, out of jealousy that is, decides to promote away for interrogation. We get another kid in a fridge flashback, the second in the span of 5
YouTube's
minutes,
doing
by
its
the way,
thing.
and who I presume is the head scribe, interrogates him.
You guys get to see the bear blowing the cowboy again for an inordinate amount of time.
Maximus says he's innocent, but that he wanted it to happen because he was jealous. So, the head scribe, despite having no reason to believe him, and despite the fact that he just saw that one of his recruits admitted to wanting another recruit injured, out of jealousy that is, decides to promote him instead, and Maximus gets branded as the official squire of Knight Titus. We then find out that they are going out on a mission, because an Enclave scientist, what the hell are they doing here, defected from the Enclave and is carrying a very special artifact that the Brotherhood really wants. And before they head out, we get a scene where it seems like the writers have no idea what the Brotherhood even is because this looks downright religious, and the Brotherhood is not religious. It would have been neat in isolation in another franchise, but in the context of Fallout, it's just off-putting. Moving on to episode 2, titled The Target, we get a fuck you. We get a fucking oldie song, because of course we do. And we see that an Enclave scientist is training his dog and working on something else. He injects himself with something, possibly the mysterious artifact we heard about in episode 1, and gets discovered. Discovered for doing what exactly, you might be asking? Is it working on this very strange artifact? No, for having a dog. Because Enclave equals evil, and they kill any dogs that don't pass their tests. Is the Enclave evil in Fallout 2? Yes. Are they doing this in Fallout 2? No. Why are they behaving like this? I don't fucking know. But seeing his
There's
master get
actually
attacked,
something
the dog
people
comes...
haven't pointed out here that I'm kind of surprised.
What's that?
Because this whole MacGuffin with the scientist here and what he injects himself with,
Yeah.
that becomes the main plot point towards the end.
Yeah.
It's a retcon of a Bethesda story
Oh.
in Fallout 4. You see, when you're playing either the Brotherhood or the Institute, faction quest line in Fallout 4, you have to perform a raid on the mass fusion building, which they discovered cold fusion. And you have to either take it for the Brotherhood to deny an asset to the Institute, or you retrieve it for the Institute in order for them to have the power necessary to continue out their plans. So, what he injects into his neck is basically the finished product for cold fusion.
Okay.
And the main villain, the one who led the raid on the vault,
Yeah.
Lee Moldaver, she's actually pre-war. Somehow she cryo-froze herself and came out and joined the NCR, blah, blah, blah. Main point is, she claims to be the inventor of cold fusion and sold the rights to Vault Tech.
Okay.
So you've got two different companies that discovered cold fusion. One that was trying to sell it on the open market. However, the Lee Moldaver, the fucking commie here in this entire story, is trying to say that Vault Tech bought the idea off of me and then held it because reasons, capitalistic reasons, evil capitalistic reasons. And that's your fucking plot for how Vault Tech started the nuking of America.
But how is it capitalist when you sold the idea? That's very capitalist in its own right, Hassan.
Well, look, commies have never been, called out for their, posterity.
Their lack of consistency. Yeah.
Yeah. But this is considered canon. So it's quite literally rewriting Bethesda's own East Coast canon. So these motherfuckers, it's so patently fucking retarded that you can't even say it's patent infringement.
Look, the only thing they know about canon is they go boom.
They
Very
should
loud.
shove their head in it and pull the trigger. Seriously, like the fuse, send the cannonball right into Todd Howard's teeth. This is so mind-bendingly fucking retarded, because that was one of the major turning points for the faction quest in Fallout 4. And you're telling me that, this is something I've never seen people brought up about the show. And I'm like, how? I mean, I know companies both work on similar ideas and could come at it at different times. I mean, there's a plethora of history of inventors doing the same thing before all of this shit in our own, universe.
Cough, Tesla.
But this is quite literally the lore of Fallout. So to have two different companies do it, but somehow one keeps it a secret in order to start a war, and the other one is basically shutting down the project, even though it was meant to avoid the war, once it got completed. It's just what the fuck?
I just want to clarify too, when I said cough Tesla, I was talking about Nikola Tesla, not the other one.
Not the Elon Musk Tesla.
Yeah.
Wait, are you saying Tesla was a knockoff?
Nikola
back then?
Tesla invented electricity at the same time. That's where you get the AC and DC wars.
And wireless power transfer that was
Well,
shut
that
down
was
by
that was the
Mr.
AC. I mean, are you talking about between Edison and Tesla?
Yeah.
I mean, they both knew about electricity. It's just that they were competing for which one was the better, and AC was the better one.
Yeah, which is why they had to electrocute elephants with it.
Well, it was actually, criminals, but
No, they did an elephant too, showing the danger. That was Edison downplaying his rival. Yes.
I
Yeah.
don't remember that one.
No, Tom Edison was a psychopath. He was literally the Fauci of his era.
So he was literally Jolly West before Jolly West. So
Yeah, he was the electrical version of Fauci. I'm just gonna go with that.
I'm just saying, they don't bring that up yet. It's making this more definitive. Like, this is the one where Cold Fusion has the fucking spotlight, even though it was in Fallout 4 and played a part of like the faction quest line.
This is
Like-
fun. It's funny and not surprising at the same time because they've proven to literally only understand canon go boom, and that's like the only thing they understand about canon.
You know what's funnier is that they should have it should have been something saved for the West Coast, because it ultimately should have happened like, you know, a bit more in Salt Lake region in Utah, because that was the birthplace of Cold Fusion in our timeline.
Yeah.
If you know the history behind it.
In and murders the person who discovered him. Not before the alarm is raised, however, so the scientist and the dog try to escape in what is probably the worst escape scene I've ever seen. Why is it the worst escape scene I've ever seen? Well, for one, he just walks out and nobody questions it. But the most egregious part is when he's walking up and a turret comes out of the ground, and the turret, well, fucking see it for yourself. Yes, because apparently you can lightly jog away from a...
Again, this is just like beyond fucking retarded.
Yeah.
Like,
Turret
the Enclave
firing.
shouldn't exist, period. Like, they were wiped out. They shouldn't have existed in 3, but they had to pay homage to the first 2 games. But, like, they shouldn't have even existed after 2.
Yeah.
100 rounds a second. I mean, for fuck's sake, he has to actively hold the dog back. And they're playing tense music as if we're supposed to take something like this seriously. He's not 5 to 10 meters away from that damn turret. This scene could have been fixed if he started running before the turret even came out fully, and managed to duck away at the last second past the corner. But no, he just walks past the turret. We then cut to Lucy, and you, god damn it, can the show not help itself? Who's patrolling the desolate wasteland to the tune of happy-go-lucky music, because that's the only thing this show has. And after not finding much, decides to make a fire and goes to bed. Not for long, though, because she gets attacked by a mutated radroach. Not for long, however, because she then gets saved by a dog. And how the fuck did he get here? Boy, it sure is convenient that the Enclave scientist just so happened to be in the exact same house that she decided to make camp next to, isn't it? He also seems to know who she is, and I know that it's hinting at the fact that the Enclave and Vault Tech are linked, but it's just a little strange that he knows a bit more than he should. Other than that, from the point that the oldie music stops, this might actually be one of my favorite scenes in the entire show. It's competent, the music is great, the audio balancing is fantastic, just as the shots are. Fucking brilliant. I wish this show had more of these. I'm gonna get angry really quickly after this, aren't I? Yes, I am, because we're back to the Brotherhood of Steel, because we're definitely not sick of them after having them be the focal point of every single goddamn game except for New Vegas. Yay! Anyway, Knight Titus is being an asshole to Maximus and decides to stop the mission because he's bored and wants to shoot something, and the pilot just agrees with this and drops them off in some place somewhere. Conveniently, the exact place the very scientist they're looking for is. Or was, because by the time they get there, there's nobody to be found. They go into a cave because the guy who wanted to shoot something is too scared to shoot something and sends Maximus forward, but the bear just teleports behind Knight Titus. They fight for a second, by which point you think a cool fight scene is actually going to unravel, but Knight Titus just runs away like a bitch, screaming, oh fuck, trips, bangs his head on a rock, which is enough to put him at death's door somehow, and we can see that the Yaoguai, the bear, is able to leave deep scratches in the armor, so Maximus kills the Yaoguai with one single
That's
gunshot, by the way,
Huggy the bear
and as he
to
goes
you.
to save Knight Titus,
I don't know. I think that bear with the cowboy was awfully more huggy. I'm just saying.
I mean, oh, come on.
He was hugging a pair of legs. I'm just saying.
Oh, I thought you meant he was just a cocksucker, but
I did, but I wanted somebody else to say it.
Jim, where were you?
I'm letting you dig your own grave.
We love you, Huggy.
I mean, do you? Do you?
I would, because otherwise I wouldn't be making jokes about him.
Yeah.
I mean, if I hated him, I'd be treating him like Todd Howard, you know,
Yeah.
wanting to put a 45 in his grill.
Oh, man.
as Knight Titus starts just randomly insulting Maximus and saying they're gonna kill him. Them being the Brotherhood higher-ups for not having defended Knight Titus immediately. Why didn't Knight Titus wait 5 seconds for Maximus to inject him with a stim pack? I don't know. But this leads, quite understandably, to Maximus just letting Knight Titus die. And just as a reminder, Knight Titus dies because he bonked his head on a rock with power armor, and because the bear was biting into his helmet, which doesn't even connect to his head. Don't ask me how that makes him die, but whatever. And after we get to the third kid in a fridge so
I like
far...
how
Oh, by the way...
he died just because some bear decided to treat his head like a jawbreaker. Like,
But
a meaty jawbreaker.
amazingly doesn't damage the helmet at all.
Yeah. Just the chest plate. Like, I
Yeah.
fucking hate this show, man.
The way this is one of those scenes where the background CGI is so bad that everything is out of focus. Skipping a scene where Lucy has dialogue with a generic ignorant redneck, we cut back to Maximus, who has gotten Knight Titus out of the power armor, and he gets in the power armor himself and tests it out. While he does this, he also leaves Knight Titus's stuff behind, including his machine gun and the other supplies they had. He outright teleports to a location in the desert,
I
which
would
can
leave
be
the
seen.
machine gun behind too, because that was a shitty fucking design.
I mean, I would take it because it's at least something compared to like nothing.
Well, just
I mean, what
wait,
happens
just
if the
wait.
bear
You'll see-
wants a snack? If it comes
No, no,
back
no, no.
for part 2, like
No, just wait. You'll have to see what the power armor can do here in just a sec.
Well, yeah.
As being not 500 meters away from where Lucy was 5 seconds ago, tests out the strength of the power armor and finds out that it's strong enough to destroy buildings, and then intervenes in a conflict where it looks like one guy is about to get killed. He saves the guy that's about to get killed, and we get to find out the reason as to why this guy was almost killing the other dude. Was it revenge? Did that guy kill his daughter? Did he steal important supplies? Please, show. Tell us what it was.
I was fucking my chickens.
I really have to wonder how the fuck anybody took this show seriously.
Yes.
I know this show isn't supposed
We literally had a South Park joke in the show.
is this trying
From like
to be?
season 1.
Are they trying to be like an apocalyptic Riverdale?
I don't know, but it's so fucking retarded. It's like, it's not chicken fucker, people. It's chicken lover. You know.
I just
I guess like
They're
I want
apt chicken attracted persons.
they're what?
Apt chicken attracted persons.
There are caps.
Yeah.
Well, that explains the fucking currency.
Excuse me, it's chicken attracted person to you.
Wait, okay. I just thought of something really fucked up I could do with that.
Go on. Don't tease me now.
Well,
Like,
I mean, there's already a black guy in the scene. You figure out the rest.
gets in the power armor
Are you talking about the fact that he busted a cap?
No,
Oh.
in the
it's
chicken's
just,
ass.
it's just that it's just the chicken attracted person probably needs an F to get behind it.
himself and tests it out. While he does this, he also leaves Knight Titus's stuff behind, including his machine gun and the other supplies they had. He outright teleports to a location in the desert which can be seen as being not 500 meters away from where Lucy was 5 seconds ago. Tests out
Can I just say, like, they couldn't even follow the lore of, like, you have to travel somewhere before you can teleport there?
Well, no, they actually put like legitimate fast travel in. Okay, whoever played the games, they're doing the research. Are like, yeah, this is how this works. They like literally put in fast travel as like a lore mechanic. Like,
out the strength of the power armor and finds out that it's strong enough to destroy buildings, and then intervenes in a conflict where it looks like one guy is about to get killed. He saves the guy that's about to get killed, and we get to find out the reason as to why this guy was almost killing the other dude. Was it revenge? Did that guy kill his daughter? Did he steal important supplies? Please, show. Tell us what it was.
I was fucking my chickens.
I really have to wonder how the fuck anybody took this show seriously. I know this show isn't supposed to be super duper serious, but it gets to a point where you can't help but roll your eyes to the point where they pop out of their sockets. And yes, this is the show introducing another character that will be relevant later. But can we take ourselves seriously for just one moment? Just one or two scenes in a row? I mean, we got a cousin fucker, now we got a chicken fucker. I mean, can you introduce someone that I can take a little bit seriously for more than one scene? Anyway, she gets to Philly, and after being mocked for being an ignorant, innocent vault dweller, she runs into the Enclave scientist who, despite knowing exactly where he was going and having a head start on her, took longer to get here than the person who has been 1 day in the wasteland and has no idea where to go. But Wiltzig, the Enclave scientist, is being hunted because the ghoul, aka Cooper Howard, was in Philly waiting for him to show up because there's a bounty on him. Oh shit, that's right, I forgot to mention Cooper the ghoul. Back in episode 1, we actually saw Cooper Howard, now a ghoul, being dug out of a grave he was kept in for an unspecified amount of time. But it's highly implied it could have been weeks or months. Just remember that. Anyway, the pawn shop lady who was making fun of Lucy just a moment ago also has a bounty she wants to cash in, so she's protecting Wiltzig. Cooper, who wants to cash in a very high bounty, shoots Wiltzig's foot off with what looks like to be an exploding bullet, although it could just be bad CGI, and pawn shop lady dares everybody in town to kill the ghoul. It's here that we get to see Cooper Howard's literal plot armor as he gets shot after shot after shot after shot inserted into his body, from weapons of all varieties, from pistols to shotguns to rifles, and he barely even flinches while getting shot. And of course, because we have to establish the ghoul, Cooper Howard, whatever, as a badass, he takes out the people in the town, dozens of them, with real ease. I want you to remember this for later, but what I will say for now is that does the show just think that ghouls are zombies from The Walking Dead or something? Ghouls in Fallout are actually really easy to kill, but the type of ghoul in Fallout that isn't easy to kill are the marked men from The Divide. And no, Cooper Howard is not a marked man from The Divide because the marked men can only exist in The Divide. But yes, Cooper Howard kills almost everyone, if not outright everyone in Philly, and barely even flinches despite the fact that he got shot over 20 times. This would have actually been really cool if Cooper didn't get shot a bajillion times, drawing my attention away from the fight scene itself. That's when Maximus flies in on his power armor. Since when the fuck does power armor have jetpacks? The whole point of power armor is that they get shot and are effectively walking tanks. I don't think having fuel for jetpacks would be a very good idea. Yeah, fuck it, whatever. The show adding things because it thinks it's cool, even though it makes no sense.
So they made
Maximus
a war
comes in,
machine.
Yes.
Like,
Like, here's the thing. The way how that power armor flies in is almost like it's ripped out of fucking Iron Man.
Yeah. But here's the thing, the other thing with that. Why do you need to fly if you can just teleport?
Again,
you didn't unlock the waypoint yet. Okay? You had to fly there.
No. He unlocked the waypoint because he used console commands and he toggled all map markers. Therefore, he could fast travel.
He just tilde keys and then put in the coordinate and then hit enter. Like,
Oh my god. I love how it's just like, well, wait a minute. He didn't travel to the desert, yet he can fast travel there. Yet we show he can fast travel, but now we're going to show he can fly when he could have just fast traveled like he showed the first time.
Exactly. I think you're getting the point here. It makes no fucking sense.
wait, and were they saying that they're in Philly?
The name of the town is Philly.
I was gonna be like, you're not telling me that these motherfuckers went from California to Philadelphia with like on the blink of an eye.
No,
Like-
no. It's not Philly like that. I actually thought that that's where they were maybe going with the show, but like,
Yeah, see, silly me thinking that they went to Philly, the actual place.
no. I mean, there's a lot of like, look, there's trash everywhere, just like the game. And Philadelphia.
It's like the real Philly. Yeah, I've been there. It's exactly the same. It's an apocalyptic wasteland there. There's just no death clause. So there's
Well,
nothing
here's the
cool
thing.
there, at least.
No, they have
Like,
meth heads. They're infinitely stronger.
Yeah, no, they're like
Again,
ghouls. Okay? Like,
If they wanted to save money for this fucking show, they could have just based it out of Detroit. Like, am I wrong?
Hold on.
if you want your local crackhead, yeah. Like,
Well, if you want your local chicken fucker or whatever, like,
Well, you're describing that. I need to see something here.
but I mean, there's more than enough like locations you could shoot for like ruined buildings and whatnot. And Detroit's your your go-to place for shit like that. Like, you want to like shoot a film about a dystopic fucking future in a giant city? Go to Detroit.
because it's already like halfway there. It's just not the future yet, but it has everything else. It has the dystopic like look to
Yeah.
it. And
And it's like they're doing nothing else with the wasteland. They keep resetting it to fucking zero every goddamn time. Just film in Detroit. Fuck off with the rest of the world. Like, seriously. That's your sandbox, Bethesda. Completely devoid of anything.
I really think they stacked a fucking Grumman delivery vehicle over here.
You mean the mail cat?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm just saying it's a Grumman, like it's looked based on a Grumman delivery van, which is heartbreaking because those are exceedingly rare.
Himself as Knight
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a Grumman.
Titus for some reason. Protects things because it thinks it's cool even though it makes no sense. Maximus comes in, introduces himself as Knight Titus for some reason, protects Lucy from being shot, gets shot 1,000,000 times by Cooper Howard who's trying to kill him, remember that for later, and decides to try and fight Cooper Howard. A job which would have been a whole lot easier if he hadn't forgotten all the gear left behind. Lucy asks Pawn Shop Lady if that's a knight. I have no idea how she knows what a knight is.
Pick up a brick and chuck it at him.
Well, yeah.
Hello, I am identity theft. I mean, Knight Titus. What did I say? Identity theft? No.
Because when she asks this, he hadn't introduced himself yet. And while the fight is going on, Pawn Shop Lady, Wiltzig, the Enclave Scientist, and Lucy go in and give the Enclave Scientist, Wiltzig, a prosthetic leg which makes him bleed even harder than what he already is bleeding. This is a very gory scene, and despite this, Lucy just sits there not knowing how to react, looking like she's bored because the acting in this show is so great. Pawn Shop Lady gives Lucy coordinates, and they both sneak out of Philly. All the while, Maximus is fighting Cooper Howard, but because Cooper Howard has immense levels of plot armor, the power armor that can destroy entire buildings with how strong it is can't even damage Cooper. Eventually, Maximus gets stuck on a bit of wood. Why not just use your thruster/jetpack to get out? Cooper cuts one of the tubes in Maximus's power armor suit, and this somehow makes him go flying around uncontrolled. As for Wiltzig's dog, he was left behind after being shot. Yes, remember the dog? The dog seems to be on death's door, so Cooper, to try to track where Wiltzig and Lucy went, injects the dog with a stim pack, and the dog is instantly cured and is now friendly to him. Point 1, that's not how stim packs work in the games. Point 2, why the fuck is the dog friendly? Point 3, Cooper Howard waits until night time for some
Well, the dog's friendly because you saved the dog.
Is that how dogs work?
Not really. They usually stick with their owner no matter who heals them, you know. I mean, vets exist, but you don't see your dog living with them.
I was just gonna say, like, would the dog just like, oh, thank you for injecting me. I'm yours now. Like,
some reason.
I
If you're
mean,
wondering
if
why
it
this
was
scene
a Pekingese or really stupid, maybe. But
Even
I don't know,
exists
like a
now?
German Shepherd or a Rottweiler's, I mean, pretty loyal dog.
Yeah, but this dog's been through a lot of trauma.
that was a good injection then. Real good injection.
Not only is it to bastardize the already established lore and how things work in the Fallout franchise, it's also because the writers seem to believe that every Fallout story has to include a dog in it. No, really, the dog really just serves no real purpose. It's just there. And despite playing no real part in any of the
I
story,
mean,
he
dog
just keeps
meat's
showing
like
up.
the Fallout equivalent of Sid from Final Fantasy. Like, you just expect it somewhere. Like there will always be Sid, just like there's always gonna be dog meat. Like,
Well, I mean, the explanation for why dog meat exists in every fucking game is that the original dog meat, before like he dies at Mariposa, was a horny little fuck and got around. Quite literally, every iteration of dog meat is implied to be one of his descendants.
no, they didn't do that.
Yes, they did.
Are you fucking? They couldn't just be happy with it being like a title.
No.
Oh, you fucking
I mean,
hack!
here's the thing. There's literally a perk in Fallout 3 called Dog Meat's Puppies that you get at a certain high level after... It's a DLC added perk, mind you. But if Dog Meat dies at any point, a new one of his puppies, shows up outside of Vault 101 as
You
his
just keep rolling.
replacement.
You can just keep killing them and rolling for the better one.
Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's what they did. It's fucking retarded, I know, but it's Bethesda.
You know,
The special ed of AAA game design.
I'm just shocked. Like, I wasn't expecting this.
I know you might be saying
told
that he's used to track certain characters, but no, and we'll see that when it's relevant. Fast forward a little bit, Lucy and Wiltzig are walking across a green screen room with a desert texture on it when they have to stop. Wiltzig tells Lucy that he took a cyanide pill a while ago and wants her to take his head to coordinates he's gonna mark on her Pip-Boy. How he didn't die after taking the cyanide pill or why he didn't wait before telling Lucy?
They've sent me a moron.
I don't know, this show just had to force this to happen.
okay, that was pretty funny. That cut in. Could have been used a lot
That's
more.
from Fallout 2.
Yeah, I'm just saying that cut-in could have been used a lot more frequently, and it probably would have been a funny bit at this point.
Can you
Well, I
imagine
would
that?
have been
Like,
tired because everybody uses that.
can you imagine that? They're like, "Hey, I know we've been traveling for a bit now, but I just took poison, so you're gonna have to now carry me to this place. You know,
Oh,
and I'm going to
a
imprison.
moron.
Like, you're going to become my personal beast of burden. So
Hey,
take
well,
me to this place."
It's worse than that when you really break it down, even in the show, like no other lore concerned. Hey, look, I understand that you're really traumatized by seeing how I got this prosthetic on me. But here's the deal. I took some cyanide and it still hasn't kicked in, probably because I had a good meal. I'm gonna need you to cut my head off.
Right? Yeah, I completely didn't even add that part. It's like, so what I'm going to need from you, my personal beast of burden, is when I die, I'm going to need you to saw my fucking head off my body. And then I need you to carry it within your arms like it's a baby across this deserted wasteland. And don't let any dogs eat it.
Just stick your
you know what
fingers
happens?
up my nose and put one in my mouth and carry me like a bowling ball. It'll work.
That's like giggling. I'm into that. It's like, and then she just looks at him like, "What? Like what?" Like, he just goes, "What?" Like,
the more fucked up thing would have been if she started cutting it. Too low. Higher.
like, you know what? I'm just gonna let you die. And she just walks by like, "Well, shit, that didn't go to plan." Like, just fucking dies. Like.
Because I guess they ran out of budget to have this character in there. Wiltzig also tells her that his head will be the key to getting her father back, and then he dies, and because the acting in this show is terrible, Lucy doesn't act in disgust or dismay at the fact that she has to decapitate a body, she just does it without any reaction, and that's the end of episode 2. Credits. You're making fun of me, aren't you? Episode 3 starts off, and we see that the title is The Beginning? Wait, what?
We're only on
Beginning is
episode
supposed to be the
3.
title of
Oh my god. It's 3.
Wait, not of episode
It's
3.
been like 5 hours.
Fuck up the title cards as well? What the fuck? Only Bethesda to somehow create or be related to the creation of a show that needs a patch of all fucking things. Anyway, this episode starts off with an old
That's
scene
another
where
thing.
Cooper Howard is at a
They
movie
fucked up on all the title cards. And not only that, since they released every episode in one day, they forgot that they had it format for a weekly release. So every episode, when you loaded it up, it said, previously on Fallout, you know?
Yes, I know. I remember this. And I was like,
They had to patch it out post-release.
Wow, it just works, guys.
Wow.
It just works.
I kind of feel
Like-
unique having watched the previously on version.
I know. I watched it, and I'm like,
Patrick is like, I sat through it in a 1.0 before they fixed it. Like,
Oh, I mean,
before I
look,
got to the 1.1 variant.
look, just be happy they patched it quicker than they fixed that dev room, okay?
it's because it was Amazon that patched it, not Bethesda.
I'm just saying, like, nothing can go right for Bethesda, so I don't know why there's so much hope for these fucking idiots that it's going to fix itself.
Well, Gigi, Fallout 5, I don't know if you heard. It's going to be an incredible game.
Yeah, bigger number means better.
Number.
And, like,
Number-
no, wait.
number
Wouldn't
went up.
Fallout 76 be better than Fallout 5 because, 7 and 6 are better than 5?
We don't talk about 76 here.
That was a spin-off. That doesn't count. And that's why Starfield was really bad. There was no number.
No, well, there was a number attached to that. 1,000 planets.
Gigi,
Fucking idiots.
it just works.
No, it doesn't.
set. Recording a scene
It doesn't
for an upcoming
work.
movie.
Otherwise,
I
I
mean,
wouldn't have to download a fucking mod for the game.
I mean, define work. I mean, the EXE does run, yes. Like, but
Yeah,
after
define
that,
work. Does it power on? Yes, it works.
yeah, it's like the EXE works, and like, other
A
than that, like,
calculator powers on, but it could get calculations wrong. It works.
hey, I mean, at least you can cite your source. Like,
to be very popular. But he disagrees with how one of the scenes is being portrayed, so he cuts off the recording and tells the film director Emil that he's unsatisfied. Wait a minute. The character that they try really hard throughout this show to make cool is called Howard, and the movie director is called Emil, as in Todd Howard and Emil Pagliarulo. They put a minority person playing the character with a name that has Scandinavian origins as well, Emil. There's just no fucking way this is a coincidence, is there? They had self-inserts, didn't they? Well, I guess it's only fitting that the politically brainwashed film director
I enjoy your white guilt, Emil. I feast on your
I should
white
have been
guilt.
born black for all the abuse I get from random people. That way I could pull the race card, Emil Pagliarulo.
Oh man.
Like,
Wait,
my
had
parents didn't come back, so I assume that I'm a minority.
No, they abandoned you because you were a bad egg.
oh my god.
Self-inserts, didn't they? Well, I guess it's only fitting that the politically brainwashed film director is called Emil, referencing Emil Pagliarulo, and that the character that tries really hard to look cool, but acts in very stupid ways, as we'll see later, is called Howard. Anyways, we also get introduced to Barb, aka Barbara, the wife of Todd Howard, aka Cooper Howard, aka the Ghoul. Barbara hands a candy to Cooper, which she says tastes like being touched for the first time, and because this
Now,
show
I don't
is
know
the show,
if
it ends up
Todd's
being...
actually married or if he is, like his wife's name Barb. But that would be one hell of a self-insert if it was.
That would be kind of fucked.
absolutely disgusting. And you know what? I agree.
Well, I mean,
The sexual
yeah,
aspect-
because of the plot of the fucking show makes his wife out to be the villain of his life.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's... Oh no.
You just realize the implications.
No.
You know what's even funnier?
So not
I
only
mean-
was he born in Pennsylvania, right? But he married his wife Kimberly Yasil at St. Thomas More Catholic Church in Allentown, Pennsylvania. So his unholy union was indoctrinated with my state. Further, go to Maryland, you fuck. We don't want you here.
Was she white? Just out of curiosity.
I don't. It's Todd Howard's wife, white.
Google.
Todd Howard's wife, white. Missing white. Show results with white.
Like a Jim putting Todd Howard through the racial purity test.
I'm not the one doing this. I guess I'll just Google her name. Kimberly Steele. She's actually pretty. How did... Oh, no, never mind. That was when she was younger. Now she kind of looks like a ghoul. Okay, never mind.
But
This is a more,
is she white?
yeah, kind of lovely.
That doesn't sound like a convincing yeah.
No, I'll share it in the group chat, okay? I downloaded this image to my phone, so I'm dying inside a little bit. But yeah, like, she was pretty when she was younger, then she became a ghoul, but...
Wow, they're the same height. That or Todd standing on a box. I'm gonna go with standing on a box.
Yeah, I would call her white.
Thank you, Patrick, the expert in racial purity. Patrick, everyone.
of the show are disgusting. Barbara also hands him
6 times he's shown that scene.
8. You missed 2.
Oh.
a vault suit, which she says they made in his color. So yes, the reason why the vault suits are all blue is because they are supposed to represent Cooper Howard's character in this movie that he's playing, because of course, the only times Bethesda actually adds anything to the lore, it's the most useless and pointless thing ever. Let me guess, the thumbs up that the Vault Boy does is also gonna be Cooper Howard's idea? They wouldn't do something as petty and stupid like that to pretend that they're actually adding to the lore, would they? Nah, they wouldn't do that. Cut to the present day, and Cooper, now a ghoul, has found Wiltzick's body, and follows in the trails of where Lucy headed. We see a donut shop in the background, which, if you recognize that donut shop, it's because it's right next to LA International Airport. I'll explain why I'm telling you this in just a moment, but for now, just keep in mind that it shows that this entire time she has never left LA. Also, we see Cooper Howard take some mysterious magical medicine after he starts coughing. This medicine is going to become very important later, so just keep it in the back of your mind. We cut to Lucy and you. God damn it, can this show stop already? This song, this oldie song, is called Maybe, for those of you that don't know, and it's from Fallout 1. Or at least the use of it is a reference to Fallout 1. And you can really tell they had no idea what they were doing when they were putting in these oldies songs and using these songs such as Maybe. And what a difference a day makes back in the Vault plotline. I'll spare you the explanation to save on time, but if you're actually curious as to why I think it's so inadequate and why it's making me react in the way that it is, check out Fallout 1 and see when it's actually used, and you'll see why it's so inappropriate, especially when in comparison to the rest of that game. Anyway, after Lucy walks around for a bit, we see she makes a fireplace in front of a green screen despite being told the previous day not to do exactly that.
Right
she
there.
takes out
They had fucking yum deviled eggs.
Yeah.
As a food item, but
Yes.
they couldn't do fancy lad snack cakes for the fucking jelly mold.
You know,
No, because if they did that, then they couldn't have the throwaway joke.
you know, for a guy that took cyanide and had his head cut off, he looks rather happy.
I mean, I would be happy too if
He
I
doesn't
was
look
dead.
like a victim of cyanide.
I know, that too.
Wiltzick's head from her bag, and we see she's bizarrely nonchalant about just having a decapitated head on her lap and shoving a tracker from her Pip-Boy in it. You could make a case about how the directing is bad here, but I guess she just realized that it's CGI, so there's no real harm there. It explains why she doesn't react to
Looks like
gore
a
the way she
Michael
should. Cutting to the
Myers
next scene, we see
prosthetic.
Kind of.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Peter Wayland looking thing. Like,
I could see that too.
Maximus dragging his power armor, which is so heavy he needs a contraption and chains to do it. It's broken and he needs a replacement part, but before he can go get it, he gets contacted by the Brotherhood of Steel headquarters, and instead of just saying that Titus died, or at least making up an excuse as to why Titus died and why he isn't to blame, he pretends to be Knight Titus, effectively guaranteeing that he'll get in trouble later. The only reason as to why he actually does this is to have conflict later in the plotline and have things happen
So
to keep the
wait,
Steel
wait.
audience in.
he steals the identity of the knight, and then talks to the knight's boss, and doesn't think that they would know their own subordinate.
Yes, this is how inner city crime works, Jim.
Like, it's like, oh yeah, hi,
I'm
boss.
thoroughly fucked to get. I'm thoroughly like fucking just out of it to give a fuck about what I'm saying in this entire shit right now, because this show doesn't deserve respect. Nobody in the creation of this show deserves respect. Like, they've shown absolutely none to the fucking fan base that gives a fuck. So, you know, every horrible fucking joke you could think of flies at this point.
You know,
Well, it is past 3.
well, I was gonna say, looking over, we've made it halfway through the video. We only have 6 more hours of the stream to go. That means.
Cool, that means by the time we're done, I can then go for groceries and be up at 28 hours.
Interested. But really, this entire thing could have been solved and prevented from even happening if he had just said that Knight Titus died bravely and that he's continuing the mission until the end in honor of Knight Titus. But this is a show based on Bethesda Fallout, so expecting the characters to be smart and think about things is kind of stupid of me, I guess. But from now on, he cannot let anyone realize his true identity. He's also told via the radio he proceeds to break that they're sending him a replacement squire, which stresses out Maximus a lot because he's going to have to actively hide his identity from whoever this new squire is. He leaves the power armor and the gun that's on it behind for some reason, and enters Philly to try to find someone who can fix the part apart. Philly, by the way, the same place that Cooper Howard massacred people in the previous day, which is now just magically fixed to justify him actually being able to fix the part as quickly as he does. He buys the fix from somebody who looks more at home in a Mad Max movie than they do in Fallout, and has a prop duct taped to her face. He goes back to his power armor, and to the surprise of absolutely nobody, because he left power armor unguarded, we see it being ravaged by some scavengers.
We need to make you look futuristic, so let's just hot glue a spatula to your face. Like, that's future, right?
Like, it
Spatula
serves no
face?
fucking purpose.
Yeah, like, what kind of, like, what the fuck was that? Like, not like a laser eye or like a Darth Vader mask. Like, it's a fucking spatula on the cheek.
Well, the irony is that Gigi can correct me if I'm wrong. I don't remember any cyber modified people ever in the Fallout franchise stuff that I've played.
Well, not externally, but internally, there is one. And it happens to be from Fallout 4. Kellogg.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I mean, I can't think of anyone outside of maybe like one of the claymations, if I'm remembering correctly, from Fallouts 1 and 2 that prosthetics, like cybernetic prosthetics that work,
Yeah.
were even part of the character's design. Like, the only thing I could think of is the cyber dog. Like, that's the only thing that would have, like, you know, that kind of fucking spatula duct taped onto it. And it would serve a purpose.
Yeah. I just.
But, like, nothing else. Like, it's like, quick, we need to make you look like you're, you know, a fucking...
Ma'am, you're entirely too Asian for this role. We need to make you look modified.
We need to make you look more spatula. Like,
Nobody's gonna believe that a person like you has survived out here without a spatula duct taped to your face.
what do you mean people like me? We mean Asian. Like, they just straight up go full racist. Like, no, you are literally not competent enough to do this. So we need to give you like a spatula face. You give a Swiss Army cheek. Like,
is this because I'm Asian? No, ma'am, it's because you're a woman. We already have one too many strong woman roles in this fucking show.
right? It's not because you're Asian, it's because you're a woman. Oh, okay, so it's just a different kind of prejudice.
Like, I mean, it makes no fucking sense. Like, why would you have, like, it's not an article of clothing. The closest thing I could think of that's Bethesda fucking related would either be from id Software's fucking,
Rage?
yeah, Rage or Rage 2, or...
Do they have cheek vents in Rage?
I mean, there is some, like, articles of clothing where it does serve a purpose, but it's
Okay.
not, like, you know, duct taped on.
Cheek vents are not a thing. Okay.
Usually it's, like, well, maybe it's there because, like, their mouth got blown out or something. I don't know.
Well,
But-
you'd think there'd be a little scarring. Maybe, I don't know, a little cauterization or some, like, intermixing
But-
there.
The closest thing I could think of that comes close to, like, having something that's, like, either glued onto your face or, like, just part of your head that sticks out like a sore thumb would be from Starfield, the fucking neurocon shit. You know, from, like, you know what I'm talking about because you played it, right, Pat?
Yeah.
That thing that increases, like, your either aggression or something, your
Yeah.
persuasion or whatever, and it just, like, it gives you, like, this weird eyebrow piercing look, and it goes down, like, the side of your eye into your cheek at points.
Yeah.
I just like the idea of, like, she's just sitting there, all of a sudden somebody goes and just shoots her in the head. And they're like, what the fuck did you do? It's like, she's a synth. And then all of a sudden it just shoots back to the Institute. It's like, we lost another synth. And then it's just like Sean sitting there. It's like, did you try not gluing the spatula to their face? And like, it just goes silent for a minute. Like, this is why we unfroze you.
That would have been amazing.
fight them off, and we get another oldies song because we didn't have enough of those already, I guess. And during the fight scene, we can see that the scavengers who overpower Maximus shove him in the power armor. They have him at their mercy, and apparently they decide that the right thing to do is to shove him up the only tool that can save his life in that very same instance. That's the convenience of this show. They had to have a fight scene for some reason, but then back him into a corner and realize that they need some way to make him get out of it. So they come up with the most convenient and dumb thing ever to justify why this character doesn't just die right then and there. This is literal plot power armor at this point. So he wins the fight, and 5 minutes or so after being told he would get a new squire via the radio, the new squire arrives via vertibird, which is just there immediately. Because this show has no real concept of time and space, I suppose. I kid, of course. The real reason is because every single location in this show is basically right next to each other. I know the dialogue in the show implies otherwise, but if you can trace the locations they're in, let's just say the dialogue is lying to you. The new squire that Maximus is about to get is Thaddeus, one of Maximus's own bullies, but that's not before we see Maximus, who's trying to hide the fact that he's alive, runs to where the vertibird is landing in eyesight of the very people he's trying to hide his identity from. I mean, fucking hell, Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, Christ on a bicycle. Thaddeus is even shown to look in the exact direction that Maximus is, and somehow nobody spots him. I'm also not sure where Brotherhood High Command knew where Maximus was, but hey, I guess they just figured it out. And before you tell me they have trackers in the power armor, well, they probably would have noticed Titus dropping off much earlier than he should have because he wanted to shoot something. Don't try that cope with me, because that doesn't get very far, because I'm actually one of the people who ended up paying attention to this show on.
Quick thing, vertibirds do not have lowering gear.
What?
Yes.
I think that's the first inconsistency we've seen in this show, isn't it?
You mean they're just not generic dime store VTOLs?
Well, I mean, look, the first vertibird in Fallout's 2, or not 2, but like 3 and New Vegas, although you don't see the interior in New Vegas. Yeah, they had interiors that were closed off to the outside. Now in Fallout 4, they're just like open interiors. And if you're in a piece of power armor, you could literally jump out and the power armor would absorb the impact of the fall. However, in every fucking iteration of this fucking show, everyone gets lowered by this fucking rescue harness bullshit.
He looks so happy to be in that harness.
They would literally just find a flat piece of land to land on, and you would jump out, or they would hover just above the ground.
Yeah.
Well, then they're just sort of Master Chief out, like.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, like, that would have been easier to do than this fucking crane lowering gimmick.
It'd be really unfortunate if somebody shot this floating pinata right now.
Well, it's like, alright, let's fly, and then they have to set up, like, a crane. It's like, any minute now, we're going to kick your ass. But, build our base. And the enemy, they're just sitting there and be like, oh.
It's not like missile launchers or RPGs exist in this game either. Like, I mean, those vertibirds are highly susceptible to that shit.
Yeah.
It'd be a shame if somebody had, like, a mini nuke, like a fat boy, and just happened to shoot it in that general direction.
A fat man.
Like...
Or, even bullets. I mean...
Or the nuke grenade.
Vertibirds, helicopters seemed awfully susceptible, especially the squishy bit that sits in the seat that controls it, to like, I don't know, bullets.
Ground fire.
To anything that's not playing a melee build.
Did it not even happen in this timeline? I'm pretty sure it did.
I guess it is California.
It's just a transistor that never got invented.
There's no... There's a firearms restriction, and it is all based in California.
But they still have guns. Like, we just saw a fucking shootout in this fucking town with the ghoul and fucking
all illegal.
Maximus in the power armor.
All illegal.
1 second viewing. Anyway, they meet up
like
with
this
Maximus now back to
fuck
the power
off
armor.
helicopter is just lowering a dude into it. It's like,
okay,
nothing new to see here. It's like no one's like cowering in fear, like, oh shit, flying machine bird.
That for sure is a Grumman.
Yeah, that's the male cat.
Motherfuckers.
Armor, and we see Maximus in his cock explosion face enjoying Thaddeus begging for his life way too much. Thaddeus informs Maximus, who he believes to be nighttime.
I've seen some incredibly cool builds done with them, and I would love to own one day.
Look, my local postal office still uses them.
Oh, really? They're exceedingly rare. They're getting hard to find. Like actual Grummins are really hard to find, and got UPS straight away from their version of it a while back. And like it's just they're incredibly well built vehicles. That's the thing, and they have a lot of versatility that they can be used for. I totally want to make a camper out of one of them.
A mini camper?
Mm-hmm.
That sounds like a good idea.
That he was told to relate a message, the message being that whoever gets the artifact from Wiltzig's head controls the wasteland. First of all, no. Secondly, how the fuck do they know what the hell Wiltzig's artifact is? They wouldn't know its usefulness otherwise. Actually, thirdly, how the fuck are so many people aware of Wiltzig and the artifact anyway? Cooper said in the previous episode that bounties came in from, quote, all 6 agencies. Ignoring the fact that these 6 agencies just exist and they're never explained, there is no goddamn motherfucking son of a bitching, paint-huffing, chuckle-cunting way that anyone outside of the Enclave and whoever Wiltzig is going to should have any idea who Wiltzig is, much less that his head has something important in it. Much less a fucking MacGuffin that can control the wasteland. People just know, things just happen, things just get said, despite them making no sense, and I'm honestly starting to really get sick of it. Because even in Bethesda's Fallout, Bethesda's shitty fucking iterations of Fallout, there was at least some sort of explanation, some sort of reasoning as to why characters knew the things they did and did the things they did. But here it's just because, and makes the plot feel really forced together, duct taped together even. I'm not expecting Shakespearean level writing here, I'm just expecting there to be basic justifications for why the plot needs to happen. There aren't any, the characters just know things, and the fact that this MacGuffin can control the wasteland doesn't actually play that much of a justification later in the plot. They would have continued with the search anyway, and this is just here to add tension and adds questions as well. Cut to the next scene, we see Lucy approaching a lake that shows a sign pointing to- Wait, what the fuck does that sign say? Hollywood Boulevard Exit 12A. Hollywood Boulevard Exit 12A. Alexa, where is Hollywood Boulevard Exit 12A on a map? Oh, you son of a bitch! Okay. So in case you don't know, I'm going to break my own structure here for a second and just reveal to you that her final objective is the Griffith Observatory inside Los Angeles. She is within literal shouting distance of her objective, and I can tell you already she isn't gonna make it there in this episode. The walk from where she started off to here is actually supposed to take no longer than 6 hours, but we see that she's right next to her objective in episode 3. Episode 3 out of 8. 5 episodes of shit that wouldn't have happened if Lucy simply didn't do what she's about to do. What is she about to do? Well, Lucy is the perfect personification of the average Bethesda Fallout player. Why? Because despite knowing the fact that there are mutant creatures roaming the wasteland and being faced with a giant lake, i.e. a giant obstacle, instead of going around it, she looks at her Pip-Boy that's telling her to go forward and she just walks forward. That lake, by the way—
Okay. Just to show you really quick, Gigi, here's a couple custom things I've seen done. So there's the Grumman tractor trailer style.
Ooh.
There is the older version Grumman done up as a camper. There is the slightly newer style Grumman done up, and there's even the newer still. And then I saw this one done at one point. Like, there's some beautifully done Grummans.
I swear, it's almost like it's like the Grumman version of the Volkswagen Beetle van.
Yes. And I fucking love them.
It's like, instead of like the bubble van, it's the it's the box van.
Yeah, like here's another one. Open like a new tab. Okay. And there's even more down below it. You can just see all the different ways it's been custom. Like, I love this with the white walls. But yeah, they're done up a lot. Like, there's a Chevy version.
Well, yeah, because Chevy made the engine.
Like, I've seen a lot of them done up, and like, it strikes me as cool because there was another one, like a patina style. Like, it just, again, a slightly newer still from the originals. Like, all generations of them done up all different ways, and like, they're kind of like oh, what was the fucking one that everybody really loves? Like, it's another one that I've seen done up a lot is, was it Studebaker? The Studebaker trucks. Or like cab overs are another big one. Like cab overs that have been customed.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of them, and it kind of reminds me of like a lot of the stuff that people do with them. Oh my god, I'm not even typing. Oh, those are all old, newer. Like here, like this is another thing I would love to do. Like the toy hauler style builds.
Wait, is that supposed to be like a tow truck build?
Yeah, it's a roll on. Yep.
Nice.
Yeah, I think this one was done up by oh shit, what's their name out in Las Vegas? Welder Up Garage. Beautifully done truck, but they're exceedingly hard to find.
Way is later revealed to be radioactive, and despite this, the Geiger counter on her Pip-Boy is just not going off. And to the surprise of nobody, because this show just needs things to happen and didn't really think through the fact that forcing in recognizable locations just keeps putting them against a wall, them being the writers, to the surprise of nobody, she gets attacked by a Gulper mutant, an East Coast Gulper mutant, which is just here by the way, that teleports behind her and steals the head of the scientist Wiltzig. And then, because again, this show just needs things to happen because it has a checklist of things it wants to have take place, Cooper Howard, the ghoul, which is at least half a day behind her, catches up to her by teleporting behind her and holds Lucy hostage. A very specific set of convenient events that just needed to happen so this show can explain why it has 8 episodes and not 3. Is the convenience over? No, it isn't, because Cooper holds Lucy hostage and uses her as bait to make sure the Gulper comes back, and it does, but instead of shooting it right there and then with his super powerful pistol, he decides it's actually a better idea to get up close to it and just pokes it with a stick. That's right, the character that has 220 years of experience surviving the wasteland decides to, instead of shooting its target, just pokes it with a fucking stick, and of course this leads to Cooper falling off, and his magical medicine from earlier gets broken, and the Gulper then escapes. What is this magical medicine? We don't know. But we know that it being broken concerns Cooper very much. And instead of just deciding to try to get the Gulper again, he just walks away, taking Lucy with him. This is the character that people keep telling me is the coolest thing and best thing about the show? Really? The one character in this show that has a reason to not be a complete fucking retard and he does something as stupid as this? Is all you need to entertain audiences nowadays to have a character with a cowboy hat and a cool accent? Oh wait, what am I talking about? He's Cooper Howard, related to Todd Howard, I guess. That explains why he can leave an impression but really just does things that make no sense. Fast forward to, where the fuck even are they? Maximus and Thaddeus. We can see Maximus is bullying Thaddeus by making him climb up trees and then getting chuckles when he falls. Because nuance isn't something that was invented at Amazon Studios yet. They find Wiltzig's body, hold up a piece of paper to where his head should be, and decide that yes, this is the person that they're looking for based on this evidence. I'm not even gonna question it anymore. I guess this was an attempt at humor that landed
This
with the weight
is
of
so astronomically fucking retarded. It's like
There's
like-
no other identifying features.
it's like it's almost like that. It's almost like if that fucking cutaway gag from Family Guy, where Peter's the police sketch artist,
Yeah.
and all he draws is a stick figure with a Chinese face on it, and then
Yes.
it ends up like mugging Chris.
Yeah.
Like it's as stupid as that. It's like, yep, that's our guy. It's a racist caricature, and it just comes true. It's like,
Oh my god.
decide on where they should go next. Thaddeus pulls out a radiation tracker to track the fuck. Wait, what? You two idiots are in the
This is
nuclear
even
post-apocalyptic waste.
Huh?
this is even dumber.
You mean the hairdryer of doom?
No,
fine.
just like having a radiation detector trying to track down radiation
Yeah,
in a wasteland.
the hairdryer
caused
of
by-
doom. Like,
It's like, who the put this shit together? It's like, if you want to have like the fucking like dosimeter to be handheld, get an actual dosimeter.
yeah, but the hairdryer of doom looks so much cooler.
The fuck? Wait, what? You two idiots are in the nuclear post-apocalyptic wasteland. There should be radiation everywhere. What the fuck is this item even for? We're told that it tracks radiation, but really it should be useless because there's radiation everywhere. Given the context of the entire world they're in, this item should be absolutely useless and should have never been invented. Given how tracking radiation when everything around you is irradiated is kind of pointless. But Maximus finds footprints on the ground, so they decide to follow that. Eventually taking a break for a bit of character development, this is actually a pretty decent scene. We get to see that the reason that Thaddeus joined up with the bullying of Maximus was just because he didn't want to be the guy who was bullied anymore. And Maximus seems to legitimately reconsider his position. This is actually a really decent scene. I found myself very interested. I wonder where they're going with this. I want to see more character development. Okay, we're just going to the next scene? Okay, alright, never mind. Despite having found footprints earlier, they're now back to following the radiation tracker, and we see that the radiation tracker has led them to the very same lake Lucy was in. The Gulper attacks them, and Maximus, who left the machine gun behind way off in episode 2, decides to try to protect Thaddeus with his pistol. Would have been really convenient if they had just stepped out of the water, or if Maximus hadn't left the machine gun behind. Never mind, I guess. Thaddeus just now has a machine gun, which instead of shooting with regular bullets, he just uses to shoot a harpoon at it, which pisses off the Gulper,
Again,
and
that
Thaddeus is
fucking
almost
Lewis
swallowed up.
gun bullshit. But I mean, that pistol isn't even a 10mm pistol. Like, it's just a fucking bigger version of the Desert Eagle.
I think it's hilarious that like that's the problems that you're seeing, and simultaneously I'm like, how are they going from desert to vegetation so quickly in this story back and forth? There's no transition. A complete barren desert, not even a goddamn cactus, to fucking full-fledged fucking vegetation.
I was gonna say, if you remember earlier, there was one transition back in the camp.
I didn't even remember that.
Here's the thing, that doesn't even like help, because later on it's revealed that it was a self-harm incident.
And instead of an actual cool
Oh,
fight scene, we get
joy.
another oldie song where the Gulper...
Will, statistic-wise.
By the way, what are Gulpers based off of?
Okay, he's going to show what the Gulpers look like in the Far Harbor DLC, but apparently these are supposed to be like irradiated geckos or something.
I was gonna say iguana or gecko is screaming at me more here. Like,
I mean, I'd go with bearded dragon,
yeah, that would be another good one.
but that's usually a pet, and you wouldn't find that out in the wild in California. Those are usually imported pets.
and Maximus play tug of war, and this somehow kills the Gulper. Was this supposed to be intense? Was it supposed to be funny? I legitimately don't know anymore. Anyway, they get the head back from the Gulper, and they celebrate. And now the dog that Cooper Howard had is just here, and is now tagging along with Maximus and Thaddeus, I guess. That would have been a nice relaxation moment after a fight scene, which the show would have deserved if it didn't have this fiend-like addiction to making jokes and a mockery out of anything tense. Cut to the next scene, Cooper Howard is enjoying torturing Lucy by drinking water in front of her while she's...
Retosis who shows it, but basically in Fallout 4, the Gulper is kind of like this salamander that's been heavily mutated.
Oh.
Severely dehydrated. Why is he torturing her? Why is he enjoying doing it so much? I don't know. The wasteland must have changed him. Ooh, that's totally why people call him the Ghoul and not Cooper Howard. Yeah, guys. He's not the good guy from before the war. Cut back to another pre-war scene.
Are allowed to happen.
We see the Cooper Howard is taking a photo shoot in his vault suit for Vault Tech.
Please grow up. 9/11 is allowed to happen.
Well, you know.
I do were to do like a thumbs up. Go for it, Coop.
You son of a bitch. They actually did it, didn't they?
And
They gave a
there's the
backstory.
origin of the Vault Boy holding up his fucking thumb.
To the Vault Tech boy having his thumbs up. The most pointless addition to the lore I think I have ever seen, and kind of kills the mystique there was behind Vault Tech and its imagery. Every Fallout player knows that Vault Tech is evil, and having some mystique around them helps to reinforce that fact, and the suspicion at any imagery related to Vault Tech and the vaults. But by adding backstory to it, they just fucked it. It's not the end of the world, mind you, but it's just another fuck you to people who actually care about the aesthetic of Fallout, and the various impressions that that very same aesthetic contributes to. And with that, that's the end of episode 3. Yes, all of that was episode 3. Moving on to episode 4, titled I Don't Know What It's Titled, because after they fucked up the title card in episode 3, they removed title cards from every episode afterwards. Because instead of fixing the issue that they very clearly noticed they had, they just removed it afterwards because they couldn't be bothered fixing it. That's the sign of a people who really care about the product that they're creating. Anyway, episode 4 starts with a son of a bitch, can you just stop? Another fucking oldie song, because of course, Cooper Howard is taking Lucy and they passed Westside Medical Clinic. I guess they just teleported to New Vegas for a second. And they find a ghoul trying to resist turning feral that Cooper Howard apparently
Oh my god. This is fucking amazing. How fucking bad this is fucked.
knows. Cooper asks if he has any vials of the mysterious magical medicine.
Even harder now.
whatever it is. But the ghoul they find says no, he's all out. Seeing that his old world friend is about to die, he decides to get him calm, talking about the past, reminiscing, and shoots him in the head. A mercy kill. A really good scene, honestly. And how the fuck was Cooper able to one-tap
stolen
him
by
if Cooper,
John
another ghoul,
Steinbeck.
was tanking?
And of mice and men. George, tell me about the rabbits. He's like, we're gonna have a farm full of them, buddy. It's like, what are you gonna do with the rabbits? I'm gonna play with them, and they're gonna go out frolicking in the field, and we're gonna get some chickens, and then pow, right in the back of the fucking head.
Oh my god. Beyond the whole, like, fact of, like, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. Beyond the whole fact of, like, this whole bulletproof ghoul here, who is relying heavily upon medication to keep him from going feral, which is what was happening to that guy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, is there a point that I missed in Fallout where, like, there was medication for ghouls and keep them from going feral?
No. That was, like, one of the greatest things, like, about the ghoul physiology, is that no one knew what made a ghoul go feral. There was plenty of speculation. Fucking Fallout 3, there was, like, a few different, like, doctors who were trying to figure it out. But they really only had, like, supposition and arguments.
Well,
One believes that they absorb too much radiation when they turn into a ghoul, and it predetermined them to go feral at a certain point. Others believe it's basically, how should I put this? Someone losing their humanity after being turned into a ghoul and being treated the way they are. So, like, you got one that's kind of like a scientific explanation, one a sociologic explanation. However, there was no, like, definitive thing that said this is how a ghoul turns feral.
you know,
I mean,
it's
hell,
really
there wasn't
ironic.
even well, hold on, there's, like, even more. There's even, like, no explanation how one ghoul turns into a glowing one,
Yeah. The iridescent ones.
Yeah, the neon glow in the dark
Yeah.
greenies. Like, there's no explanation for it. Somehow, there's this fucking medicine that everyone's using that's being produced in mass to keep the ghouls in check.
Boy, I guess we're lucky that Billy had all that medicine in the fridge with him the entire time.
Yeah, and all that food and all that water and all that air and all that space.
And that he didn't lose his mind, certainly sitting in a refrigerator for 200 years.
Yeah, all that fucking brain.
Tanking bullet shots earlier. Is it ever explained? Nope, it isn't. But I also have to ask, what the fuck is Cooper doing? That's right, he just decides to cannibalize his friend 5 seconds after killing him. Because you gotta do what you gotta do in the wasteland. And now I want to draw your attention away from whatever else you're doing, because I know you're watching this in the background. Because it's right here that something that turns out to be very, very important is said, and that most of the people in my comment section criticizing me didn't notice. Feast your eyes and ears on this passage from the dialogue that happens.
In the Great Plague of 77, people starved. My mother included.
Ah, I see. There was a famine in which Lucy's mom died in the vault in 2277. That's a bit of character and world building, isn't there? Lucy's mom starved to death in a famine in Vault 33 in 2277. 2277. I wonder why that date is so relevant. Surely, if Lucy's mom starved to death in 2277, then she wouldn't have been coming back to life in 2278, or 2279, or 2280, or 2282, as Todd Howard says. No, Lucy's mom starved to death in 2277 because that's when she never saw her mom again. Okay, now that we've established that, Lucy also mentions her last name, McLean, and this seems to get Cooper's attention.
Be here. Like, she would have been there for her daughter's wedding if she just starved and lived, But no, this is the fucking bullshit that people were, like, bringing up. It's like, starve doesn't mean starve to death, retard. It's like, okay, then where the fuck is the mother? Why does she act like she's dead?
Well,
it's like,
I mean, that was kind of heavily implied even when the father's talking to her in the very first episode, which he never even discussed. Because I swear the father mentions like something about like, I know you miss your mother, or like playing like back to like the mother being gone.
If only your mother were here to see you now on your day. Your wedding
Yeah. Yeah.
I hate when they do shit like that. Like they'll hint at like, you know, a character is dead, and then when you assume it, they'll be like, no. What are you, stupid? Why would you think they're dead?
Oh, Jim. Oh, buddy. You're in for the plot twist of the century.
Oh yeah, and it makes at least like it doesn't even make sense. It makes even like negative sense by a factor
Yes.
of 5,000, because from what we see of ghouls, just get ready. It's fucking retarded.
Yes. I mean, there really is a lot of shit that goes into Overdrive, but like, okay, what year is this supposed to be taking place in?
2297, but it's actually 2296 according to
Okay.
the Vault timeline.
Okay. Small question. Incongruency. Probably easy to clear up. How old's Lucy?
She's 25 now, going on 26, and she was 5 or 6 when her mother starved to death.
Okay, and that was in 2077, which on the blackboard is when we saw the bombs fell, right?
2277.
Oh, okay. There was a
So
2277.
20 years.
Okay.
20 years
Okay.
to pass.
All right. I'm like, wait a minute. The math ain't mathing on this. I'm
Well,
like,
just wait. She hasn't gotten to the vault with the actual chalkboard that lines up with what I pointed out earlier.
okay.
It's
but it's not
symmetry.
elaborated on in this
That's
scene,
what
so
I
I
was
guess it's
looking
just
for.
something that they're
Fucking symmetry.
Oh,
Symmetry. Because 2077 is when the Great War happened, and 2277 is when Shady Sands gets fucking nuked.
building up for later.
That's
So
the word I
Cooper
was
and
looking for. I thought it was a Chekhov's gun reference,
Yeah.
but no, it's symmetry.
okay.
Lucy go back on the march, and again Cooper Howard is torturing her by drinking water in front of her while Lucy is highly dehydrated. Lucy, who's getting desperate, drinks out of a puddle of water, and we can hear her Geiger counter going absolutely bananas. It's here that we can see that directional audio isn't a thing that was invented at Amazon Studios yet, because you hear the Geiger counter at the exact same volume no matter where the camera placement is. And before you say it's just a creative decision, well, it's a bad creative decision, because all it did is make the Geiger counter noise stand out, and all it really did is remind me that the Geiger counter exists, making me wonder why it hasn't gone off at any point during her adventure, including when she's surrounded by raiders back in Vault 33. While she's drinking the water, Cooper Howard is seen to be zoning out, possibly an effect of not having taken that magical medicine that he's supposed to take for whatever reason. And Lucy takes this opportunity to try to run away from him. But Cooper Howard, because he has a cowboy hat, does the cowboy thing and throws a lasso around her, captures her again, shoves his hand in her mouth for whatever reason, and Lucy bites off her finger. To this, he responds by cutting off Lucy's finger. Now, here's the thing. When I saw this, I innocently wondered to myself how the hell these characters are going to cope with not having their fingers. Cooper Howard just lost his trigger finger, so how the hell is he going to shoot as he's been shooting this entire time? And how is Lucy gonna cope with it? Well, for starters, she barely reacts to having her finger cut off right in front of her. Another sign that the direction is shit, but even still, a real question I have, which I will come back to momentarily, because I have to ask, what the fuck is this ruined city? Where the fuck even are they? Are these
I'm surprised at the questions that he's asking here. Because, like, okay. All right. She just drank irradiated water, which in the game doesn't kill you. She also just bit off and has the blood of a ghoul in her mouth that has been without medication and is slowly turning feral according to their own lore, and is unchanged by this.
Yeah. Who? Lucy or Howard?
Lucy bites off his finger. Blood in her mouth. His feral turning blood. Yes. Doesn't affect her at all. At all in the rest of this show.
Well, I mean, think about it. Like, him eating the fucking ghoul who was going feral's, like, flesh doesn't affect him at all.
No, it doesn't affect him. But she is normal and takes no Rad-X. Or Raid away.
Yeah, I kind of
Here's
get.
the thing. She's been in radiation for the longest time because she was in the water before, so she's
Yes,
just piling up more
I
rats.
know, and it's like I could sit there and maybe be like, okay, maybe the radiated water was bad enough before, and then she drinks the radiated water, but then like when you're double crossing your own like knowledge, she refuses in the story to eat the meat. And he kind of tells her the implications, if I recall right, of eating radiated meat from a feral ghoul. At one point, I swear he does.
Yeah, no, I
Well,
see what
yeah,
you're saying.
because the food is like the regular food in game is also like irradiated to a bit.
Yeah.
So you would still consume rats, but you're asking if it would turn her into a ghoul.
Yeah,
right?
well, it's just imagine like, okay, I think like the radiated water and in both instances would still be less than biting off and ingesting the direct blood, which you never do in any of the games, of a feral ghoul.
Well, not of a feral ghoul, but you can consume blood packs if you're, role playing as a vampire.
Yeah.
A manophage. The whole thing is that ghoulification takes years to happen.
Well, it's just I don't get the whole like that would have to be such a higher dose than even both water sources combined.
Well, I would
And like
agree with you if Howard was a glowing ghoul, because that's
maybe.
literally a generator of radiation. A normal ghoul is just someone who's been affected with radiation and has like turned into a ghoul, and the radiation levels itself out. They can't garner more rads, nor are they affected by it once they've become a ghoul. So them having like radiation and then it affecting someone else by causing radiation poison really isn't a thing unless if they came into contact with some radioactive material and it was just like a particulate on their body.
Yeah, it's still like is insane to me that like because you can't I don't even recall, can you eat ghoul meat at all in the game?
Yeah, there's a perk in Fallout New Vegas. I don't, maybe it was in 3 when the DLC was added, but I know in New Vegas and Fallout 4 they Fallout New Vegas was the one I think introduced this, but it's basically like the cannibalism perk, but
Okay.
it's like ghoulish, like
Okay.
delish, but ghoulish
Oh.
is the name of it, I think, or at least that's what it is in Fallout 4. But it allows you to eat the flesh of ghouls and super mutants.
Okay. I just was like, God, like just ingesting radiated blood, like straight pure radiated blood on top of the water, on top of the other water, which I wasn't even like totally factoring in, but I thought about it when I remember when I initially saw it. Like, you would think she'd be like extremely sick right now with radiation poisoning. Like,
well, you would think that after getting fucked by a raider who was extremely radioactive, like, I mean, the ejaculate would have to be irradiated too.
I'm given the courtesy that she was in the vault and took it off scene. But like here we see nothing at all. Like, and that just is what bothers me.
Well, I mean, you'd have to get exposed to extremely high doses of radiation for even radiation sickness to take effect like it normally would. And even then, it has to be a prolonged process of being constantly bombarded with it and maintaining that level to turn into a ghoul.
Yeah, I'm not saying that she should turn into a ghoul, but I'm just saying, like, in the game, it affects you. Like,
well,
when you get too highly irradiated, it affects you in the game.
Well, it does. You'll see after, like, she gets done with Howard here in this area. They will address it.
Okay.
LA still? I suppose so, but isn't LA supposed to be the boneyard, you know, an entire city within the New California Republic? You know, that giant country-sized faction in the Fallout universe. In fact, the boneyard is the industrial hub of the New California Republic. Why haven't we seen any New California Republic imagery so far? Where the fuck are the New Californians? I don't know. Why does the city look like it has been uninhabited pretty much for 200 years? All of these questions floating around in my mind while I was watching the show. After all this happens, they eventually get to a supermarket called the Super Duper Mart where an exchange is going to happen. Cooper offers an exchange Lucy for 2 months of vials. What are the vials for?
Yet again,
Well,
they
we're about
couldn't
to
even
find
get
out.
that
So
right.
Cooper sends Lucy in and passes out right there.
Like, that's not the right sign for the Super Duper Mart, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. I just
It's just a sign that says Super Duper.
Due to not having the medication. Really, I wonder what this medication is. Is it something very specific for Cooper, or what? Well, it's important enough for him to turn around away from his objective and come to sell Lucy for it. Wait just a second. Didn't Cooper's friend also say he had no vials, and that he was all out and down on his luck? Do the vials have something to do with the... No, that can't be it. Anyway, she enters the supermarket and finds a Mr. Handy who's being awfully polite to her and offers to fix her finger.
Right
So they can have
this
a Mr.
makes no fucking sense.
Handy, but not a fucking robo-brain? Okay, not a big deal. The Mr. Handy reattaches a rotting finger to her hand, which makes me wonder how the hell she didn't just get sepsis and die. But of course, this show just had to instantly fix the thing it established a moment ago. She just doesn't get sepsis and gets a working finger that's rotted but still works somehow. What was the point of trying to shock the audience if you were gonna give her back her finger in like 5 minutes time? I don't know, but then Mr. Handy says, in a way that actually did get a chuckle out of me, that he's going to harvest her organs. It's stupid given how he just gave her a finger, so why are you helping her if you're just gonna harvest her organs anyway? But, you know, it did get a slight chuckle out of me, so given how depressed this show has made me be, I'll excuse the stupidity for once and let it go purely on the fact that it provided 1 second of entertainment. So she gets tranquilized and wrapped up in a gurney and taken to the 2 leaders of this supermarket operation that they have going on here. And we see that it's 2 bumblefuck retards. Oh, great, another bumblefuck patrol, just sitting there eating ramen noodles, and they ask what the trade was. The robot, who we learn is called Snip Snip, informs them that the trade is 60 vials, aka 2 months of supply of vials. Okay, so 60 vials is 2 months worth of supply, so Cooper Howard has to take this mystery medicine once every day. Let's just keep that in mind for a moment. Anyway, Lucy is about to have her organs harvested when she manages to break free and fight back.
Fucking mass production facility.
well, yeah. Either that or like there's only like a handful of fucking ghouls that are not feral in order to be able to use this stuff.
I mean, look, I'm just gonna say it. It's ghoul insulin at this point. Because, I mean, the only drug you have to inject every day in order to keep yourself from dying or suffering a worse fate is insulin.
Basically, yeah.
I mean, I know that a lot of people were joking about it when it came out, that it was like Fallout stealing someone else's like IP or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And they were basically referring to it as Zombrex. If anyone gets the reference. I don't know about you, Jim. I'm pretty sure you would.
I think Jim.
And he's not here.
He died. R.I.P. Jim.
Defibrillator that was there to disable Snip Snip.
How
After
dare.
disabling the robot, she
Huh?
Okay,
How dare?
so do you know what Zombrex is or not?
That was a quick revival, but unfortunately he's died again.
Are you? Well, I kind of hear you roboting.
Oh,
Is
do
it?
you know
Is
what
it me?
Zombrex is?
yes, it's you. I can hear GG fine, and GG hasn't told me I'm roboting yet. So
I think it's just you, Jim.
Awesome.
So,
Awesome.
do you know
I mean,
what Zombrex is?
Is that the shit from like Dead Rising?
I believe so.
Oh,
I was
man.
gonna say, cause is it like the antidote from Dead Rising or whatever that like stops you from being like a zombie man?
Yeah, and that's what the ghouls are now are canonically taking in order to keep from going feral.
Cool.
Not
seems
cool.
to
be-
It fucking ruins the lore.
I mean, I can't really say anything because the lore has already been ruined.
Like, it ruins it even further, more so than Kid in the fucking Fridge. Like,
This was like taking the heat from 4 for killing the lore. It's like, no, 4 wasn't that bad. Watch, we'll really actually kill the lore with this one. Watch us, guys. We can butcher this shit.
It's like the fucking shit is like you're adding another maintenance item to
my
a
God.
ghoul's like lifestyle in order for them to either be like sane or just go completely nutso.
Oh my god. The irony of like it defeating their own version of the lore that already defeated the original lore is not lost on me. The miracle ghoul that is Billy is not lost on me in this.
I mean, Ghoul Jesus.
Yes.
Fix it somehow, only with medical gear, and shoves a Braxo cleaner in the robot's gun. Or syringe thrower, or whatever the fuck. She holds the 2 Bumblefucks from Bumblefuck Patrol the sequel hostage and tells them to release all of the captives that they had, which seems to be a bunch of ghouls. First, they comply and release a bunch of non-feral ghouls, but Lucy, apparently not understanding, forces them to release even the feral ones. One of the Bumblefucks from Bumblefuck Patrol the
Like
sequel tries to
Beavis and
explain this to her,
Butthead.
but Lucy
Like
doesn't listen,
that's
and he
what
doesn't
these 2 guys are here running this
Oh.
operation. They're Beavis and Butthead.
Oh yeah. Like this is both the most interesting and the most dumbest fucking part of this show to me. Like just the whole fact of like the robot harvesting organs and shit like that was like, oh, this could be interesting. And then immediately,
reattaching like rotting appendages.
Yeah.
Appendages.
yeah, like it's like, oh, okay. It, like, it at least had a self-explanation to it to some extent. Like it explained itself. It's like, oh, that's why he would have decaying body pieces. Is like, oh, they're harvesting humans here. Like it has a link. It's not like you're making shit up like some of the other points of this. Like,
Well, I mean, it doesn't make sense why he would even give like an appendage away. Like it serves no fucking purpose. You could just cauterize the wound, then harvest the organs, and be done.
yeah, I think the cauterization was the way I was seeing it go, but like I think it was a placation. I think what they were trying to do, and this is me taking a lot of liberty here, is to
Just fixing
placate
their
her.
fuck up like they did.
Well, placating her to subdue her so she'll be easier manipulated later when they're killing her, apparently.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Like, that move alone just being added into the story after you had her finger removed, it wasn't so much as giving her the finger, it was giving us, the audience, the finger.
Yes. Yes.
Patrick,
Huh?
It
What
was
you
just a metaphor
described-
this whole time.
sounds suspiciously like grooming.
Yes. Yes. They groom their victims. You can't have the
No.
meat scared. It taints it.
I'm becoming a little more uncomfortable. Like,
I was relating that to like deer hunting.
I mean, you're
veal
technically
organ
grooming the deer.
harvesting.
Like, you're giving it, you know.
didn't even try to explain it to her, in any meaningful capacity right after, that is. To the surprise of a whole 0 people, the feral ghouls attack. The 2 Bumblefucks from Bumblefuck Patrol the sequel start taking down the feral ghouls with one taps. Again, these ghouls die really easily. So yes, I guess I was right when I said Cooper Howard has literal plot armor. The ghouls also, I can't help but notice, look more like the Walking Dead zombies than they do actual ghouls. I guess they ran out of props to use and went next door to ask for some leftovers. And yes, they also do behave like zombies. They're just trying to eat whoever they attack. That's not how ghouls are supposed to behave, but okay. So Lucy, after realizing what turning feral means, kills the last one, goes outside and says,
You don't get these. You turn into one of those.
What was that?
You don't get these. You turn into one of those.
"You goddamn motherfucker. Didn't retcon any lore. 10 out of 10 show, faithful to the franchise, and yet it just retconned the existence of every single ghoul in the
Yep,
games and the
fucking
show
act, man.
itself. So let me
I
get
swear
this
to God.
straight. If
You
Cooper
know,
Howard
what's
and
even funnier
What?
is that this show showed a lot of fucking sellouts or people who just didn't pay the fuck attention to this.
Yeah.
Like when they watched it, the Act Man, sellout, critical drinker, a fucking idiot, because he's the guy who's most notoriously known for calling out modern media for pushing
Being
the
shit.
message. No, like quite literally, his catchphrase for like calling out woke shit is pushing the message.
Oh my god. As he
Yeah,
pushes their message for this show.
Yeah, exactly. And then TKS Mantis, a guy who's like always trying to certify his credentials as being an old school Fallout head. So where it's like, I love playing the original 2. I was 9 years old when I played the first game, when my brother bought it, and I snuck onto his computer and played it. And it's like, it captures everything about the show. It's so wonderful. And then he glazes Tim Kaine in an interview doing the same thing, saying the show was the best thing since sliced bread. And I'm like, you motherfuckers, like...
It's like it captures everything from the original games. Like, 2 of the plot points done worse. And that's it. Like...
They had vault suits, GG, just like the rest of the game series.
Yeah.
Isn't that
they
enough
also
for
had
you?
bullets and sand and everything else that you would expect from a wasteland. Wrecked cars, ruined buildings,
Bombs!
fucking hobos, fucking chickens. Like,
The nuclear armaments. Like...
They
yes,
preferred...
the nuclear condiments.
Every other
I
goal
just
does not
want
take...
to, like, seriously, at this point, some of these people just need to be put up against a wall. Like,
You want to know another ironic point in all of this that's kind of funny to me, that's like not totally lost on me, is that she is completely new to the world, right? She actually ends up going to Philly, right? Goes to a merchant store, is not able to get anything from the merchant store. Nobody explains to her the caps thing. And caps are never, the in-game currency to buy anything is never brought up.
well, except for when, like, Maximus needs repairs to that one thing for the power armor.
Yeah. But like,
I mean,
What Patrick is saying, it's never was explained to Lucy.
yeah.
She's just like being thrown out from this vault that's you would think would have its own sustained economy out into this wasteland, and all of a sudden she has like money and knows how it functions.
Well, not only that,
that's
like,
the thing.
at the very least, she's been able to get food in some way to sustain
Yeah,
herself.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, bottle caps themselves didn't become a currency until the water traders came in, because every bottle cap would represent one bottle of water. So whatever the value of a bottle of water was, would determine the value of some other item.
It's the liquid standard.
Well, I mean, it would be the perfect, because, like, fresh, clean water becomes a fucking finite resource, even more so in the post-apocalyptic wasteland.
Well, like, the whole thing that is also astounding to me is, like, that same merchant fixes up the doctor. Again, another person in this thing from dying with a prosthetic for no caps.
Well, I mean, she didn't really help things. I mean, that thing literally just chewed up what was left of the stump and then secured itself onto the freshly cut flesh and made him bleed out a bit more. So he really didn't even need to take cyanide, because, like, one of the major arteries was already cut.
Yeah, but, like, still, again, no bottle caps were mentioned or traded for this service.
And she was, like, overtly hostile to fucking Lucy, too. It's like,
Yeah.
Because she was saying, vaults from before the war were used for all them rich folk to go hiding when the bombs fell. You know what people on the surface say about the vaults?
Yeah.
Fuck the vaults. And it's like, and she's helping you for whatever reason.
Yes. Yes. It's just amazing that there's 3 characters in here that are supposedly been living in this world outside of the vault, and only one minor mention of caps, the in-game currency.
Yeah, it's... Again, like, out of all the fucking iconography, like, you would think bottle caps would be the one.
Yeah, I mean, they're the second most predominant thing after them tin cans.
I fucking hate Tim Kaine.
take one of these per day, aka a 2-month supply,
Like,
as we can see.
he
Because a 2-month
literally
supply is
bastardized his own child at that point.
Yeah,
It was like not only did he just walk out on it like during its like second year of life, he he's like, it's exactly always like I wanted it to be when fucking Todd Howard became the stepdaddy.
oh man, I just
Wow.
it's kind of funny to me. Would you say that Tim Kane's kind of like the Rich Marsucci of the Fallout world?
You mean fat, old, and gay, especially the gay part? No, literally.
I
Tim
think he
Kaine-
means about the
Tim
part
Kaine-
where he like maimed his own daughter.
Yeah, he made
Well, I mean,
he's
well, yeah, that too,
given up
but like
and
Tim
maimed his
Kaine is
own.
actually gay.
He's expected people to raise his child, and he maimed it.
Yeah. Like I know I was like saying that Rich is actually gay, but no, Tim Kaine is gay. That's like he came out of the closet like I forget what, several years ago or something.
That's
But-
several years less probably than the last time Rich has had contact with a woman.
Yeah, you know what, Tim? I don't care about your sexuality. You just make shit games now. So like,
I'm just saying that may be plausible lore for the the Rich Marsucci.
For RTU.
right? I mean,
Seriously, like, Rich is a prime example of how bad gay parenting could get.
Oh my god.
16. Then how the fuck does any ghoul in
If we're
Fallout
going
still
with
exist?
this as
Oh,
like
did
a
the side-
comparison, if RTU is like Tim Kaine, then I'm going to make that comparison.
I didn't see you going there, but I'm not unhappy.
I'm not going to be the only guilty party in this.
Scientists just have a magical serum before the war to fix a problem that nobody should fucking have because ghouls are something that happened after the Great War? Good fucking job, show writers, and good fucking job to every single troglodyte who claims to have liked this show and that it has a good plot and that it didn't break any lore for defending this, because now every single ghoul in Fallout is outright impossible. Completely ignoring the question of who the fuck manufactures these. Wasn't Cooper Howard said to be in episode 1 buried for weeks if not months in a coffin under the ground? What, are they just bringing him back up
Yeah,
every single
that's
day to
another
feed him these
thing.
ghoul vials?
He was buried in a fucking coffin, and they bring him up just to give him the bounty.
Well, yeah.
Didn't have the Zombrex, didn't have any water, didn't have any food. It's just like,
Wasn't he on an IV drop in the ground?
maybe?
I
But
thought it
didn't-
was.
It didn't look like the fucking Zombrex shit. Like, you have to inhale
No,
it.
that's the thing.
wait. So he was buried underground with no food, water, or any of this, like, you know.
Maybe it was a
fucking-
saline bag. I don't know.
He didn't have any of his like ghoul neosporin, and all of a sudden, like I'm
He didn't have
supposed,
his ghoul inhaler.
yeah, I'm now supposed to believe that if he doesn't get his like ghoul insulin, like he's gonna go feral after he's played like without it for weeks.
Yes.
So does it just like happen just like randomly where it's like, well, it's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons. I mean, the longer I don't have it, the more I can roll a 20. Like, so you know,
No,
you got
but, like there
drugs,
is no
like-
positive benefits to it. Like, even having that as an explanation for how they stave off feralness is fucking retarded. We don't even know what causes ghoulification outside of radiation. We don't know the exact processes of how that works. But somehow we've like gotten to the point where we can counteract feralness with a fucking inhaler. So it has something to do with the lungs or the cardiovascular system.
I'm just waiting for it to be like a plot twist where it's just like an inhalant, like antipsychotic and like mood stabilizer. It's like, no, this was just Q-tipian this whole time because you just it just keeps you guys from being an asshole. Like that's it.
What, like huffing paint?
Yeah, it's just like, one of those things where it's like, hey, yeah, no, it's just like normal medication. Like, you're not actually feral, you're just a dick. Like,
Hold on, I'm looking into something.
how to maim children.
No, I'm not gay.
I said maim, not rape.
Well, we've already established a timeline here.
Oh God, Necro Swanson. Irradiated jizz is literally a plot point in the Spider-Man comic.
Oh. Okay. Like, is there a version of this where... Yeah. Okay. Maybe I was wrong and I didn't see anything. I'm not seeing anything so far. I thought I saw something. Yeah, I guess not. Unless there's something when they're actually digging up his grave. I was wrong. I thought there was something.
Where the fuck did these ghoul files even come from? I don't know. I don't fucking know. They've never been in any of the previous games. And in case you don't know, ghouls in Fallout go feral when their brain stops producing healthier cells. So the writers of the show and the dipshits at Bethesda who signed off on this just invented a cure for literal...
Is that news to you?
I think he might be misremembering, because that's not how it was explained in the games or any other sources. Like, from Fallout 3 onwards, it's always, well, since the beginning, it's always been like a mystery.
Okay.
brain rot and made every single ghoul in the Fallout franchise be outright impossible. If you came to me in my comment sections and told me that this is one of those shows that is faithful to the franchise, doesn't break any lore, or doesn't break most lore, go fuck yourself. I tell you to go fuck yourself with a plasma rifle from Fallout, but this show doesn't have any, so I can't get any. Good fucking god, not only has this show been blasting our ears with
Fallout 4. Because that was the game that started, like, really digging into the, it just seemed to have, like, a bone to pick with ghouls in general, because, like, Eddie Winter, the mob boss that is tied into the Nick Valentine storyline, knew how to get, like, I guess you could say, prolonged life or immortality, as he says it. And so he goes into hiding and turns himself into a ghoul. Then there was, like, a few other little side things.
Here's what it says. In Fallout video game franchise, ghouls become feral due to a process called ferocious post-necrotic dystrophy, which is either brain degradation, isolation, radiation exposure, time, and psychological factors.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. That's like an amalgamation of everything I said that people theorize.
Yeah.
But it's like, it's not definitive. It's like a multitude of symptoms that could congeal or could cause it. And that's just like a catch-all phrase.
So it looks like the brain degradation is only linked directly to the Fallout wiki.
Yeah, because, I mean, again, brain rot, like, you know, affects a lot of people differently.
Yeah.
But it's like, that was the most logical one, scientifically speaking, because, I mean, radiation kills the ability in your body to make healthy cells. However, like, ghouls also have a healing factor when it comes to radiation. They can be healed by it. So there is a regeneration process that happens that radiation interacts with. So this is kind of like conflicting.
Huh. This is ironic. Time seems to play a part, as ghouls may turn feral after a few decades or sooner.
Yeah, not centuries, because some ghouls are over 200 years old. Like Desmond from Fallout 3 and Point Lookout.
I'm just like, again, Bridge Boy.
Like, this is an AI overview, so I mean, like, it's about as accurate as Todd Howard wants it to be. But I'm just saying, like, it's never really explained. Maybe he read something somewhere or did the same AI thing you did.
Well, I'm
But-
guessing he might have read the Fallout wiki and like that's where he's getting it from, maybe. Like that seems plausible to me.
Again, like, wikis of any kind, fandom, or even like the actual wiki, it's not really an empirical source. Like, you would have to scour the games for like anything and everything
Yeah.
if you want an actual source. Like, referencing the wiki is basically like, referencing someone's headcanon.
Well, why would you scour the games for a source? They're only going to repeat it again anyway with the next thing.
Well, again, like, games are the official like source as far as the lore is concerned, conflicts and all.
Yeah, I know. It's just one of those fucking things. It's like they refuted their own
Like,
logic with their own games.
Like,
Ugh.
think of it as a crime scene. It's where all the evidence is.
Yeah. Including the evidence of bullshittery.
I disagree. I think you should start at the real first step. The Twitter for the lore master himself.
Oh, not Todd Howard directly. Okay.
Yeah, no, just go to Emil's Twitter. Because 90% of the thing that you're researching, he's probably already tweeted and already refuted it. So there's no point in really trying to like go through like 120 hours of game when some jackass is just gonna send out a tweet and be like, "Yep, ghoul equals zombie," like next week. You know,
Well,
like
again, that
there's
doesn't make any sense because there's also like a mission in Fallout 3 where it's called "You Gotta Shoot Him in the Head," where a ghoul gives you a task to kill like 4 ghoul bigots because they believe that the only way how to deal with ghouls is just to shoot them in the head, as if they're a zombie.
Wait,
it's pretty based.
there's bigoted ghouls?
Yes.
You're pulling me back into this.
There's a
game.
reason why the term smooth skin exists. It's like, it's basically their version of cracker.
This is amazing.
Necessary oldie music, retconning and ripping things off left, right, and center. It just wrote itself into a corner.
You went the totally different way from where I was. What do you think about this, Smoothskin? Why are you in this area? This ain't your hood. Get out here, Smoothskin. You know what happens to your type of people around here?
Well, I mean, that's how they go with it. But I mean, I said it was their version of cracker because it's just as fucking comical.
Oh my god. This ain't your hood. Get out of here.
Like, seriously,
fucking smooth skin, bitch.
I mean, that was something from like the original Fallout 2, I believe. Because there was this one ghoul in Necropolis who's like the leader, like the evil leader who wants you to get rid of the super mutants. And I can't remember his name, but he's like one of those like, "What you doing here, smooth skin?"
Can we work to like positively make smooth skin a slur?
It already is one.
No, but like in the real world.
I mean, just start calling people that. Be the change you want to see in the world.
Oh, I'm going to.
Are we gonna go after Olay and other beauty products with this?
Yeah, the progenitors of smooth skin.
And doesn't even realize it, and also retcon that as well. Cooper Howard did not take his medicine for half a day, and he's passing out. Are you telling me that when the bombs dropped, people just came up with this magic serum in 12 hours? No, of course that's not what you're telling me, because the writers didn't think of it. Some of the best characters in Fallout, right? Raul Tejadas from Fallout New Vegas, for example, cannot exist because of the serum. You know who else can't exist because of the serum? Fucking kid in a fridge. Because in Fallout 4, the kid only survived 200 years in a fridge because he turned into a ghoul. At least that was the excuse. So they just retconned themselves. Fuck the show, fuck everyone involved in it, and fuck everyone who defended it on the basis of let them cook. If you legitimately enjoyed this show, fine. But if you think the show has good writing, you're a fucking idiot, and I don't care what you think about me after that. Because even in
when it comes to letting them cook, I think there are a few ovens that need to be started again.
Yeah, you smooth skin bastards.
Shut up. You ruined it.
And this is where the slur dies. 2 foot away from where it was birthed.
Isolation, this is absolutely retarded. Seriously, how did nobody involved in this show notice that they kept showing that Cooper Howard is pre-war and then not question how the fuck he survived up until this day if he's pre-war, while needing a vial a day to survive? Oh, come on, we're almost done with this episode. Let's just power through so we can have another intermission. Lucy, despite having been outright tortured by the ghoul, plays the moral character, doesn't kill him, gives him some of the vials, and the ghoul, Cooper Howard, then goes inside, takes a bunch of vials at the same time, sees his movie playing on the television in case the fucking idiots who defend this show haven't realized who he is, and the episode ends. Thank God. This show is not only made by stupid people for stupid people, but it also thinks that you're a stupid person. First, the flashbacks to bodies that they saw within the same episode back in the Vault plotline in episode 4, in case you forgot, and now this. I guess that's why they keep having all these
here's the
funny
thing
sex
about that
jokes.
whole setup is that whole part of the episode leading up to where he puts in the tape is that he's a ghoul right now, and given his character from now to when it was back then,
Yeah.
it could be seen as like he lost his humanity, and then Lucy is supposed to be the person who like reminds him of it, that there is good in the world,
Yeah.
you know, someone who will take mercy on you. And that's how his character was pre-war. But post-war, he's basically turned into this grizzled fucking jackass. So how they handled it, the bits and pieces are there, but they just fuck it up on the execution.
which is funny, and I would almost dare to say I prefer it that way, because Todd Howard's namesake in this fucking show is then a complete asshole who is unchanged.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. They've clearly stated that they want the wasteland to be just a completely like blown out amusement park that that people could just build, and they could destroy in order to have a blank slate for their bullshit.
Jesus. He's turned
They're literally that fucking empty-headed when it comes to creativity.
Yeah.
That's why like most of the shit like Nuka Love and that fucking note that you find that says "See ya, space cowboy," like in a pile of debris on a space station to say, we know that we have fans. Some of them have died. Here is a reference to them. You know, it's like the storyteller is literally going to be a fucking holotape.
Oh man.
Jokes. The
Like that's
showrunners
going to
must
be his reference in Fallout 5. It's like, here lies the storyteller. What a fan.
He explained our lore, so we didn't have to.
Yeah.
We're really regretting not giving him better medical insurance. Oh shit.
think that you, the viewer, are literally Beavis and Butthead from that one meme.
We're gonna be talking about the penis! We'll be talking about the vagina! Do you think that's funny, Butthead? Do you find it amusing that we'll be talking about the testicles?
Now we get to episode 5, the episode where nothing happens. It's a filler episode, and no, I'm not kidding, nothing of substance happens. You see, I actually finished watching this show long before a lot of other people did. I wasn't anywhere near the first in my group to actually watch it, far from it, but here's the issue. When I watched it, I wanted to comment on it to other people, and I kept giving them wrong information about what events happened in which episode. Made me look like a real moron, but I didn't actually understand what was happening until I rewatched this for the review. And that's when I realized why. Because this episode is so filler and so forgettable that I associated events that happened in episode 4 to episode 5 and events that happened in episode 5 to episode 6. So this is good news for the people who are upset at the fact that this review is getting kind of long. Because I can legitimately speedrun reviewing this entire episode at the snap of my fingers, and you're not gonna miss anything of substance. Check this out. Maximus and Titus teleported back to the city where they're celebrating their victory. Maximus, despite starting to like Titus, brands him, scarring him for life quite literally, and then reveals himself to Thaddeus, and then starts going on a tard rage when Thaddeus doesn't actually agree with lying to the entire Brotherhood. Because that's a hero main character, he has a villain arc. Thaddeus disarms Maximus.
Hold on. I know they're going over like this filler episode, but I just like to point out one other thing I remembered. Not everybody who gets affected by radiation turns into ghouls. People still die of radiation sickness in the game, in the lore.
Yeah.
So that, like, there's a genetic explanation for why ghouls exist. That's another thing. Like, if it was, like, universal, like, enough bombardment of radiation at, like, certain intervals turns them into ghouls, that could be one thing. But, quite literally, Necropolis was like a vault that its door never shut completely. So, tough shit to Vault 76 being the first to open up. Vault 12 never fucking closed. And that's how all the residents of Vault 12 turned into ghouls, or at least most of them. Because, like, they were the first ghouls, like, you know, outside of Eddie Winter and other fucking experiments. But, like, not everyone who suffers from radiation turns into a ghoul. They die of radiation poisoning. So there is a genetic factor, and given how, like, you know, Vault Tech and their social experiments may have found like a certain genetic marker that they look for in other inhabitants for the vault to try and see, like, will this actually work? Can we create a society of ghouls?
Oh man.
And only way how they could do that is by putting in like a control subject, you know, control subjects really that don't have that marker. I'm just hypothesizing here, but that seems like a more plausible explanation than like radiation rotting your brain leading to dystrophy or atrophy.
Yeah.
Because that just screams psychosis. That doesn't like explain all the other shit that happens to a ghoul that is true about a ghoul, like being healed by radiation or being immune to it. Like, it can't just be like the fucking brain flips a switch and it goes into a different, like, fucking operating system with like a 50-50 fail rate. I mean, like, that's like the level of how much you could look into the ghouls, and they just keep fucking it left and right, left and right.
See, I refrained from saying smooth skin bastards that time because it's not dead. R.I.P. Smooth skin, shortest lived slur.
I'm just saying, like, 76 claiming to be the vault to open first is a fucking misnomer.
Yeah.
That's another retcon.
By removing the fusion core somehow, gets his foot destroyed and limps away with the head. Maximus is gonna die because he's now stranded inside the power armor, which doesn't open for some reason, and is about to be eaten by radroaches when Lucy teleports to him, despite following the radiation signature of the head, meaning that she should go in the opposite direction, saves his ass, and then Maximus saves her when she gets radiation sickness. Later, they're talking about their past experiences when Lucy says she thought the projector in
she
her
should
vault
have
was the
died
sun.
there, so she doesn't turn into a ghoul again.
Yeah, it's like she finally gets rad sickness days later, and it's like, I think I'm dying.
Yeah, I mean,
no hair falling out, no like pustules or blood coming out of orifices and whatnot.
Teeth still in her pretty head. Yes.
drinking.
No petechial hemorrhaging, no nothing. It's just like,
Yeah, drinking that water and being mandible clawed by like the living radiation didn't do it. Now, you know, walking down these train tracks, so all of a sudden now I'm dying.
Yeah.
like like given what I've known about the ghouls and the lore of the show, or not the show, but just the franchise as a whole, I believe it's a genetic marker that like a good size of the population has, but just like a good portion of the population has never been exposed to, you know, nuclear apocalyptic levels in order to discover.
Can I also like two other small things?
Yeah.
First of all, in the game, when you run out of power for your power armor, you don't get locked into it. It actually opens and you can't go anywhere. Second, if they really wanted to be assholes like they've been in this, and considering, you know, the character on the left is probably the biggest asshole in this show up to this point, hands down, considering all the lying and shit that he's done, why wouldn't you, once you have the power core, just sit there and wait?
I got a better one for you. If the power core is a miniature fusion cell, why not just shoot it and have it detonate, killing Maximus?
Well, no, I'm just saying, if you wanted the power armor and everything afterwards, that way you can bring it all back and look like the hero of the day to the Brotherhood.
No, I'm just saying, like, he has like the perfect opportunity to do it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, in the game, you could shoot the fusion core to cause it to overload and then detonate, killing the occupant.
Chris, he could even sit there. He has a goddamn machine gun that he's toting around, apparently. He could just, like, wait till he passes out, fucking open up the fucking armor, and then shoot him. Several times if he wants.
Well, I mean, he gets his foot smashed, so he has to, obviously run away.
Oh. Because the power armor that, like, he left his friend in to die is going to pursue him. Right. I would have fucking set fucking 10 foot away and been like, oh yeah, no, I hurt my foot. I'm waiting for it to heal. I took some stim packs. Yeah, the head you're looking for went that way. To this chick, and she probably would have believed it. Like, that's how dumb they have portrayed these characters. Like, that's one thing I will agree with, is how stupid they make the characters in this show.
Instead of making people awesome, what if they were stupid? I don't know.
I don't know. I think it suits Bethesda's.
How about instead of Tom being stupid, or not Tom, instead of Todd being stupid, how about he actually be awesome and do his fucking job right?
If he did that, then we would have a better Starfield.
We'd have Fallout like 15 at this point, or Skyrim 17.
Yeah, but then we would have never gotten Fallout Shelter.
And?
Oh, man.
Until she was 6,
I'm
meaning
just
that she
saying.
was in the vault by
I
the age
agree.
of 6. Just keep that in mind. They come across 2 fiends on a bridge because I guess the fiends factions just teleported from the Mojave Desert to Los Angeles, California, and Maximus gets wounded. While this happened, there was an oldie song playing. God, how quick that was? How far do you think I'm in the episode? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? No, 30 minutes. Yes, that's right. I just described 30 minutes of an episode in less than 60 seconds. And I can guarantee you lost absolutely nothing of value in this. Unless listening to oldie songs or listening to them babble on about shit that is never brought up again and does not change their characters is relevant to you, nothing was lost. I really just want to reinforce that. Go to the timestamps below and see how long it took me to cover episodes 3 and 4 and then compare it to right now. But it's gonna get a whole lot worse because Maximus takes her to where a bomb crater is and we see... What? We see Shady Sands? Shady fucking Sands in Los Angeles, California? Editor, put a map of the NCR on screen, please. Are you telling me that Shady Sands not only got nuked out of existence, it also got its location retconned, and despite being a city built from scratch, it actually is now just a community within Los Angeles, California? Los Angeles, California, by the way, which is the LA Boneyard? That's 3 spits in the face of Fallout fans, by the way. 4 games where the NCR is either a major player or at least quite relevant to some characters. And if you're doubting what the 4th game is, you really are a Bethesda fan because you really don't pay attention to what you play. A city built from scratch, now retconned, out of its location, existence, and retcons another city in the meantime. The backstory to it's all gone. Why? I don't know yet. The show hasn't told me. I don't know when this happened. I don't know how it happened, other than the fact that it included a nuke. I don't know why this happened, but I just know I'm starting to notice a whole lot of fucking coincidences in this show that just so happened to destroy literally everything that isn't associated with things that Bethesda specifically created for Fallout. I'm starting to use my basic human capability of pattern recognition. But you know, this is just one thing in a fucking ocean of shit. I'm not going to start associating things and reaching conclusions now, am I? I don't have any information
Look,
as
I
to
will
how Shady
just say
Sands got
this.
nuked.
It is fitting what they did to Shady Sands because, commies, they always just love to, kill democracy. And republics, for that matter.
I'm sitting here thinking, like, maybe it was the fact that they just didn't have the budget to film in 2 locations. And I keep remembering who the people we are talking about here. And I'm like, nope, that wasn't it.
They didn't even need to include Shady Sands.
No!
They didn't even need to include California. Like, for fuck's sake, if they wanted to do this show and make Fallout 5, which apparently is going to... It's being suggested that it's going to happen in New Orleans. Oh, I don't know. How about have the fucking show take place in New Orleans?
That would have been an interesting way to set up the game.
Yeah. It would be free promotion material. In fact, it would set up the lore for New Orleans. Cutting your work in fucking half, retards.
You know what else would have been an interesting setting? maybe I'm out of line here, but I think up near Michigan.
Detroit.
Yeah, like have them fight over maybe the old automotive factories to make weapons.
Well,
Brotherhood wants it for power armor manufacturing. You can have a bunch of other factions vying for control.
Well, I mean, that would be perfect because Michigan is basically connected to several Great Lakes in Canada.
Yes.
I mean, hello. Like, if you're going to have, like... No. Let me think about this. If you're able to have that waterway traversable, like, I don't know, say, a future place for DLC could happen in Canada, and we could actually see what happens after the U.S. annexed it.
In the rest of the world, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Like... That's part of the lore. We annexed fucking Canada, although I don't think it's going to be, completely fictitious in the next few years, but...
I mean, I'd be okay with that. I welcome our Canadian. I welcome our Canadian brethren.
Yeah. It's like tariffs or annexation, you choose.
I'm just
yeah, like seriously, there are so many good ideas that have been left on the fucking table here. And they go with, like, let's just retread old ground. Fuck the past. Kill it if you have to.
Star Wars it. Like,
what happens with Mexico in the series?
Huh?
What happens with Mexico in the series?
Well, I mean, the only thing from Mexico is Raul the Ghoul from New Vegas. And according to him, what little information we have from that character in the game, Mexico was hit with bombs too. There were a lot of raider gangs, but most of it is like what it is kind of regularly. Like there was nothing really major going on in the lore there.
Oh. So we could have had like Fallout Cancun, Beach Break.
Well, I mean, you could basically do whatever lore you would have wanted there.
Yeah, or Juarez, or like Baja California.
All of Juarez, but Fallout.
Well, I mean, there is some lore with the Baja.
Okay.
With the new
Baja Blast.
With the what is it the Desert Rangers before they became like the Rangers for the NCR. Basically there was like several ungoverned like townships that were having trouble with raiders, and the Rangers came in and cleaned house and whatnot. Basically just small guntown like gunfights.
But like even still, like I feel like that's better. Like I was thinking either Texas or Mexico. Honestly, third pick would be Florida, just because.
Well, I mean, if
Fallout
they want to
Florida.
I mean, if they want to have like the commie themes come in, like Fallout Florida would be good because Cuba.
Yeah,
that would be like Cuba DLC.
I mean,
you get to visit Guantanamo and deal with Muslim ghoul prisoners.
I mean, another interesting one would be Hawaii.
Too far out, too little land.
I have an even more interesting
islands.
one. Here's a more interesting setting. Beijing. See how the other side of the war ended up. We focus so much on the West. How did the East handle it? How did China handle it?
Trust me, if you try to go into Chinese territory with a story and you're going to sell your game in China, it is going to get censored to hell and back. There's practically, like, if they didn't already have a bottleneck with their own stupidity, that would be an even bigger one for them.
Ooh. If you did want to go international, and it would totally play off of the recent Fallout release with London.
Fallout London, yeah.
You know what I would go with?
France.
Australia.
Oh God. No, we don't. We don't need radiated drop bears. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need
Colossal,
koala claws.
colossal koalas and shit like that, and like they've got all the scorpions and insects out there that are already big.
Terrifying. Yeah,
And-
so let's make them irradiated.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I'm good.
No, I think that would be interesting.
You'd have the croc claw or the koala claw.
Yeah, I think the koala
know.
claws would be good.
I mean,
See-
they'd probably be the replacement for the Yalguai or the fucking mole rat.
See, I would agree with you if it wasn't modern day Bethesda.
Like,
But
I
I can't
Yeah,
trust
I
them to do
know.
it interestingly.
Yeah, but it's Australia. Nobody would care how bad they fuck it
Well,
up.
I mean, the whole thing is like China and America went head to head in the big Kahoot, like the final battle.
Yeah.
So it'd have to be like just either American exploration for like anything lore wise,
Well, that's where I was thinking with the lore, you could take it because if stuff happens with London, with the whole Fallout London, you could play in and make it a narrative that there was also stuff with the British Empire. And where do a lot of expats go? They go to the BVI and they go to Australia.
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like you'd have to make it a prequel game like 76 because like in Fallout 2, it was only like 100 and something years after the bombs dropped, and there was barely any like seaworthy vessels that could actually traverse.
Well, you wouldn't have to
ocean.
traverse, make it a whole original story from there. Like, because it would make sense too. If you've got a lot of British expats and you want to play off the Fallout London being part of the Fallout lore, you could just say that there's obviously a very close threat with leaving expats in fucking Australia, and China did that just as a safety precaution because they would be the closest threat.
Well, I mean, the only thing I could think of that would be even better than Australia would be Fallout Japan. Because then you'd be right next door to China, and Japan has its own history with being nuked. So
Yeah,
that would be like
that would be another cool
perfect for
one. But yeah, I really
that would be a perfect tie-in for real world lore and like Fallout lore.
Yeah, and like I think with the Fallout lore, if you wanted to really incorporate and support your audience, which they obviously don't give a shit about their audience, but like if you did want to draw people back in, you could then just sit there and with the London shit, like I really think working in fucking Australia because it's huge too.
So Jim, what do you think about irradiated ghoul VTubers? You'd have Gulgura or whatever.
Gulgura. Oh my god. Watch out, man. Those waifus, they're a killer.
Ghoul foos. It's like he wasn't even here for that shit. Come on, Jim.
Oh man, I was muted. God damn it. But no, I'm still waiting for Bomb Chan.
Well, so is Rev.
You can just imagine you just go down the street and you just see some like irradiated ghoul and you just go Sugoi and just throw a bomb.
You know what'd be really funny about it? If you wanted to be, as a video games company, if you wanted to be a total dickhead and like really good to pull an FU to another company that's same size relatively as you, you could offer up a whole burned up version of the Black Ninja from Ubisoft. Be like, I couldn't find any history here on a Black Ninja.
No, you know what you could really, really, really do to piss off their biggest competition?
What?
You go and one of the things you just go through the Sony headquarters and just be like, huh, it's all dead here, just like their games. And just to bring it back to the VTubers, I really want to see a Deathclaw YouTuber.
Oh god.
Hello, I'm Death-chan.
Death-chan.
That'd be Claw-chan, right?
Yeah. I think Claw-chan would work.
I don't know, Gulgura sounds a little bit
Yeah.
of a tongue twister.
Well, they'd be with competing companies. And that's the main story. Instead of factions, you just go into different VTuber agencies.
Oh man, I
know we're pulling the we're just dicking around here with ideas, but it's funny when you actually put it.
I honestly would totally dig a fucking Fallout Australia. I really would. The more I think about it, like the actual creatures would support the fucking like all of the shit better.
All dingoes. I mean,
well, I'm just thinking about like all the fucking spiders and like arachnids and shit like that they have out in the desert. Like all of these like killer animals that are like the crocodiles, the land itself being mostly uninhabited except for the coastline anyway. Like it could really set up for an interesting fucking game because it's also huge.
Like, oh, that would be even better because then all the like ambient music would be didgeridoo.
Yeah, I mean, I would love. Let me tell you, I would love that. Just walking through, and all of a sudden, this level 80 irradiated drop bear just comes down and fucking one shots me. No, thank you.
Well, no, think about it. Like,
no, I'm actually behind Pat on this idea because then if Emil tries to pull the fucking like, you got to go find your lost child, and it's like, Dingo took my baby.
Well, no, I was just thinking about it like, okay, like imagine like all the stuff like the funnel web spiders and like the trapdoor spiders and the tarantulas and stuff like that.
Everything that's horrible in the world. Just imagine that irradiated.
The trapdoor spiders could make for a really fucked up fucking element in the game.
Yeah.
Like, could you imagine like just be going along and like one rips out to try and attack you? And they're like fucking 6-7 foot. Well, like I think that could make some cool fucking shit.
Here's the thing: the only way how like Obsidian was able to incorporate snakes in any capacity with the Game Rio engine was to come up with like some fucked up science experiment at Big Mountain lore wise in order to have a snake's head and rattle grafted onto a fucking coyote's body. They call them night stalkers.
Oh my god. I mean, obviously you would want a better engine, but like, oh my god. Yeah, the fucking dingoes or Africa could make a really interesting one too.
Yeah.
Because that one you could have a lot of warring factions because if there's one thing Africa doesn't run out of, it's warring factions.
Let's fight over irradiated salt.
Oh, that'd be... No, I just figured out the replacement for the Mirelurk.
What?
Irradiated shrimp.
Yeah.
Dude,
and have the only way to be defeated is through like a fire device, so that way you got to barbecue them.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't want to fight an irradiated mantis shrimp that can like fucking one-shot you from like halfway across the map.
Oh god.
Why would you want that?
I mean, seriously, if you want stand-ins for something that was originally in the Fallouts in like America, you just got to find contemporary replacements. And I mean,
yeah, give me Fallout Jackson Hole, Wyoming.
Yeah.
You laugh, but it would actually be interesting. It's one of the lowest populated states, mountains, snow.
No, I want to see Casper, Wyoming then. You just going throughout it, and you just see this like level 100 mob, and it's just called Boglum. It's like, I believe, wizard powers. It just starts shooting like dark magic at you. Like, what the fuck?
Wait, could you imagine an irradiated puff?
Halfway through the fight, he summons an irradiated puff, and then like an undead Mrs. Green. Like...
Just this super mutant that eats just horrible food concoctions with his irradiated 12-foot iguana on a fucking leash.
And then it summons like an 8-foot like praying mantis.
That's its companion. Yeah.
You just see Puff, Mrs. Green on top of Puff. And it's like, oh god, it has cavalry.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
Possibly be that they're maliciously trying to retcon previous games. Now, is it? It's just a coincidence that they retconned vaults, ghouls, vault experiments, and all those other things. No, it's just a coincidence. Nah. It's just a coincidence. Oh, by the way, kid in a fridge, again, add that to the counter. Anyway, Shady Sands is now in the LA Boneyard, and while Lucy and Maximus are walking around, they just find an intact Vault Tech office while Maximus is bleeding out from an injury he got while fighting the Fiends. And no, the fight scene wasn't worth it and could have been avoided. You didn't miss anything. And in case you haven't noticed, by the way, they left Maximus's power armor behind. While walking through this practically pristine Vault Tech office, they fall in a trap door, and when they wake up, we can see that they're now in a vault. End credit sequence. Why am I mentioning the end credit sequence? Because it presents us with this image, and I want you to keep this image in mind for the next episode. But before we get to the next episode, I want to point something
Yeah,
out,
Shirley
and that is
wasn't
that as a
destroyed in 77.
of me saying
Not
this
to mention,
right
like, the
now,
fucking
it's
date stamps are 2276.
been a whole 5 minutes. In exactly 5 minutes, including the introduction, I just described every single event in the Wasteland plotline in an episode that takes 45 minutes. Now, this also includes the events of the Underground plotline, which I didn't mention here, so I'm being a little bit fallacious, but that's also the episode where Betty gets promoted to Overseer, and we get 2 reuses of the same oldies song, and an edit of people on the toilet and people shoving packets of ice down their trousers, so in and of itself being an episode I could have described in 5 minutes or less, maybe under 10, but still. The Wasteland plotline was the focus of this episode, and I described it in 5 whole minutes. So there you go, I just saved you from watching that piece of shit. Alright, now we get to one of the big ones, but before we actually start off with it, I want to inform you of something, and that is, this is that one episode. You know the one I'm talking about. And to address some of the things that this show presents to us, I'm going to have to break a little bit of my structure and mention some things that get revealed in episode 8. I won't reveal everything that happens in episode 8, far from it, but if I leave everything to the end, then it will become a clusterfuck then. So with that disclaimer out of the way, let's get to this episode. We start with an old world scene where Cooper Howard is demonstrating some of the vaults for an advertisement when he meets— hold on, I just noticed this while editing it at the end, but have you noticed that the black bars shift location while they're recording the actual advertisement compared to the normal show? Yeah, you see those black bars at the bottom? They shift to the side and the black bars at the bottom disappear. It's really off-putting now that I've noticed it, and I really can't unsee it. Do you see it as well? Anyway, he's doing all that when he meets Bud. Yes, Bud, the robo-brain from episode 8 in the Vault plotline. During this conversation, we get some elaboration on Cooper's time in the army, and that is in the sense that he saw a lot of people die due to a defect in the T-45 power armor that makes them vulnerable to frontal shots at very specific angles. He saw a lot of people die, so he isn't interested in Bud's salesmanship. I could make a comment here about how the fuck is a defect so obvious allowed to even serve in the US Army, since this defect in particular breaks the entire point of using power armor in the first place, but I'm not going to. I'll leave it to army lunatics to talk about that. Later, at a party, Cooper's having a conversation with an actor that everybody except me recognizes, but I do recognize his voice from that Mr. Handy back at the Super Duper Mart. I'll just call him Mr. Famous. So Mr. Famous and Cooper are having a conversation about communist infiltration in Hollywood. Ironic, I know. Given how not only is that absolutely true in real life, well, it's also true of this show. But I haven't gotten to that yet, and Mr. Famous says that the end of the world is a product. How exactly is the end of the world a product? I'm not sure, given how the end of the world means the end of consumerism. Mass consumerism, modern consumerism, that is. We get a slight hint that Cooper isn't exactly happy about this, but he doesn't show it. Cut back to the modern day when Cooper seems to be passed out and
The end of the world is a product. Yeah, sure. It's not like it's a fucking motivator.
Well,
it's like, it's the
I
end of the
could
world.
see
Please buy
that.
my food buckets.
I could see that because that line was not lost on me when I watched it, and like you could technically even apply a real world example of that with preppers. How many people prep with the thought or belief, whatever you want to call it, of the world going to end, where they're selling vaults?
That's a motivator. That isn't the product, though.
If the product is selling
the product for that event.
That's the thing, is all those MREs, all that food and all that food prep stuff and everything they buy, that's all product. And in this case, I felt like what they were kind of pulling was the end of the world being a product is them selling the vaults.
Well, I mean, that's technically one of the things, but that was like a natural conclusion after like all the saber rattling and the invasion of Anchorage, is that there was going to be a nuclear conflict. Because there was one before with the European nations in the Middle East over the last oil fields over there. and that was like a miniature like exchange compared to what China and the US did that set off the post-apocalyptic wasteland. Like, that's in the lore. I mean, I thought you were going to say it could be a product, but I'm like, the end of what world? Like, I mean, the only thing I could think of that would be comparable to it would be how they got Stalin to the negotiating table when it came to the Allies dividing up Germany after World War II.
Yeah, I just no,
Because that would be
I
the
think
end
of
of the German nation as we know it, or the end of the German world.
I think of commoditization of it, like that's what I was thinking of, is the end of the world as a product, as it meaning literally the selling of.
Well, that's what I meant. Like, I was thinking of it literal, but on a smaller scale, like the end of a certain world or a world view
Okay.
or world power, and then
Yeah, I
people come
just
in and pick up the scraps.
I just think of all the shit you see getting sold with like basically MREs and shit like that, and it's like, oh,
I mean, you don't have to have the end of the world to sell that shit. You could just give it to the tactical people.
yeah. But like, there's a whole subset of stuff like survivalist shit that people sell just to those like preppers type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, that's where I see, like, if you wanted to draw an actual line between end of the world products and end of the world products in Fallout, I would say basically the end of the world food stuff and everything else that we prep now, because there is no comparable vault tech system that's going to be an end all be all one stop shop solution, is sold in that manner. But yeah, it would be like basically the food prep and all that stuff, all the prepper shit that they fucking sell. Where like you could also, if you really wanted to go for a double meaning, you could say that the end of the world is a product, in that they sold the vaults to the everyday civilians, and then they sold the rights to do basically whatever with those people to whatever corporations.
Well, that's basically what they were doing with the plot here for Vault Tech.
Yeah. And so like I think that it's maybe a dual meaning, where one of the products was the safety of the vault, and the other product was the people inside the vault. They just didn't realize that they were also a product. So you could.
So basically, it's just like tech companies today. Here, you get a free email to do all your business on, while we get all your data to sell to fucking people.
Yes. Yeah.
Floor of the super duper mart. When some guys who present themselves as being the government, yes, government, knock him out and take him to some location because I guess the writers couldn't figure out a way to keep Cooper in the story. Oh, you think I'm exaggerating? No, I'm not. These guys literally only exist to give Cooper a reason to join back with the main gang. Not yet, because we cut back to Lucy and Maximus in the vault, Vault 4. They're told that they're gonna have to be put in isolation for a little bit before they can actually be let into the vault next to the other vault dwellers, and that they'll have to wait, but not before the people in Vault 4 say that they found Maximus's power armor and are bringing it over. How did they find Maximus's power armor? How are they bringing it over? It's never explained. I guess they just read the script and figured out that Maximus is gonna need his power armor for something in this vault. So they opened up the game console, gave themselves max strength, and teleported it over here. It's here where possibly one of the cringiest segments of dialogue in this entire show takes place. I'm gonna edit it slightly so I don't get this video hijacked by people who want to put 900 ads on it, but just for the sake of context, Lucy asks out of nowhere, "Do you want to have sex?" And this is what follows.
You mean use my cock?
Yeah.
I don't know, that weird thing could happen.
What?
Well, it's just for some guys, not me. But for some guys, you know, when they make it move, it gets all big and hard like Big Pimple, and then it pops. And they say it could happen to anybody, but it's gross.
Remember back when I was talking about the start of the Wasteland plotline and I mentioned that Maximus had a guy jacking off in the barracks next to him? Well, here's why it's relevant.
A joke about premature ejaculation.
I don't even know where they were going with that. Like, that's one of those things that baffled me when I heard it. I'm like, procreation's like a thing. They exist.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. The way how he's describing it sounds like, you know, he's a preemie.
Yeah. It's just it's one of those things that it's like the way he also describes it to me. It came off to me like total devoid understanding of sex, and it's like, wait, people are still existing. Like, sex shouldn't be so foreign. These people are not like the only people on Earth. Like, other people are existing around them too. You're telling me that they have no concept of sex other than this fucking bad description, and she has a total lack of knowledge of sex to even say no, that's like not how that works, or like explain it better.
I mean, she's the one who said that fooling around with your cousin's good for, like, you know, the first 20 years of your life or whatever.
Yeah, and it's like, I don't know. It's just so foreign that, like, to even think that what would Maximus's concept of where children come from be then?
I mean, maybe it was just the way that the Brotherhood of Steel raised them. Like, only think about the mission.
Well,
pretty sure that there's another airship called the Stork, and they use that.
Maybe. I don't know. There's so many questions for me with this.
Relevant. Ah, you
Don't
see,
worry,
I
he
definitely
does a
planned out this
180
video very
on
well.
it.
Maximus is an adult male surrounded by other adult males who, according to the show, are comfortable enough with jacking off right next to him in the barracks. Yet, because this show was written by children, don't mean to offend any actual children in the audience, he seems to think that getting an erection is basically having a pimple pop. Did I say basically? No, I mean literally. I cannot believe that I've gotten to the point where I'm talking about a character thinking that an erection is like a pimple popping. In the Fallout franchise, the very same franchise where an elite army soldier gets raped by a degenerate, crazed maniac fiend, you not only need to acknowledge that this happened, but need to bring out revenge, acknowledging that a lot of people are suffering as a result of these actions, and then help that person get past the trauma. The franchise that gave us that is now giving us primary school levels of sex jokes, because it just can't help itself and thinks that everybody in the audience, writers included, are fucking idiots, who will roll on the floor laughing every time something sexual is brought up. And because this show is this show, and this show is the worst, it still manages to be inconsistent within itself, because Maximus should at least have an idea of what an erection is. So great, we have a bunch of needless sex humor that doesn't land for anybody except for the mentally incapacitated, and I still think that even for the mentally incapacitated it wouldn't be funny, and still manages to not be consistent within itself, despite having such a great focus on it. It's not funny, it's not quirky, it's not smart, it's just embarrassing. After this, we get to see the CGI budget ran out, and by that I mean that Lucy and Maximus are surrounded by a bunch of vault dwellers now, and a lot of them turn out to be mutants. What type of mutants? Super mutants, ghouls, deathclaws, a guy that turned into a tree? No, it's just people with extra noses on their heads, and the show tries to take itself seriously here with music. As if we're supposed to be alarmed by this. I was just embarrassed to look at it. It was shamefully bad. The most creative mutants that they have among them is a guy with one eye, that's it, who mentions that they don't go into level 12 of the vault. They had so many mutants from the Fallout franchise they could have taken inspiration from, so goddamn many, and they took all of that, fucked it, burned it, threw it out the window, and just put a nose on a guy's forehead. Oh, and a lot of those vault dwellers turn out to be refugees from Shady Sands, but I won't talk about them yet, those motherfucking pieces of shit, because now it's time for another old world scene. Cooper and Barbara are in a bathtub, and all this scene really does is show us Barbara is really tribal and dedicated to her job, and also that they introduced Pip-Boys, the same Pip-Boys that the vault dwellers are using, because I guess that the old Model 2000 Pip-Boy has just been retconned now. No, really, that's all this scene serves for. It's just Barbara is a corporate, and then it ends. Later, Cooper Howard is at a bar talking to a nameless rando, and eventually the conversation about Vault-Tec, the people who came up with the vaults, is brought up. After the typical spiel of capitalism evil, the nameless rando mentions that Cooper Howard should go listen to one of the speeches by Moldaver, because she talks a lot about these things and discusses things that are taboo and that can't be mentioned in society. For one, how the fuck is Moldaver alive a whole 200 fucking years after the scene? Did she find a way to cryogenically freeze herself? Is she a ghoul without the burned skin or something? I don't fucking know. But for two, go figure that the badass girl boss is not only a badass in the wasteland, but also has a history of fighting the power before the war. At first, Cooper Howard is not convinced, but after talking with his wife Barbara for a little bit about the job that she has, he's convinced, and is eventually going to try to go listen to one of Moldaver's speeches to see what it's all about. Back at the vault, Maximus is being pampered.
What's that?
You know what convinces him?
What?
They wouldn't let him have his dog in the vault.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. The whole, I guess, like, when I watched it, the whole thing I thought was that she's a fucking basically, like, charlatan, and that she also had a place in the fucking vaults, and just was total fucking charlatan about what she was saying to these people.
Well, most commies are charlatans.
So, like, I don't know. Like, that's how I was like, oh, okay. Same woman alive here when everybody's normal, and pre-bomb drop is alive here. Like, she just survived in a cryo chamber of her either own design or in the vault. Like,
Well, of course she designed it. She invented cold fusion.
Yes.
How hard would cryogenostasis be?
Well, I guess technically you could say not hard at all, given that she's converting a lot of. Wasn't part of like the people she converted Voltec people?
No, just randos.
Oh,
Like, I mean, seriously, cold fusion, cryogenics, like,
yeah.
I mean, being a total fucking ice queen is one thing, but you took it too far, lady.
Purged by the Vault Dwellers to the tune of an oldie song, because of course he is. Given a robe, running water, and oysters which exist for some reason. And this is enough to convince him to start loving the vault. Meanwhile, Lucy is exploring the vault and sees it. Wait, what am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking at? What the fuck am I looking? Freeze frame! Pause right there. Oh boy, the test of literacy. The test of literacy that people that complain about others not having media literacy don't pass for themselves. The chalkboard scene. Oh boy, I was waiting for this one. Let me give you a little bit of context. Let me give you a little bit of media literacy, if you will. I'm gonna give a slight, and by slight I mean major, but I don't give a fuck spoiler about this. But it was Hank who nuked Shady Sands when his wife Rose found out about civilization above ground. If you have a memory superior to that of a fish, you'll remember a lot of the details I've been telling you to remember this entire time. And if you do, great. If you don't, it goes like this. Let me tell you the timeline. This is what happened. Rose figures out that there is civilization above ground. Having figured this out, she takes her daughter, Lucy, above ground where they can live in not Shady Sands happily ever after away from the vault. But Hank, being part of Vault-Tec, does not like this at all. So much like he did when he got elected, he manufactured a crisis to explain why he, Rose, and Lucy weren't there, that one being the famine, caused by a plague, the Great Plague of 77 as mentioned by Lucy. While Lucy is above ground, she sees the sun. Not long after, Hank arrives, takes Lucy back, and to stop any threats to his Vault Society and Vault-Tec plan, he gets a nuke somehow. I guess he just opened the console and added that to his inventory, and nukes Shady Sands out of existence. When returning to the vault with Lucy, he comes up with the excuse as to why Rose is no longer there, saying that she starved in the famine caused by the Great Plague of 77. And to ensure that Lucy doesn't remember that she actually saw the sun, he tells her about the vault projector, and because she is just 6 at this point, she is told that what she actually saw wasn't the sun, but just the vault projector, so she doesn't realize she was in the outside world or remember it later. All of this was done with the aid of Betty, another Vault-Tec employee who, while Hank was gone, was keeping an eye on things and keeping the narrative straight, coming up with excuses as to why Hank was not there while he was looking for Lucy. Moreover, according to the library ledger in the school in Not Shady Sands, we can see that logs stopped being recorded in 2276, which, although not entirely major, backs up the notion that something happened that stopped logs being recorded in 2276 or 2277. Whoever drew this graph was being very careful about the dates and the history of Shady Sands, because every single date in it is correct. This is all that the show has been telling us and reinforcing. So now I have one tiny, very simple question, and just a tiny doubt that I want to have answered. And that question is, and please be gentle with, how the fuck does nobody realize this is intentional retconning of Fallout New Vegas? Well, I say nobody, I mean the actual people who play Fallout and still defend this show. Of course, there's the critics, but anyone who criticizes this show is apparently a media and history illiterate, completely ignoring the irony in that statement. Other than the fact that this show gang-fucked the lore of a lot of things and gang-fucked the location of where Shady Sands is even supposed to be, I have to ask, how the hell does this show get every single date correct except this exact one? Am I supposed to believe that the show that gets every single date right got this very specific and very important date wrong? They could have said Shady Sands was founded slightly differently in terms of years. That wouldn't have been a big issue. They could have said that the New California Republic was created a year later or so, and that wouldn't have been a big deal, because a declaration does not mean a creation. But no, they got the date of 2277 for Shady Sands falling, and in case you don't know, 2277 is the date of the first Battle of Hoover Dam and is also 200 years exactly after the war led to the end of the world. You could just say that they were trying to be poetic. 200 years after the atomic war, there is another atomic blast that ends civilization, but I am very fucking weirded out about the fact that they managed to get every single goddamn date correct, except exactly this. In case you don't know, Fallout
That's the
New...
whole thing I was pointing out there. He calls it poetic, I call it symmetry.
I just... I still don't understand how, like, Bethesda, at the end of the day, signed off on all of this. Like, irregardless if you want to try and put the blame of, like, all of this at the feet of the writers of this show and say, terrible show creation, they followed none of the lore and everything else, you still have the fucking smiling idiot over in the corner saying, oh no, we agree. And it's like, if that's the case, I just still feel like they're more at fault here than anybody.
Well, I mean, look at it like this, and this probably goes against what I feel, or what I'm going to say goes against, like, what I believe to be true.
Yeah.
But if you're going to blame the show writers and Todd Howard trying to save face, then you really have to blame it on people who don't know much of anything. However, if you're looking at it realistically, Todd had to be at the helm at all times on this fucking project and was so malicious that he wanted to kill everything about the past for Fallout.
It's gonna have
including the
16
UCR.
times, GG, the lore corruption of Fallout 4.
16 times the retcon.
Well, I mean, this show, I'd argue, has 32 times, but or 16,000. I'm just saying, it's like the people who want to say, "Oh, Todd Howard and like Bethesda don't have any hate towards Obsidian or Interplay." It's like, really?
They're not
They
doing a
fuck the
good
lore
job
this
of hiding
much.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, there's like, if you believe that, then you have to believe that the fucking studio is at fault for all this shit. I believe the studio is at fault because just like everything else, all these people are fucking stupid and they fail upwards.
Yeah, and it's
I
just,
do believe Todd has the malice. I just think he came in afterwards and tried to save face. Because he knows that if it's up to fucking stupidity, it's kind of hard to blame malice.
you know, like I have to give another reason why.
Okay.
Because if he doesn't, he's not going to get a second show made, and he's not going to build any more interest in whatever new game he's propagating soon.
Well, look, the game he's propagating isn't going to come out for another 10 years.
And he has to
It's
build that
like- it's
interested
close to
base.
Fallout.
This is
Like,
his. This is his chance, GG.
well, look, there's a reason why there's like a Fallout 3 remake in the works and not a Fallout New Vegas remake.
Oh yeah, I believe wholeheartedly that there is a part of him that believes that if he didn't speak up and support Amazon, that he would lose this and he would be like, "No, we're not interested. You threw us under the bus."
I mean, here. The thing is, like, Todd is a vain little cretin. I mean, you could see it in the quote. It's like, I used to be in the chess club. Who's winning now, fucker? It's like he's ego driven. Like,
Which is ironic because that means that he's awful at playing chess.
yeah, I mean, that's the one thing. I kind of wish someone would like look into his high school and see, like, hey, this guy claims to be in the chess club there. Is that true? Were you a student around the time? Could you tell us a bit more what you remember of this little short little faggot? Like, it's like, oh yeah, he was so full of himself, wouldn't shut the fuck up, talked a mile a minute, and every time he got beaten at chess, he flipped the fucking table over like Francis.
We let him sit in with the chess club. He actually played checkers by himself. It's like,
But I mean, again, it's like Obsidian upshowed him with half the time and half the budget. And it's just like, it has been a sore spot ever since because he is the one who wants that fucking attention. He wants the adulation. Like, the motherfucker created Game of the Year edition for Fallout 4 when it didn't even win the award.
oh yeah,
That's fucking egotism right there. I mean, if the Sony fanboys had it their way, Spider-Man would have a Game of the Year edition, and you know how fucking vain they can be.
yeah. I honestly think there is definitely a portion of him that sat there and said, if I don't say something here, I could lose this deal, and this deal is the only thing I've got going for me until this game comes out.
Well, I mean, it really didn't even save the deal. It's like he's just going to say yes to anything because that's what he's surrounded with. Yes men.
Yeah. I think it saves his audience, his future audience is what he's banking on. I guess Jim clicks in and either disagrees or agrees with one of us.
I'm trying to think. Like, I'm thinking that it's probably just them trying to maintain interest in one of their franchises because Elder Scrolls is far off, and Starfield obviously didn't hit. So I feel like this is an attempt of being like, Fallout's the only thing we really have that we can push people towards currently that's not really like shaky, because like Skyrim's been released so much and it's so saturated, you're not making any sales there. You
Let me
aren't.
make a counter argument why they didn't make a Skyrim TV show or an Elder Scrolls show is because Rings of Power was out and they saw how that got fucked with. But there's already a saturation of like fucking old world fucking fantasy genre shit. Like with like Game of Thrones and whatnot. It would have to
Well, yeah.
compete with that audience, and they know they can't compete with it.
Why
The
would
other
you want to
thing
compete with
is
Henry
that-
Cavill's Witcher?
Well,
Like,
I mean, that's the thing is like what goes into like more of that argument is how weak the position Fallout is. It's the bastard stepchild of the family because Bethesda created Elder Scrolls. Like, am I wrong here? They have every incentive to fucking dunk on the bastard stepchild of the entire fleet of IPs.
I mean, I guess the way I look at it, though, the way I see it is, I think Fallout's their only shot right now. Because, like I said, I think Elder Scrolls is too saturated. You know, like I have it on at least 4 consoles. Like I'm not buying it again. You know, and Starfield. Obviously, people didn't like Starfield, so I feel like this TV show is like, this is the only chance we can to get like a shot in the arm for one of our franchises.
I just think it'd be too much competition for like a Skyrim setting or an Elder Scrolls setting versus like a Fallout setting, and given how it's the bastard stepchild, it's easier to make that choice on them.
New Vegas is a game that takes place in 2281, but its story goes back to 2274, although things only really come to a head in 2277, of course, when the first Battle of Hoover Dam takes place. Oh, what, did you just think that the Fallout New Vegas footage that you're seeing in the background was random and that it had nothing to do with the fact that I was reviewing this, well, show? See, that's subtle contrast that a lot of people wouldn't have actually noticed. Shady Sands having fallen in 2277 makes 99% of the events in Fallout New Vegas outright impossible. And I say 99% because the 1% that actually is still possible is when the NCR enters the Mojave Desert in 2274. Every single person in the Mojave that knows anything about NCR says, yes, Shady Sands is fine, yes, it has some issues, but yes, Shady Sands is fine. The army's still there, the army hasn't retreated, the NCR is still clearly functioning perfectly, minus the fact that they don't want to send reinforcements to the Mojave because it's politically troubling, but there's not one single mention of anything like this ever happening, or even a single mention that anything like this might be happening. I guess it's just a coincidence that every single retcon that has happened so far are things that mainly destroy things that weren't created by Bethesda. And I think it's also just a coincidence that Shady Sands' location got moved, what Shady Sands is got moved. And I suppose it's also just a coincidence that this single chalkboard, along with everything the show has been telling us up to this point, makes one very specific game outright impossible to happen. And don't give me that bullshit about fall meaning decline, you stupid son of a bitch. There is an image there of a nuclear blast, but it's not dated, which means that the previous date mentioned is associated with whatever the image represents. Just accepting that cope for a moment, even if we completely disregard how chronological charts are made, the argument that, oh no, Shady Sands is actually in decline, that's still fucking stupid because it makes a lot of the things in New Vegas outright impossible, but let me tell you why that's bullshit. You see, the main cope around this argument saying that it's actually not retconning New Vegas is that the fall doesn't mean the fall, but means start of a decline.
Think about it. Do we consider, Japan being in decline after Hiroshima or Nagasaki? No, they were defeated. Get fucked.
Wait, like, I'm just flabbergasted that there's actually, like, a thought process of, like, that box with the arrow means that in 2077, Shady Sands was founded, and then later on, at unknown date, nuked? Is that what they're trying to say there?
No, they're saying that was the beginning of the end of Shady Sands. Kind of like...
Are you sure? Because the way he says that, I actually had to think about that, because I'm like...
Incidents that Shady Sands is located.
Hold on.
even a single mention that anything like this might be happening. I guess it's just a coincidence that every single retcon that has happened so far are things that mainly destroy things that weren't created by Bethesda. And I think it's also just a coincidence that Shady Sands' location got moved. What Shady Sands is got moved. And I suppose it's also just a coincidence that this single chalkboard, along with everything the show has been telling us up to this point, makes one very specific game outright impossible to happen. And don't give me that bullshit about fall meaning decline, you stupid son of a bitch. There is an image there of a nuclear blast, but it's not dated, which means that the previous date mentioned is associated with whatever the image represents. Just accepting that cope from
Yeah, right here is kind of what he's saying.
Well, no, because on the chalkboard it says the creation of the Shady Sands was in, 2160. Back it up to where you can see it in full because it's
Oh, that's a
listed there.
ways back.
Not too far, but when it's in full view, you should be able to see it.
Hold on, let me see where we're at. 2. Okay.
Right there.
That work? It's blurry as shit.
Shady Sands.
It doesn't get any better. There was a better view.
Yeah, it'll zoom in here if you just let it play.
I just want to see if I can find.
Aim, pause.
No. There was a point where it showed like the whole
Aim,
board.
pause. Right there. Oh boy, the test of literacy. The test of literacy that people.
Yeah, see
Back
where
it
you...
up with the keys. Yeah, there.
Back at the vault, Maximus is being pampered by the vault dwellers to the tune of an oldies song because of course he is. Given a robe, running water, and oysters which exist for some reason. And this is enough to convince him to start loving the vault. Meanwhile, Lucy is exploring the vault and sees it.
Right there. Shady Sands becomes capital of the NCR, 2198, so it'd be 2160 when it was founded. Or, damn it, it's too cropped, but yeah, Shady Sands becomes the capital of the NCR is what that's supposed to represent in 2198. NCR becomes the largest economic and political power in California.
What am I looking?
2241.
Yeah, what
that
the
would
fuck?
be Fallout 2.
Am I looking? What?
And then this right here is the fall of Shady Sands. So it's already established beforehand. This is just saying what the ultimate cope argument from most of the people is that fall meant decline. And he's refuting that by saying that when this is coming up here on the timeline, that date that's squared off and is pointing to the arrow logically means that it fell in 2277, not founded.
Yeah. I just...
Because
okay,
everyone was
the thing
trying
that
to say-
the thing I thought he was saying is basically that Shady Sands fell in 2277. Some unknown time after that, a nuclear blast happened.
Well, that's the argument that the fucking idiots were making as a cope for this, that it was in decline. That fell meant decline. It wasn't destroyed.
And that's the thing. It's like, that's where I was like, wait a minute. You guys are really trying to say that this little line with the arrow is just that?
Some indeterminate amount of time before the bomb went off.
Like, that's kind of ludicrous.
Even though the ages of the characters and the plot involving the mother contradicts that hard.
Yeah, in the show.
Yes, so there is no cope defense. There is no fucking, like, fixing this. This is a hard retcon that makes Fallout New Vegas impossible. Because every character believes that Shady Sands is still standing in 2281.
The fact that they don't want to send reinforcements to the Mojave because it's politically troubling, but there's not one single mention of anything like this ever happening, or even a single mention that anything like this might be happening. I guess it's just a coincidence that every single retcon that has happened so far are things that mainly destroy things that weren't created by Bethesda. And I think it's also just a coincidence that Shady Sands' location got moved. What Shady Sands is got moved. And I suppose it's also just a coincidence that this single chalkboard, along with everything the show has been telling us up to this point, makes one very specific game outright impossible to happen. And don't give me that bullshit about fall meaning decline, you stupid son of a bitch. There is is an image there of a nuclear blast, but it's not dated, which means that the previous date mentioned is associated with whatever the image represents. Just accepting that cope for a moment, even if we
Yeah, that's the part where I was like, wait a minute, are you fucking trying to say that like they think that that's a time elapse and then like, because it didn't make sense. So everything that you hear, and I know from watching the show previously where the father like confesses to all of that.
Yeah, because that's the thing. Slug tried even pulling that argument on me in the debate we had. And I was like, it does not mean that. Like when you hear the phrase "the fall of Constantinople," do you mean the 68-day siege that happened, or the day that it actually fell when the enemy got into the city?
Yeah, and it's just like, well, the thing that's even more baffling about that is that it's in the show. The contradiction to their own point would then be in the show that they're starting to say is not contradicting what it's clearly contradicting.
The typical Todd hand wave.
Like, then what would cause Shady Sands to fall other than the father sitting there at the end of the show, at the end of the series, saying, I nuked them?
Well, that's the thing. They tried saying it was an economic decline.
Well, yeah, typically when there's no people alive to spend the money, that kind of does happen too.
I mean, let's be fair, they are Californian, so...
No, they were saying that that Shady Sands ran out of money, therefore that caused a nuke to go off later down the timeline.
Well, I'm fucked then, because I never have any money, so am I going to trigger a nuke?
I don't know. Is your bank account tied to a timer?
I mean, I hope not. We're screwed if it is.
I'm just saying, like, it makes no fucking sense because when a company,
No,
when
it
the
doesn't.
USSR went fucking belly up, that no nukes went off.
It doesn't make sense just from the sheer fact, like, I cannot get over the show contradicting itself then. And
The show never contradicted itself. That's the thing. The show never contradicted itself. It's that it contradicts with the lore so much that you had a bunch of fucking retarded fanboys come out and try and save face with their retarded fucking interpretations and headcanon.
But that's the thing, is that by doing that, they're contradicting the show with the show.
Yes.
Like,
I think they wrote themselves into a corner.
That's literally what it is. It's you're trying to sit there and say, well, no, Fallout New Vegas still happened, and that the nuke dropped sometime later, and that this fall was an economic decline. Meanwhile, you're saying this because of the shit shown in the show. And then within the same show, later on, you have a man standing there saying, oh no, I nuked the fuckers.
Yeah. That and Lucy's age wouldn't make sense if that wasn't the case.
Yeah. Like,
the plague of 77 wouldn't have been a thing. Like,
well, that's the thing, is the whole plague thing is all a myth made up by him as the overseer.
It's like you have no fucking like wiggle room here. It's like it didn't happen after 2287 or something.
No.
And then Lucy was already like 15 and in cryostasis or something like that.
No, it's like there is honestly no way to make an argument there without immediately contradicting yourself.
Exactly.
Or the show contradicting yourself for you. Like, that's where I'm saying the show's contradicting it. It's not contradicting it. The show's contradicting itself with their stupid argument figured in.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. Like, it just showed. Well, this is why when like New Vegas fans said that, you basically just made the New Vegas impossible to happen. And that was the one thing that got everyone on their back foot, coming up with all these different retarded interpretations. And that's when, like, it came down to, like, okay, is Lucy 26? Yes. And the year the show takes place is 2297. Yes. 20 years ago, she would have been 5 or 6. Yes. So therefore, when she was taken out of the vault as a kid by her mother, then her father would have to have lied to her to where she was at an age where she would believe a lie. Yes. Therefore, the bomb went off in 2277. Nuh-uh! That's literally what we were doing here.
Yeah, and it's just like, it makes the whole, oh no, we're still loyal to New Vegas thing like that much more egregious, I guess. I didn't know the timeline, so I'm like, was wondering where a lot of that argument came from. That downright is egregious, and there's no getting out of painting yourself into a corner with that.
Yeah,
like no matter what your argument is.
I mean, this is a fucking vindication for the New Vegas fans and the fans of the older games, because it just proved Bethesda fucking hated getting upshowed by Obsidian. It's why Obsidian won't be able to make another game, no matter how much like Microsoft can twist Todd's nuts. He will find a way to sabotage it. If this TV show isn't proof enough of how he wants to sabotage it, like, he will find any underhanded way to do so, even under Microsoft's purview. It's fucking insane. It's mental.
Oh man, this is just
They've created a fan base of rabid retards who will who will basically just stand in front of a gun and say, pull the trigger, thinking that we're shooting blanks, and get a fucking headshot for their trouble.
I'm gonna step away and probably hit play. You good?
Okay. Yeah.
Completely disregard how chronological charts are made. The argument that, oh no, Shady Sands is actually in decline. That's still fucking stupid because it makes a lot of the things in New Vegas outright impossible, but let me tell you why that's bullshit. You see, the main around this argument saying that it's actually not retconning New Vegas is that the fall doesn't mean the fall, but means start of a decline. Because, and this is the most common example, the fall of Rome. Because I guess the fall of Rome was in 394 BC, and that's when we date the fall of Rome as happening. Because I guess Berlin actually fell in 1939 and not in 1945 in World War II. Because I guess the fall of Constantinople, the city, by the way, was actually in 1327 and not in 1453. It's a dumb fucking argument and completely ignores the fact that when we talk about the fall of Rome, which by the way isn't comparable to Shady Sands because one is an empire, the other is a city, but it's a dumb fucking argument because it ignores the fact that when we talk about the decline of Rome, we specifically use the word decline or start of the fall, and that fall of something means the end. The people who will tell you countless times, endlessly, will just grate it in your fucking ear about how you're a media illiterate person are completely illiterate themselves, and it relies entirely on your fucking ignorance to even work. Faithful adaptation to the show, good for the lore, adds new mysteries. Every single person who came up with that is a fucking idiot. Licking the boot of a bunch of paper-shuffling jackasses who can't stand the fact that people 25 fucking years ago wrote something better than they did, and that they have never come close to so much as touching the sole of the heel of the boot of the people who wrote this. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a New Vegas purist, aren't I? I guess the fall of Beijing during the fucking Sino-Japanese War of the 1930s and 40s actually happened in 1899, and that I'm just too media illiterate to understand that. Fuck every single one of you who defended this in my comment section and tried to educate me about how I don't know how to read a graph. Because apparently you can't either, as if you remember back from episode 1, this show had another chronological graph with images associated to it, and as we can clearly see from that graph, if the image does not represent a separate date, then it is not given a separate date. That's just a lot of coincidences, don't you think? They retcon
symmetry.
Yeah.
It shows that the chalkboard tells the truth.
Yeah.
And then when it get the next part, the absolute slap in the face, like pouring salt in the wounds after this, is just it's what they think of the New Vegas fans and the people who like the older Fallout games. Like, just wait, you'll see it here.
One by putting Vault 33, 32, and 31 in pure eyesight of the cathedral. They change Shady Sands' location to the Boneyard, completely eliminate the Boneyard from existence. They retcon the ghouls, they retcon Vault experiments, they retcon Fallout Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel, they rip off Fallout Tactics and Brotherhood of Steel, they retcon how ghouls even exist, they rewrite the Brotherhood of Steel, and now they completely eliminate Shady Sands using the very exact fucking year that would make Fallout New Vegas impossible. Oh, and before I forget, if you just say that they moved capitals to the Boneyard and renamed it to Shady Sands, well, why does the sign say First first capital of the new California Republic and not second. Ugh, fucking hell, I could keep talking about this for longer than this fucking episode has any substance to it. But I'm not going to because I have a lot of other things to say. Because you see, I think that they wanted to trash on the memory of everything that was old Fallout. I legitimately believe that everyone involved in the production of this show, story-wise, outright hates the West Coast and want to destroy it on a fundamental level, spitting on the image of everything the West Coast was. Don't believe me? Lucy joins some of the Shady Sands refugees in a vault for a ceremony that they have. And while at first it seems like a relatively innocent coping session with the fact that Shady Sands is gone, it quickly devolves into a lot of people taking off their clothes, drinking blood and pouring it down their naked upper bodies, and bathing in the ashes, actual ashes of dead Shady Sands refugees. All the while they're chanting, "Bring back Shady Sands, blood must spill," and honoring Moldaver by doing this, but like a bunch of fucking pagan cultists, calling her the Flame Mother. All the while humming and swaying as if they're a bunch of hypnotized zombies. While yes, some people would be driven to desperation by the fact that they just lost their home, I just think that you probably wouldn't come up with any of this shit unless you were trying to trash on what Shady Sands and the NCR actually was. In fact, you might just not be a Fallout player at all and you might not know fucking anything about Fallout, and even you might be weirded out by this shit. I don't think I need to tell you that this isn't anywhere near appropriate to what California actually was in Fallout, to know that this is a
They basically made all of us, like, the hardcore fans, out to be a bunch of cultists, just because we were right.
That is, oh my god. They literally tried to label you guys with the song Uranium Fever.
Exactly. It's it's absolutely mind-boggling that this is even, like...
That is so fucked. Like, Oh
yeah,
my god.
this is why I said that the show had to be saved for last, because if we started with it, I would just be steamrolling, mad as a fucking, like, bee or a hornet trying to sting each and every point through you.
Oh, man.
Because that right there was the biggest FU to anyone who liked Fallout 1, 2, New Vegas, Tactics, like anything before Bethesda, or anything that Bethesda has direct control over.
Yeah. I just...
bastardization of what it was. So Lucy reacts how I did in sheer disbelief and gets the fuck out of there and goes to level 12, a place she wasn't supposed to go. And while in level 12, she figures out that there were creepy experiments taking place there that really make no sense, such as a pregnant woman birthing piranhas. You know, the fish that bite because apparently they had to shock the audience somehow. And when someone else comes in to check on the vault experiment, including a lot of people that are just frozen there, she panics, thinking that they're all lunatics, rightfully so, throws acid in their face and tries to run away, but gets caught. This is fake drama and fake hype for the next episode, by the way, but I have to hold that for a second because I have to mention some events that were happening all the while this shit was going on in Vault 4. Cooper Howard had been arrested by the people who presented themselves as being from the government, not government, because redneck's scary, I guess. They arrest him, and they're going to hold a mock trial for him, these three idiots. But because every single character in this show is absolutely retarded and characters just need to get out of conflict because the script says so, Cooper Howard, who still has a missing finger, manages to convince them to untie him, all the while he sews his finger back together, it magically works, and he murders everyone there. Despite the intention of these three stooges having been to actually kill Cooper Howard. By the way, remember when I said that this only happens because the show needs an excuse to have Cooper Howard join back up with the main characters? Well, it's exactly here that he sees a portrait of Moldaver, someone who is said to be very well known. Which makes me wonder how the fuck he didn't know Moldaver was alive, considering Moldaver presented herself as being very fucking famous way back in episode 1, even going as far as saying that everybody knows who she is. And that's the end of episode 6. Good god, what a travesty. Not only has this show been contradicting itself time and time again so far, but it's also been retconning other games and other concepts entirely. It isn't even entertaining, it isn't consistent, it isn't clever, and it keeps writing itself into a wall and they have to come up with stupid excuses for characters to remain relevant. But if there's one thing these show writers have succeeded in when it comes to actually making this show, is creating a joke. Because that's what Fallout is now. Episode 7 starts and we get another SEAL audience clapbait by showing us NCR Ranger armor that looks worse than fan projects from 7 years ago. If you think this means any Rangers are still around, no, it's just scavenged Ranger armor that looks absolutely...
That's from Fallout Nuka Break.
Okay.
The still frame. And that looks closer to the actual shit in-game than anything else.
I just, like... It's funny. It's just such a bastardization of, like... A bastardization. Like... This is how we ended up with imps.
Imps?
Yeah. Yeah. There's so much incestuous fucking that this is how you get an imp. Like, I don't know how to explain it any better than that. They've incestuously fucked themselves over and over and over and over and over to where they've sullied their own lineage in trying to fuck over others while fucking themselves over.
I mean, this is the crazy thing. Star Wars and Halo never got fucked this hard. And those were like multi-million like dollars worth of IPs. Multi-billion in Star Wars case.
Well, I mean, you could sit there and say that the whole Star Wars people got fucked over pretty fucking hard with the whole naturalized fucking Jedi shit. But
well, yeah, but I'm saying like as far as recontextualizing the past,
yeah,
like the
because
point where certain things get retconned rather than just completely just tossed to the wayside. Say fuck it, kill it if you have to, which is, you know. But
yeah,
Halo
I mean,
just got completely screwed over by poor mismanagement, and it's pretty much been dead in the water since.
I mean, if I was more
Fallout-
of a Star Wars fan, I probably could point out more shit to you because I know there is more there with them that they did in all of their shit, but
I know, like, the extended universe was considered non-canon after Disney bought it before they started doing their own extended universe for it.
yeah, there was several things.
Confusion.
There were several things
Yeah.
with like the Droid series too, like the animated series that was actually liked and enjoyed by the universe, and I think some of that got fucked over with the most recent 3 movies.
Yeah, and pretty much like right now, what's going on with Ahsoka, or like as
Yeah,
of late,
yeah.
it's pretty much like turning into a miniature version of what Fallout just did here.
Yep. And I think Boba Fett, that show kind of fucked itself too.
Yeah, but like just to have this all in one fucking go for Fallout is just
Yeah.
and it wasn't like directed towards Fallout, it was directed towards the fans.
It's just the irony is like, unlike Star Wars where you can say, okay, all of the stuff you could chalk up to like the changing of hands and the ownership to Disney, the fact of how much, like I said, like bastardization and like not even bastardization, because like it's not even a bastard. It's just incestuous like retconning under their own watch of their own story. Like this would be like George Lucas. Well, this would be like George Lucas fucking sitting there and signing off on all the shit that happened with the Star Wars thing, series, universe, whatever. And you couldn't even say that. Like,
well, I mean, the reason why I say it's bastardization is because, you know, Fallout was adopted. It wasn't so much as birthed by Bethesda. So if you're going to go with the incestuous route, it's incestuous in name only.
It's just, it's not even that. Where I'm referring to is just how much they've literally fucked literal, like, story points that they came up with that already may have been in conflict with every other pre-established lore, they have now also fucked themselves out of. So that's where, like, I'm talking about with this, it's like so beyond anything. Like, that's where I think it's seriously so much more incestuous, because like you're fucking your own self.
Yeah. It's just it's beyond the pale at this point, because there's just no coming back from this. I like even the ending of the show, like when we get to that point, it's just like it couldn't help but like go back to the fucking grave, the freshly buried, you know, corpse of New Vegas.
I honestly think your best bet as any Fallout fan would be to fucking hope they cancel the show after the 2nd season and just want it dead. I would not want a 5th. I don't care who did it. At this point, like, you've already fucked everything up. Just let it die.
Yeah, I mean, but there's still idiots out there who want a New Vegas too, and it's like they don't realize how far gone it's gotten.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't even want necessarily a New Vegas 2. I just want something in a different location where the lore hasn't been fucked, like a fresh start.
I mean, that would be a way to maybe resurrect it in a way.
At least the IP, but like as far as canon is concerned, like everything should just be non-canon at this point, or Todd should renege on making this canon.
Yeah.
Because that's the main problem here. Is like when he came to defend the show, it's all canon, and then that completely fucks everything. He should have done the silver timeline bullshit that the Halo show did.
Yeah, at least that would give it like it's not fucking itself as bad as it is now.
Yeah, it'd still be like a fuck you to the New Vegas fans, but it wouldn't have the staying power as being considered canon by the owners of the IP. No, this is sticking. Fuck you. That's literally what it is, rather than just a regular fuck you.
Absolutely shit. Cooper has gone to the house of some scavengers to trace the origins of the bounty. This scene has a few issues, but it's one of the ones that I can actually commend in the show. Acting's good, music's fine, shots are good, no problems there. Eventually, he gains the information that the Griffith Observatory is the place where Moldaver is. And after baiting the Sun, one of the characters there, to attack him, he kills him. Because they've got to set up tension for Season 2, I suppose, but not a problematic scene, I'm fine with it. Back in an old world scene, Cooper Howard does not like what he's hearing from Moldaver and tries to leave the session, which is taking place in what looks to be like a church or something? Ironic, given that a confrontation then starts where Cooper Howard accuses them of being a bunch of communists. To which he's accused by one of the members there of being a fascist. Ironic, I know. Why is it ironic? Because then Moldaver tries to approach him and convince him that she's not a communist. Just saying, buddy, if you're attracting a bunch of people whose first reaction is to call you a fascist when you disagree, then I think you're a bunch of commies. But Moldaver is a strong female character, and because she's a strong female character, she somehow manages to convince Cooper Howard to spy on his own wife. It's here where we get the revelation that the strong female character communist actually figured out infinite energy via cold fusion. But because capitalism, it was forced to be bought out by Vault Tech. I'll get to this later, but just keep in mind that Moldaver had figured out infinite energy. Back at the Vault, the Overseer and his assistant at the Vault try to explain to Lucy what's happening in the Vault via those experiments. And they
yeah. It's just honestly like just rebrand fucking Fallout to retcon.
Apocalypse Road. Everything gets destroyed.
Well,
there's only one way forward.
Not even Apocalypse Road, just call it retcon, the series. The franchise.
That would actually be pretty funny as a new IP. Retcon. It's like the first game sets up everything, naturally thinking. And then you just got Retcon 2. It's like whole new game, whole new world. It's the same game as the first, just a different story.
Yes. And everything in the first game was false and didn't matter.
That would be such a meta IP. Like, just think of all the fun you could have.
Well, because no matter what, I mean, it falls in your franchise.
Like, every story is a self-contained universe.
A universe of one. Oh, God.
Again, that would work out better than most people would think.
Yeah.
Show a recording which seems to be in defense of continuing experiments, but actually we're then told that they were showing it as evidence of the past misdeeds of former Vault heads. I'm glad we were told this, because if we weren't, then I wouldn't have figured that out, because it really did seem like they were trying to justify carrying out experiments on people. Apparently one of the experiments was turning people into gulpers, which if you can turn people into gulpers, why then is it the most intricate mutation a guy with a nose on his head and a dude with one eye? Oh, that's right, CGI budget.
Yeah, that's
Never mind.
the thing.
Lucy is then going to be held on...
The gulper that you were asking about?
Yeah.
What is it? Apparently, it's a genetic experiment from Vault 4. However, it shares the same name as the Gulper from Far Harbor, which isn't a genetic experiment. It's just a mutated salamander.
And I'm supposed to believe this came from the Vault that has the guy with 2 eye sockets clearly visible, but 1 eye.
Yeah.
That definitely wasn't CG moved at all in post.
Yeah, and they couldn't give him a unibrow.
Well, forget the unibrow. That eye didn't even get its own socket.
Again, these people.
Yeah.
trial, and Maximus, who is completely in love with vault life, only now figures out that there might be something wrong with the vault and decides to take action. Action we're not yet due to see because we cut back to Thaddeus, whose foot is so destroyed that he really shouldn't have been able to walk, much less carry all of those things, but the show wants him to keep moving, so I guess he has to keep moving. I'm not kidding when I say that Wiltzig, the Enclave scientist, had more chances of continuing to walk than Thaddeus did, but it's Thaddeus that keeps moving, not Wiltzig. Thaddeus decides to put the dog in a Nuka-Cola container. Yeah, remember the dog? Yeah, he's been around this entire time. But he puts the dog in a Nuka-Cola container and walks away to try to find a radio station to contact the Brotherhood. Why squires don't have radios of their own, I don't know. But let me just take a second to point out that it's really fucking arbitrary that this dog just continues to be found by relevant characters. And I'm pretty sure this is also animal abuse, but whatever. We cut back to the vault where Lucy's gonna be held on trial, but
I wonder how much they had to pay for that script and that color scheme. Look at that.
For what?
Look at that. If you looked at that cooler really quick, would you
Yeah,
really?
it says Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Like, well, no, it's Nuka-Cola, but it's the Coca-Cola script, color schema, and cooler.
I mean, look, they didn't have to pay out the ass for it for the Nuka World DLC. In fact, I don't think they even paid Coca-Cola anything for that shit. Even though it would be like trademark infringement.
Yeah, and it's 100% that that's a Coca-Cola cooler with Coke just painted over, because that's not even a freshly different looking cola.
Yeah.
This is like somebody went to a flea market and bought a Coca-Cola and just painted over the word Coke. And it looks, and what's ironic is if you look at the side here, particularly over the front, it looks embossed. Yeah, it looks embossed on there, to where you can still see the Coke C.
Oh my god.
Found by relevant characters. And I'm pretty sure this is also animal abuse, but whatever. We cut back to the vault where Lucy's going to be held on trial, but before I talk about that, this show has been jumping back and forth a lot to mask the fact that there's not much going on, actually.
For the execution.
Huh?
What is this, Keemstar? That, like, literally, you could see a lady there with the popcorn thing that Keem always had for Drama Alert.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Of the reason why I split the plot review the way I did. Because with all these jump cuts, it's hard to focus on one given thing. Anyway, now the entire vault are acting like a bunch of crazy cultists, not just the Shady Sands refugees, and Lucy looks like she's going to be executed with a sword. A very brutal punishment, but given how these are a bunch of crazy cultists and Lucy did throw acid in the face of one of them, I can kind of understand. But if your memory is longer than 5 minutes, you'll notice that I said all of this is actually fake drama. Because this show is this show and it cannot take itself seriously for more than 5 literal minutes. And characters just need to get away from conflict because the script said so, and because the writers think that without jokes every 3 goddamn minutes, the audience will get.
Yeah, yeah. This part is extremely absurd. I want to see what Jim thinks is going to happen here.
Seriously, we just need to like CGI Keem's head on the Cyclops, and then like have it say Drama Alert, and just make sure all the popcorn buckets are super noticeable.
Conflict because the script said so, and because the
yeah, it bothers me so much that his eye sockets are still clearly visible for this guy with one eye in the center where there's no divot for the eyeball. Jim died again, I guess. R.I.P. Jim.
No, I'm here.
Oh.
I had to suddenly step aside because you know how everyone is sick.
Yeah.
While my kid was throwing up, and I had to sit out there with him until he fell asleep on the couch because he wanted me.
Oh.
Yeah, poor thing. He was like, "Daddy," I'm like, "What? What, hon?" He's like, "Can you stay here till I go to sleep?" I'm like, "When you say it like that, how can I not?" You know what I mean? Like it's like that, like the sweet innocence a child can bring. It's like, oh my god.
All right.
But what did you think about this being the new Drama Alert? The execution scene.
Did you hear the whole Coca-Cola thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no. I definitely see the Coke theme. I don't think it's Drama Alert. I really feel like this is like just Keem like getting the sword and executing whoever fails on the lolcow team.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you.
The lady has the popcorn box, and then it's like all fake drama.
Yeah.
All we have to do
Yeah,
is just
well, this is
CGI
definitely more
King's head
lolcow.
onto the Cyclops.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you, Jim. Jim, as the one who has not watched the show, from what I can surmise, what do you think happens here?
I mean, I watched a little bit of it, but like was more background noise.
Okay.
But
So she's tied, and her arms she's secured to a table, tied in like a bent over, head over the table position. There's a sword clearly visible in the foreground. And then you have this scene where he's grabbing the sword as they're going to deliver justice in a decision.
Hey, see, I can see it being setting up for an execution, and then them doing the whole haha, and then them cutting the rope with the sword, and then freeing her, and she just...
You're close. You're very close. You're
very
close.
She's like, the Mary Sue, right? So she gets out of it through sheer luck.
Yeah, well...
sword. A very brutal punishment, but given how these are a bunch of crazy cultists and Lucy did throw acid in the face of one of them, I can kind of understand. But if your memory is longer than 5 minutes, you'll notice that I said all of this is actually fake drama. Because this show is this show and it cannot take itself seriously for more than 5 literal minutes. And characters just need to get away from conflict because the script said so and because the writers think that without jokes every 3 goddamn minutes, the audience will get bored. Because it thinks you're a bunch of children. So Lucy's punishment isn't actually getting executed by sword, but it's banishment to the outside, and they even give her 2 weeks supplies despite saying that
So you're right. They cut the bonds and banish her back to the outside world where she came from with 2 weeks of supplies.
Wow, this really is like California.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you get this illegal migrant that comes into your home and then attacks one of your family with acid in the face. They're like, oh, yeah, we'll punish you. We're going to send you back out there.
With welfare.
With supplies, because you're a poor put upon thing. You didn't know any better.
Wow.
Executed by sword,
I love that. Your punishment is to return to the same state you were in. oh no. However will I survive now, going back to where I was surviving before this.
Banishment to the outside, and they even give her 2 weeks supplies despite saying that she's gonna die almost instantly because the wasteland is so dangerous. The same.
And they're convinced
she literally just survived. Like,
they're convinced
to get to this point.
Yes. Yeah.
Jesus Christ. That's so dumb.
Mind you, she also knows an Outlander because the guy that she came here with was not from the vaults.
Just wait, you'll see. He
vaults
comes
that can
into
go
this shit.
Yeah.
Up into the wasteland and carry power armor across a city back down to their vault, thinks that she's basically gonna die instantly and are giving supplies to the very person they're trying to punish. But that's not before we get 15 straight seconds of the vault overseer trying to use the sword to cut her from the restraints he put her in. Aren't you glad that the show that deals with the nuclear apocalypse and the greed of mankind has now turned into a failed comedy show? I'm not even angry anymore, I'm just really disappointed and sad. So Lucy, whose goal was to leave the vault, is being punished by being given supplies so she can leave the vault when Maximus walks in and oh god damn it, come on! Maximus is going on a tard rage with his fucking oldie music and power armor. He stole the fusion core from the vault's energy to supply to beat everybody up, and despite being able to clearly see that Lucy is more than fine, it takes him way too long to realize that Lucy is actually okay. Have you ever come across a show that's so bad and annoying?
What is that?
What? You just got bitch smacked by some power armor and flew into a tree.
Yeah, but humans don't fly like that after being hit.
Not unless they've got a cord attached.
Uh.
I thought the show wasn't that bad, and then I realized
you were wrong.
Maybe that was because I wasn't watching it.
Like, dude, I told you, like the whole what is it, the blood ritual, the complete bastardization of New Vegas to the point where it can't even happen. Like
that was the part I was really interested about coming into this because, like, I don't know the timeline. I've played very little New Vegas. I've played 4 and a little bit of 3 and a little bit of New Vegas. Probably about the same amount of New Vegas as I played 3. So, like, not very much at all. And so, like, I was interested to see, like, what, because I knew that was such a big thing. And I'm like, I didn't really take one side or the other. I'm just like, well, I don't know. And so like, and it's really hard when there's like a heated like back and forth between two communities going on at that point, because it's like, okay, who can I trust to hear like the correct actual information? And it's this video coming out around that time, but being supported by the fact that Gigi's played the games, like lends credence to like, oh, okay, this was, and plus all the shit we've gone through with the past 2 streams before this, like lends credence to all of that.
Yeah, I mean, like just by the numbers alone, if you're looking at it as a logic argument, like devoid of all context, you would see the problem.
Yeah. And that's the thing, is like I can see it. And it's so glaringly obvious.
But just like to get the broader picture, you have to have like all of the disparate information, like how the companies interacted over the IP, the games, and how the story's set up, and how there have just been lore inconsistencies ever since Bethesda got a hold of it.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, even the Vault-Tec experiments was a retcon of Fallout 2 from the Fallout Bible itself. But that wasn't so much of as a detrimental one, but it was more or less expanding what the vaults were outside of just being generalized preservation chambers. Like, it added, not subtracted. It didn't even kill, like, the ghouls. It actually fit in contextually with why the door didn't close.
Yeah.
It wasn't just like some mysterious jam that caused it to malfunction. It was intentional. Like, it showed that Vault-Tec had malice and that there's probably more to find. Like, what else did they have? Like,
if they're willing
in
to do
cahoots with
this,
the
what else
government?
are they willing to do?
Yeah,
Yeah.
like quite literally, that's how you could do a proper retcon without subtracting anything.
Yeah.
But like Bethesda thinks you could just retcon something and it adds value.
View it to
Like
complain
with
about it.
Jet, the ghouls, it's just like they don't fucking get it.
It's the value added perk, Gigi.
They have that revisionist history that this was nothing until we came along. Like, we saved it from Interplay because if it was so good, they wouldn't have been in the state they were in.
That's how this episode makes me feel. And it's the second filler episode, by the way, because we're already 27 minutes into it. Hey, makes my job easier. Anyway, Lucy manages to convince him to give back the fusion core for the power armor, and it takes quite a bit of convincing, but eventually he agrees. Oh, and by the way, we also get a line of dialogue saying that Lucy's dad, Hank, would be really disappointed if he found out that Lucy let a community die, for the sake of saving him, the ironic part being that thing I told you about the previous episode of Hank going to be revealed to have been the one that nuked Shady Sands. As if we couldn't realize from episode 1 that Hank was hiding something. No, really, I've been playing stupid this entire review to simulate the average viewer of this show. But the reality is that I had figured out back in episode 1 that Hank was probably a bad guy. Though I hadn't clued in the fact that it would be Hank that would manage to have a nuke in his inventory and nuke a city. But back to the show. After
Okay, let's not act like you're the fucking biggest genius in the fucking world. I mean, there was obviously devious undertones to his character to where I fucking even picked up on it. Like, you're not the sole genius that knew that Hank was bad the whole time. Like, there was undertones to just his character, which is a testament to a good actor. That you could tell, like, without saying, oh yeah, I'm the bad guy, that there was some, okay, maybe he's not a good, all-around good guy here, you know? Like, it's, I can't stand that. It was me! I figured it out!
Again, it's the whole sassiness of his, like, entire presentation. That's why I said it was, like, 60% funny, 4% or 40% maddening.
Yeah.
Lucy has a whole
The
conversation
greatest
about
power of hindsight.
Someone should have put a fire escape on that on that building. Good working, Captain Hindsight.
You know, all these people wouldn't have died in this fire if there was no fire. Really? You don't say.
How's he going to nuke a town if he doesn't have a nuke in his inventory?
Yeah.
about how Maximus did the right thing and how he's a good guy. Maximus reveals the truth, that he's not actually Knight Titus, and tells her the truth, to which Lucy says that they're both
He just brought a pair of scissors and cut the cord of the nuke hanging conveniently over the town.
Well, look, Bethesda that wouldn't be too far off because Bethesda has a habit of making towns with a nuke at the center of it.
Yeah.
Megaton.
Both kind of bad guys because she did throw acid in a man's face. Yeah, Lucy, the difference being that you didn't know they were actually just idiots, and that Maximus is responsible for the deaths of one guy, almost responsible for the death of another guy, both of which he's supposed to be brother-in-arms for and has been lying this whole time. Oh, and the fact that he kind of ignored the fact that you were fine just to go beat up a bunch of vault dwellers, though I do believe that was him just being stupid, but I don't understand how Maximus is supposed to be a good guy character that we're supposed to cheer for. He has been doing nothing right this entire time, other than telling you the truth now, because when he saved you originally, that was because he wanted a power fantasy, one thing I skipped because I didn't want to bother talking about episode 2 much longer than I did. It changes nothing in the end, but whatever. Okay, I feel like enough time has passed so that I can actually talk about this character, Lucy. In case you haven't realized it by now, Lucy's character is a fucking mishmash of ideas that they can't properly connect together. You see, just about every single time Lucy talks, the show tries to convince you that she's naive, innocent, and has no idea what's going on, which ends up being the justification for a lot of the actions that she takes. From trying to dialogue with fiends at the bridge, to trusting everything she's told and just blindly following it. The show tries really damn hard to convince you that she has no idea what's going on. But the problem is that you can't have such a character when this show's first interaction with Lucy was to have her see her friends and family die getting brutally massacred, and the man she was supposed to marry and had sex with trying to kill her. Twice. It also doesn't work given how she saw her father drown a man, and was witness to a conversation with the leader of a raider group, or at least we believe it to be the leader of a raider group, that makes it clear that everything in the wasteland isn't very simple and that it's very serious. So if you have a
that was probably one of the more defining moments in all of that I was like, ooh. Like, there could be interesting character development with the father, and, like, maybe he's not a great guy. It's when you're willing to, like, straight up drown somebody. And, like, it took several seconds in the show, and there was a lot of fighting. And it's like, oh, this is not, like, a quick and easy, well, there he's drowned, and walk away.
Really had to savor the flavor of the murder.
Like, you could tell, like, he was, like there was an anger behind it. And again, I think that's a testament to if we're gonna sit here and knock them as much as we have, I think that's a testament to good acting ability then.
I mean, hell, you could probably drown Todd Howard in a kiddie pool. The inflatable ones.
I'm at this point wondering if he's allowed outside during rainstorms because he may be a drowning hazard to himself. Huh? What's that? And just hangs his mouth open.
Oh, we know he has to sit in a booster seat when he drives a car.
Bold of you to assume he drives himself anywhere and he doesn't have his wife do it.
Look, his wife is about as tall as him. She needs the booster seat too.
I know. I mean, we still have the box theory. And then,
that's the thing. Do you know the funny thing about your arm size, like the length of your arms?
From middle finger to middle finger, it's how tall you are.
Yeah, it's basically your arms act like the wingspan for a bird.
Yeah,
it measures your height. That's like, and her arms looked a bit longer than his. So
I was looking at that.
Either wearing platforms or he was standing on a box.
I was looking at that and I was like, okay,
pocket.
Maybe it's perspective. Maybe he's like slightly back or something like. They're trying to do the Disney forced perspective here.
No, they're side by side, head to head. It's just like her arms look longer.
Remember things that just keep happening to Lucy. Her innocent personality just outright does not work. She tries to even dialogue with Cooper Howard and assumes he's willing to act in good faith just after he's murdered an entire town right in front of her eyes. A conflict which, might I remind you, he initiates. But then when the show tries to add depth when there is none, she acts suspicious and needs to be convinced to save Maximus, the one guy in the entire show that's gone out of his way to save her life. Maximus took no fewer than 20 bullets protecting her, and yet he's the only one that Lucy acts with some suspicion towards. And yet when Maximus Maximus later reveals to Lucy that he's been lying to her the entire time, Lucy reverts to her innocent character and just believes him and accepts it. Despite the fact that Maximus admits that, much like everybody else in the wasteland that she's complained about, he watched a man die and has been acting selfishly. Now tell me something, are we supposed to root for this character? Are we supposed to see her development as anything other than forced? Not only is someone I'm told is a great actor forced to act retarded by bad direction, which outright prevents her from reacting appropriately to what she's supposed to be seeing, but then they get someone who is supposed to be an experienced actress and then flip how she's supposed to behave. All because they had to have her be innocent, they had to have her be naive, but also wanted to have a bunch of events that outright contradict the need and chance to even be like that. Lucy has gone through more things than even some Wastelanders have, and yet she reacts as if she's gone through none. And if you're wondering why that is, you really haven't been paying attention to the things I've been recounting about this show, have you? Because this show just uses the excuse that every character is retarded. They justify characters being able to react to things and knowing what to do, and then outright ignore it because the characters are supposed to be retarded. And while it might work even in a serious Fallout show, once or twice, it just doesn't work when it ends up being every single one of them. But remember back in episode 2 when I said that a character was introduced in the worst way possible, the chicken fucker? Well, he's back now because Thaddeus just so happened to run into him. Because of course, of all characters to be introduced and actually be important later, it was the guy who was fucking chickens, who is only alive because Maximus is The chicken fucker offers to fix Thaddeus' foot for a price. Thaddeus looks like he's just gonna shoot him from behind, understandably enough. I would
that's Dr. Chicken Fucker to you, sir.
Again, this is the character I think Slug would come up with, like just because he's like being zany Slug. But this is in Fallout lore now. We have a doctor who fucks chickens.
Yeah. Well, he likes his eggs pre-scrambled.
But eventually the chicken fucker convinces him that if he did, he wouldn't know what medicine to take. And Thaddeus, because he didn't put any skill points into barter, decides to pay with the fusion core from Maximus's power armor. I'm not even gonna question it. So Thaddeus takes the medicine, and we can see that his foot that was barely recognizable as a foot with broken bones, broken nerves, and all that shit just fixes itself within 5 seconds. And this fucking medicine, breaks the show's consistency yet again, but I can't talk about that just yet. But with his foot fixed, Thaddeus walks away. So Cooper Howard, who's been lagging behind for like 2 or 3 days, manages to catch up to Thaddeus almost, and finds the dog at the Nuka-Cola container in the gas station. Look, I love animals just as much as the next person, but it's getting
Nuka-Cola? Don't you mean Coca-Cola, sir?
kind of ridiculous that this show just keeps forcing the dog to be with one of the main characters, and I'm kind of hoping that the dog just died right there. Also, I guess Cooper Howard must have fast traveled because that was really fucking fast. And we're back to an old world scene where Cooper Howard is convinced to put a tracker on Barbara, his wife's Pip-Boy. He regrets it for almost doing something so stupid, but then after Barbara acts very corporate and evil, he goes back out to where he put the tracker and puts it in Barbara's Pip-Boy again after having taken it off. Back to Thaddeus again. He's now at a radio station. Thaddeus is shown to have bypassed a bunch of traps that were just laid on the ground because they were really fucking obvious, set by the guy who's operating the radio station to deter raiders, despite every single one of them being very obvious. It's here that I can't actually have any footage from the show on screen because this is the scene with the CGI so bad that I can't actually show it because it makes my eyes hurt. But Thaddeus, who has at least a 3-day head start on Maximus and Lucy, finds out that Maximus and Lucy have caught up to him in the span of less than half a day. He tries to shoot them but misses every shot because it's a game reference, get it? It's supposed to be funny because in the games you have a high percentage chance of hitting them, but sometimes you just don't hit. Isn't this funny? Please clap. After missing every single shot and all the danger that these characters had being thrown out the window, Thaddeus gives up, steps on a trap, has an arrow impaled through his neck, and we figure out that he's not actually dead, which is supposed to be the big revelation that the medicine that Thaddeus took turned him into a ghoul. Now, quick question, if that medicine legitimately makes you bulletproof basically and makes you heal instantly by turning you into a ghoul, then how the hell does Cooper Howard, and now Thaddeus I guess, manage to just tank damage and not die when every other ghoul in the show can get one tap? I don't know when the show doesn't...
Yeah, that's...
This is another ghoul retcon, but it's also another retcon of a Fallout 4 lore.
Well, it's funny because, like, is it even a ghoul retcon if he's not even a ghoul yet? So you're just, like, retconning a retcon of a retcon?
Well, look, they said he was a ghoul, so this is the retarded part here, because this retcons another thing, is that now there is multiple of a drug that turns people into ghouls, because in Fallout 4, there's a companion you can get named Hancock. And his backstory on how he became a ghoul is that he loved doing drugs so much that him and a buddy of his went into this old pre-war, like, fucking medical facility, like a research thing. And they found a bunch of drugs in there, and they got super high. And then there was this one-of-a-kind experimental radiation drug. He took it. The next day, he was a ghoul. And now we're being told that there were multiple?
You know, I found out something horrible.
What?
So I've been browsing around, and the actress that portrays Lucy. Fun fact: Purnell browsed the Fallout Reddit to familiarize herself with the setting.
She said in an interview that she played Fallout 3 and was a fan.
And apparently, she's also a fan of Reddit. So, starting to make some sense.
You know what's really funny? I guarantee you she didn't like find that on her own. There was probably on the fucking production team that's like, oh, don't worry. Our entire team has gone over this Reddit. It's got all the lore in it. You'll love it. You'll know it in a breeze. Just read over this. You'll get everything. You don't have to worry about it. And if you want to, you can play the game a little bit, but like, none of our guys have. You don't have to worry about it.
Poor intern that had to be the Reddit slave. Like,
oh god.
You know, here's the thing. Even like the people who love this show and do theory crafting about this horse shit, don't even think that he's actually a ghoul, that they were mistaken and he took a vial of FEV. Because super mutants, just like ghouls, have healing capabilities. Miraculous healing capabilities. Except for super mutants, it happens over time, even though there is no game mechanic that allows them to regain health if you exit out of combat with them. Only the ghouls can be healed with radiation. So, yeah. Basically, everyone who likes this show and tries to defend it and does theory crafting has a mental disability.
Either. But really, it gives an excuse as to why Thaddeus can't actually return to the Brotherhood now, because the Brotherhood doesn't like ghouls. So, seeing this, Maximus, whose entire survival relies on bringing Wiltig's head back to the Brotherhood, gives Lucy the head, picks up a random head that was on the ground, bashes its face in so people can't recognize it, kisses Lucy because they're romantically attracted to one another now for some reason, I don't get it, and boards the vertibird. All the while, Thaddeus fucks off to somewhere else and Lucy goes to the Griffith Observatory. You know, that thing she was almost at multiple times already. Boy, it sure is lucky that Thaddeus didn't notice that Wiltig had a Pip-Boy tracker shoved up his nose, and it sure is satisfying to see that we now have an actual romantic plotline going on. I'm joking, of course. It wasn't earned and there was never any implication that they had any romantic attraction towards one another. Or maybe there was and I just missed it because this show's writing is
Again,
awful. Or
it's
maybe
like
because
that
I can't
fucking
recognize them.
Chinese chick kissing fucking what's-his-name at like the end of Star Wars. Like,
oh yeah, Rose Tico and Finn randomly going at it.
yeah, it's basically one of those fucking moments. It's like, we're not going to win by hating the enemy or killing the enemy. We are going to win by love. It's like, fuck this shit.
Yeah, I certainly will win by not eliminating my opposition, thus burying their ideals.
What love is anymore. I don't know, you pick. But that was the end of episode 7, another episode which could have been a small segment of another episode dragged out into its own entire thing. It was another waste of time, but because it's a waste of time, it's actually consistent with how this show has been so far. And now we get to the big one, episode 8, the real fucking big one. Strap yourselves in because I'm going to describe a lot of events because there is not one single thing correct with this entire episode. So Maximus is being taken back to the Brotherhood High Command, which took over Philly for some reason and are bragging about having massacred the entire place. Why are they doing this? Why are they laughing about it? I don't fucking know. The Brotherhood has been rewritten so hard that it's now a vegan enclave. And I don't think even Fallout 2 Enclave was this cartoonishly evil. So he goes to them, still pretending to have the real head instead of outright telling them the truth. We see that there's a female Brotherhood of Steel squire. I thought it was a brotherhood, but whatever. But he's quickly found out and set to be executed. And when Maximus is about to be executed, they start chanting in Latin because now they think the Brotherhood of Steel are a bunch of religious zealots or something. I'm not even a fan of the Brotherhood of Steel. I think they should be bumped into and out of oblivion. And even I'm embarrassed.
When you said that you thought they were the Knights Templar, that's what this show basically tried to turn them into.
Oh yeah, no, they tried to take that point way harder.
Deuce Volt, like.
I mean, I can understand they've got the metal helmets and everything, slits and whatnot. It's just like, it's fucking retarded. They were never patriotic. They weren't Power Rangers. They were technophiles. They were basically a giant group of fucking hoarders that kept all the best technology for themselves and told the scavengers and the wasters to go fuck themselves. You're not responsible enough for these toys.
It's funny.
That's all it was.
They got them wrong in so many different ways. Like
they wouldn't even let the scavengers have a fucking laser pistol or even an energy cell.
But Dane, remember Dane, interjects and says that Dane was the one who put the razor blade and that Maximus wasn't actually the one who tried to sabotage the mission. Because of course the one transgender character they wanted to have in the show was immediately
Huh?
Tranny self-harm.
the one to self-harm. Maximus claims to know the real location of where the head is, finally, and instead of just throwing him in a cage and forcing him to tell them where the head actually is, they actually believe him. Because, of course, every character in this show is retarded, and it's meant to be retarded. I suppose that's the only explanation as to how this even fucking works. And the head scribe takes Maximus away for a private conversation, where he says that the Brotherhood used to rule the Wasteland.
We once ruled the wasteland.
Motherfucker, when was
No,
that the
you
case? The
didn't.
Brotherhood of Steel has never ruled the Wasteland. In Fallout 1, when they're at the height of their power, they're still a minor faction. In Fallout 2, they barely exist and are on the brink of extinction. In Fallout 3, they're a bit better, but they're still fighting a losing battle and split in two groups. In Fallout 4, they're only powerful because they have a magic blimp that apparently can only be taken down with a magic big cannon. And the whole point of the Brotherhood of Steel is that they have different chapters, i.e., they spread their forces very thin across continental America. I mean, for fuck's sake, in Fallout New Vegas, they got gang fucked by the NCR so hard that they're now just a bunch of remnants hiding in a bunker. Oh wait, I forgot, Fallout New Vegas doesn't exist because this show said so. And believe it or not, this show hasn't even
Speaking
finished
of
saying
which.
so. And after yet another
The New Vegas chapter.
Mm-hmm.
The reason why the gang fucking that that he referenced there is the battle for Helios 1, the solar power station, and the setup for Father Elijah going nutso and then causing dead money to happen. There's this channel that's busy basically making 3D animations of that battle. And I gotta tell you, it's some Warhammer 40k shit.
Oh, shit.
But it fits with Fallout. I'll have to send you some later.
Yeah.
other kid in a fridge. We then cut back to Lucy, who is finally at the Griffith Observatory, a place that's a 6-hour walk in modern LA from Vault 33. And given how she's been to every single corner of LA, I really have to wonder how the fuck it took her at least 2 weeks to get here. How do I know it took her over 2 weeks to get here? Because she says so. Even though the show sets it up to be at like 5 days at most. The Griffith Observatory is the base of the NCR remnants, and I'll talk about them in just a second. And I say just a second because we cut back to another old world scene, where Cooper Howard is dropping off Barbara at the Vault-Tec office. Barbara is very weirded out by the fact that her Pip-Boy is, as she states, transmitting something to somewhere. And instead of just disabling her Pip-Boy given that she's about to go into a very important meeting, she just sticks with it. Cooper, who wants to listen in on whatever conversation they're going to have, goes into the building, meets pre-war Betty, who's just a secretary, I guess she got promoted at some point, I don't know, and prepares to listen in on the conversation, but I skipped the scene, because this show starts hopping around back and forth a lot this episode. So to deal with that, we'll handle the pre-war segment first, because if we didn't, I'd be referring to scene changes literally every 20 seconds. So Cooper is listening in on the conversation that Barbara is a part of, and Bud is there as well. In this meeting are a bunch of CEOs of big corporations, Big Mountain, Repcon, and fuck you, that's not Robert House. It is kind of nice that Robert House has one quip that's actually Robert House-esque, and that is when Robert House says that one of them is so incompetent they could lose money running a casino. Anyway, the meeting is a generic capitalism evil meeting where they're discussing how peace talks between China and America have set them back.
The guy who's representing Big Mountain,
Uh-huh.
he's the guy who built the casino in Dead Money.
Okay.
And he gets like they couldn't just stop with the fucking of New Vegas lore. They took a sympathetic billionaire and turned him into the fat cat caricature. Because in Fallout New Vegas, Dead Money specifically, as well as Old World Blues, you learn in full exactly what Big Mountain did.
Yeah.
Not only did they sabotage one of Vault-Tec's vaults, they sabotaged his casino. And he was madly in love with this actress named Vieira Keys.
Okay.
And the guy who built the casino is, I think it's Franklin Sinclair or Edward Sinclair. I think it's Franklin, but Sinclair is the surname.
Okay.
He gets tricked by Vera, finding out that she was being put up as like a lure in order to have his wealth stolen from him by a crooner by the name of Dean Domino, one of the companions you get in Dead Money. And it's to basically to rob him blind. However, he doesn't want to give in to his hate, so before the bombs dropped, he tried to undo the damage that he set up to get revenge on both Vera and Dean, and tried to make the casino like basically a vault of its own, like a fallout shelter to protect Vera. So basically, it's a guy who fell head over heels for a vixen, got duped, almost like committed like a mortal sin, and then regretted and tried to undo the damage he could have done, and paid the price for it. They completely take that fat cat, the fat cat caricature, and just slap it on him, and act like he's the CEO of Big Mountain. Because Big Mountain fucked over his entire casino by purposely fucking with the air ventilation system that would release this red cloud mist that people into into basically zombies. Like, not ghouls, but actual zombies that can reanimate after you kill them. The only way how you can kill them is if you dismember them. So... Again, it's like they couldn't help, but this is even dumber for Mr. House because they tell him that what their plan is, and they're going to start the end of the world, and they basically make him out to be a liar when he's talking to you in the base game of New Vegas, because in the base game he predicts that the Chinese were going to launch nukes, and he had this plan to save New Vegas.
Well, it's okay. But, New Vegas is not one of their games, so it's no big deal.
I'm just saying, like, these are the lore inconsistencies that pop up because of this fucking bullshit right here.
Oh, man. I'm gonna step away just 1 second. I just need to grab a drink. I'm gonna play it.
Back on their goals. This is despite the fact that we already know that a lot of the CEOs of these companies in the games are supposed to not want a war to happen, Vault-Tec being the one excluded. Because of course they had to bastardize some of the most recognizable names in Fallout, just for the sake of their capitalism evil message. Anyway, they actually start humoring the idea of what it would be like after the end of the world, and how they could profit from it. And the CEO of West Tech actually makes a very good point that people could just very much still be alive after the people in the vaults come out. Also putting forth the idea that a lot of the people who survive might just be Stone Age creatures, who will kill anyone on sight. To which Bud responds with time as the ultimate apex predator. No, Bud. Time is effectively a guarantee that society will begin to reorganize and that this plan would fail fucking immediately. Which it did, because a bunch of countries were fucking created while your people were still in a vault. Oh no, sorry, I forgot. The show retconned it, and now NCR is just Shady Sands, which is a tiny village in the Boneyard. And of course, if the dumb fucking messaging of these writers wasn't obvious enough, Bud has to say that time is how they'll win the great game of capitalism. This, thankfully, starts to be questioned by every single CEO, saying that he's not addressing any of the points and that this is downright retarded. Barbara interjects, and for a moment it feels like this show's gonna actually have some good writing, until you realize she's actually defending the idea of the vaults continuing, which means that, of course, she's still on board with the war continuing, to the point where everybody else gets nuked, even though she has an active fucking incentive not to want that to be the case. Her daughter Janie, which she brings up in this exact scene, and I want you to remember this for just a moment, she says that they have hundreds of vaults that each of the CEOs can claim as their own because the spirit of competition is what made their companies great. Just keep that in mind, because I feel like I'm about to explode like a fucking hydrogen bomb. This idea of each CEO being able to claim dozens of vaults as their own is apparently enough to get them all on board with the idea of vaults, and they start proposing experiments which make absolutely no fucking sense. The CEO of Big Mountain
counter to what she said, that the spirit of competition is what made them great. So why the fuck would they all be together in a meeting collaborating?
This whole thing, even with me, with the little that I knew, made very little sense to me. And like, I just was like, I don't know.
Yeah, and like most of the fucking experiments that they mention here are vaults that actually exist in game, like hallucinogenic drugs being put into the air filtration system, a vault making super mutants, but the little add-on here is that we use illegal immigrants. You know?
You know, we gotta dig at, like, you know, the other political side of the political aisle.
Yeah,
like,
this is just like, this is brain dead politics 101.
This is California bullshit. Like,
wait, Gigi, you're telling me you don't remember killing Sanchez, a super mutant?
There were no Sanchez super mutants. There were no Mexican super mutants. I don't remember a super mutant wearing a fucking sombrero.
Clearly, you didn't look
Or
hard
holding
enough.
a fucking mop or cleaning a toilet. They were out there going, angry orc. It's like the only ones that were intelligent were in like New Vegas 1 and 2. And like the first one you come across is like, hey, you look like no ghoul. How come? Some fucking Mexican accent that is.
Yeah.
Like, this is beyond fucking parody at this point. This is like literally just degradation and sacrilege.
Oh my god.
Big Mountain, which is supposed to be a scientist's paradise, suggests a vault where people compete to survive inside it, which is just dumb, and feels like whoever wrote this just read the summary of the summary of the summary to what Big Mountain was supposed to be. Retcon, the company
that vault is it's actually a tie for like which interpretation you want to go with, like something that's overcrowded and they have to compete for resources.
Yeah.
It's kind of a mix between Vault 34, which led to the creation of the Boomers, a faction within New Vegas. And it's on the principle of an armed society is a polite society, so you fill a vault full of people and guns and see what happens.
That sounds good.
Well, it didn't last that long because a bunch of them just like raided the armory and then left and then headed to an Air Force base and set up their own little colony.
that has a history of wanting
like, from what I remember, like not many people died, but some did because, fire broke out. But for the most part, it's like, hey, you didn't want us to leave. We want to leave. So we're going to take some guns in order to make you let us leave.
Yeah, now we have the means to leave.
Yeah. So
SpaceX,
the great equalizer.
But they were polite about it.
Yeah, well, what's the great equalizer? Is it a lion?
No, it's a gun.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's just because there's not enough lions to go around for every person in a vault. They didn't think about that.
Exploration and space science decides that it's a good idea for an experiment in a vault where a robot that delivers milk to the front door runs the vault because I don't fucking know. And a bunch of other stupid shit that shows the writers' lack of creativity is on display. The show also decides to retcon the whole point of super mutants existing and shows a moment where the CEO of Westtech is shown to be the one who came up with the idea of the development of super mutants. Using illegal immigrants, of course, because haha, American capitalism evil isn't modern political reference really smart, I guess. Because of course they just had to throw in that
like
retcon.
The original game had a good premise for how super mutants were created, and it was like very dark, but it had nothing to do with illegal immigration. Had to deal with spies, political dissidents, and prisoners.
GG.
And
it may be dark, but it wasn't dark skinned. That's the problem.
Yeah, but
neither are Mexican.
GG. Trump's bad.
Who cares? At this point, but like the FEV was a virus that was being developed in order to fight biological terrorism from the Chinese. That was the whole purpose for it existing. So they decided to test it on prisoners of war or political prisoners or political agitators, not illegal immigrants.
It was the counter COVID.
Yeah. It was the mRNA vaccine.
So we were the Fauci all along.
I'm just saying, like, there was already a good premise from the first game, and they're just like, nah, illegal immigrants.
Well, I mean, Trump bad. We have to do that. We have to say Trump bad in today's America.
Well, who the fuck, like, is Trump Asian?
No, but he don't
Asian
like
guy saying it, so
he don't like them bad hombres.
in there. But in case you don't know, the Super Mutant Project was a project by the American government to create super soldiers, which, by the way, is exactly how the nuclear war started out, because the American government decided to start manufacturing a version of it, and China retaliated with nuclear warheads before they could have a biochemical weapon used on them. They just keep throwing retcon after retcon after retcon in single sentences, and then that's when Robert House, Robert fucking House, CEO of Robco, says something that is so
I mean, it did involve, like, creating super soldiers, but that was to restrain, or not to restrain, but to make them impervious to biological warfare from the Chinese. And once the Chinese caught wind of it, that's what caused them to set the nukes.
Okay.
It wasn't that they created the super soldier serum, therefore war started. He forgot that first part.
I like how they inadvertently just said we should have nuked China for COVID.
I mean, we could tie Fauci to one of them.
fucking fundamentally against who he is as a character that I can't help but take it as an insult, because it defeats the whole point as to why he's even a player in Fallout New Vegas and why Fallout New Vegas even exists. Listen to this shit.
It's a fun idea. There's a lot of earning potential with the end of the world, but we're talking about making a significant investment based on a hypothetical.
You scum-sucking, paper-shuffling fucking retard, what the fuck? In case you don't know, Robert House was so fundamentally opposed to a nuclear conflict that he built giant laser cannons and hacked the Chinese systems to disable nuclear warheads and protect the city of Vegas. He was so dedicated to this that he put himself in a life preservation chamber and effectively became the defense system of New Vegas, while still being alive in said life preservation chamber. Robert House is a pragmatic man that only really cares about making money and making Vegas shine, and wants to actively avoid any conflict whatsoever to protect the light of Vegas. His defenses to protect against the nuclear holocaust were so strong that we see in Fallout New Vegas that Raul Terradas, a man from Mexico City, could see the lasers coming out of Vegas from Mexico City. And yet, now we're supposed to believe that Robert Edwin House, CEO of Robco, is okay with the world ending because of evil capitalism, and that we're supposed to believe that Robert House thinks that there's a lot of money to be made in the end of the world. How anyone takes this shit seriously is fucking ridiculous. There is no possibility to make money in the end of the world because the money is gone. The customers are gone. The resources are gone. A lot of the services a lot of people enjoy.
House never, like, even if this is considered canon, House never had control of any vaults. Neither did Sinclair, neither did West Tech. Well, unless if you want to consider 87 that one. But House, when he reemerged from his, like, slumber after the war, he made a contract with Vault 21, which was, like, right on the strip. Not Vault Tech, but the people who lived there. In order to safeguard his security systems, he had it filled with concrete, except for a few floors, which they could use. Like, if he already had this set up with Vault Tech, he would have had Vault 21. Or, Vault 21 would have never been built on the fucking strip in the first place. Because it was too close, and it would cause a security risk for him. Like, none of this shit makes sense now because of this fucking show.
Basically, they kind of staged him as, like, the good ending for Andrew Ryan, and now they just made him, like, you know, generic evil capitalist.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Thanks to the TV show, it's highly likely House is the only legitimate ending to New Vegas. Meaning that, you know, the Brotherhood, we once ruled the wasteland. They basically killed the Mojave chapter, because if you work for House, you have to kill the Mojave chapter. You can't convince them to let them live or join forces for the Battle of Hoover Dam. Like, it's so astronomically fucking retarded. We checked the lore and it checks out, blah, blah, blah. I'm Todd Howard, buy my shit.
By the way, would you like to have Skyrim on your toaster? Now introducing Skyrim Appliance Edition.
You would not shock me. You would not shock me to have, like, well, we co-developed the next Fallout with Apple.
Yeah, like, if Steve Jobs was, like, you know, fucking still alive, he'd be sending Todd Howard fucking love letters.
Yes.
Love what you're doing, man. Keep up the work.
Oh my god.
nowadays are gone. You can't sell people Funko Pops and a gaming console and a big flat screen TV in the end of the world if that consumer is more concerned about not dying from radioactive poisoning, you fucking idiots. This is a Reddit communist's understanding of what capitalism is. Also, I have to ask, if Robert House is in the meeting where they're discussing the end of the fucking world, then how the hell did Robert House fuck up the defense of New Vegas by 20 hours? Robert House's plan relied on getting the Platinum chip, which has an upgraded OS before the nuclear bombs dropped, so he could defend Vegas with his upgraded system. What, did he just forget to fucking look at his calendar or something? Oh, but that's okay, because it was the Chinese that dropped the nuclear bombs, not Vault-Tec. They wouldn't retcon that, now would they? Barbara opens up that black hole of a mouth she has again, and says that the end of the world is an opportunity because then there'll be no one to fight except each other, you fucking idiot. The spirit of competition is what made these companies great, yet here they are, talking about how there will be no competition when the entire point of this experiment is that they will compete with one another. Vault-Tec will compete with House, House will compete with Big Mountain, Big Mountain will compete with Repcon, Repcon will compete with West-Tec, and then she says that they'll drop the bombs themselves. So yes, lovely, they just retconned every single fucking Fallout game. Because Fallout, in case you haven't realized it this entire fucking time, is about dealing with the fallout of the consequences of humanity's actions. So
another retcon dealing with Repcon. House, the owner of Robco, bought out Repcon. They aren't their own fucking company. They are a subsidiary of Robco. So why the fuck are they being represented separately in this show?
Because, GG, the Reddit said so.
Look, I hate it for like actual reasons than fucking Nicholas Diorio.
the whole point as to why the Brotherhood of Steel, that faction that Bethesda really fucking loves, exists, the whole point of the franchise and its themes, all gone. All fucking gone, because these writers want to spit on the franchise that was infinitely better written than anything they could come up with, and also partially because they wanted to shove their stupid fucking modern politics into it, and because they don't understand anything they're actually writing. And of course, the thrice lobotomized seals that defend this show think, oh, it's a critique of capitalism. That's actually really in line with the games. Because they're too fucking brain rotten to understand these very simple concepts. Because they can't leave their stupid modern politics aside for a second and think of things. Critiquing capitalism is actually very fucking easy, and the writing of this show makes it look outright impossible. Because this show is so dumb, the writers who want to critique capitalism want me to believe that the capitalists want the capital to be gone. How the fuck is anyone defending this shit? How the fuck does anyone think this is actually appropriate? Oh, but it gets worse, viewer, it gets worse, because then Barbara opens that black chasm of a mouth of hers and says,
and we have war. And war, well, war never changes.
Wait, I didn't hear that right. I must have heard that wrong. What the fuck did she just say?
And war, well, war never changes.
Oh, I can't believe
it. Oh my god, guys, you said the thing. This is just like the game. Oh, best show ever.
I'm surprised at this point they didn't sit there and retcon their own tagline and be like, war always changes. It's like, no, we've always said that. It's like,
war,
no.
War never changes unless you buy the $4.99 DLC pack.
In order to change the war. Change the war into what? Super war?
In order to change the war, you must become the war.
Oh, you said war. Oh, we thought you said lore. You gotta enunciate better. We changed the lore.
Yeah, it never changes. That's literally what this is. Lore never changes.
Unless if you're Todd Howard, then it changes like on the every day.
On the minute, every minute.
That's the thing. It's like lore is basically history for fiction. It's like
it's just. I'm sorry.
It's like
I had to pull the whole fucking Willy Wonka thing. Oh, you should enunciate when you say things. It's very mumbled.
It's so fucking like bullshit with all of this because it really does bring up like the old adage. It's like war. Well, this is kind of a joke from your butler in Fallout 3, but war does not determine who is right, only who is left. But it's like the victor writes the history books. You ever hear that phrase?
Yeah. So what you're telling me is war can change history.
Yeah.
So war changes quite a bit.
So basically, whoever's the keeper of the purse strings could basically change it to whatever the fuck they want it to.
Hey, said, yeah, we're live for like at least another 20 minutes. Oh, shit.
Explain this to the tourists pretending to actually play Fallout. The point of the line, war never changes, is to say that humanity will always find a reason to start killing one another. War never changes because it's in the human fucking DNA to seek conflict, which by the way is one of the reasons communism is so fucking backwards. But the writers of this atrocity had no fucking clue as to what this line meant, because it's said by a person who is advertising an idea which inherently means conflict. She says she wants war to end because she wants to create a true monopoly, but that monopoly includes a bunch of companies which compete with each other. A competition which she incentivizes, except instead of being done by countries, it will now be done by companies. And don't give me that shit of, well, that's obvious, it's supposed to be fucked up, because none of the characters in this fucking room should be going along with this. And all of them have direct incentives to not go along with it. Barbara in particular, because all of these guys have just the financial incentive. Barbara has the financial and the humanitarian incentive. No, they just put this here to spit in the face of Fallout fans. How could they fuck up the ghouls? How could they fuck up the vaults? How could they fuck up where Shady Sands is? How could they fuck up where the Cathedral and Vault 33 are? How could they fuck up the Brotherhood? How could they fuck up what the people of Shady Sands were like? How could they fuck up the point of the vaults? How could they rip off and retcon 2 games? How could they fuck up the years to the point where it retconned another game? The answer is actually very simple. They didn't. They didn't fuck up the chalkboard and the dates. They didn't fuck up the humor. They didn't fuck up the locations. They didn't accidentally rip off 2 games. They didn't fuck anything else up. This was deliberate. I'd be willing to accept it if they did it once or twice, but this entire show has been a sequence of fuck-ups. Or
yeah, I would have to agree with all the shit that he's fucking sitting there and pointed out, and the shit that you pointed out, GG, and everything else. Like, it's just the only way you can conscientiously sign off on shit being this different is if you're totally okay with the fucking whole history being changed. A,
this had to come from the top on down. Like,
and B, like, I couldn't even just put it in the lap. Like, you would have to intimately be involved to change it so much, because I feel like just by sheer accident alone, they should have gotten something right.
They should have tripped into success somewhere. Like,
beyond just like, oh yes, blue and gold suits. Oh yes, look at these. Look at our Abraxas and look at our sugar bombs over here and the deviled eggs over here. Look, we got the stuff from the game, guys. We got the game. Please understand this is the game. Like, I just...
Oh, by the way, did you know war never changes?
I mean, this is the thing. It's like, this is the definite. From this show coming out, the way it did and how everything played out, there is no question in people who have been leaning towards the fact that Todd Howard hates Obsidian. He hates the original Fallouts in New Vegas altogether. Like, the people who are still going to push, well, it's not really a love-hate relationship. It's just that, well, the fans are the ones who are the problem. There are 2 different camps of fans. They're causing the tension. There is no bad blood. And it's like, those people are either of 2 camps themselves. They're either cocksuckers, or they're trying to keep the door open for future deals of some sort. Like, you know, insight, interviews, and other fucking horse shit.
Part of me, like, honestly, this feels like if you were to lie about being in a gunfight where you killed 2 people and you shoot yourself in the leg before you throw the gun. And it's like, yeah, those guys are dead, but look, I'm injured too. It's like, well, it's kind of amazing. Those 2 guys were shot once in the head each from behind, and you only got shot in the leg. Yeah, I'm really lucky, guys. Really lucky.
You know, the way I see it,
go ahead,
is I think Todd legitimately liked Fallout at first, and I think he like wanted to like do their own spin on it, and then New Vegas came out, and everyone was like, this is just like the Fallout I remember. I love this game. I wish Bethesda did it like this. And then it sort of like made them side-eye it.
I wish Bethesda did it like this. Well, watch me fuck your whole world up.
Okay, so
yeah, pretty much. It's like,
wait, you're saying it's that meme where Todd's the chick looking at the guy who's going, whoa, to Fallout New Vegas.
Yeah. Yeah. Basically, like I think like at first he really did enjoy the Fallout, was a fan of it. And I think that when they contracted Obsidian to do New Vegas and everyone was so hyped that it was like the original lore masters of the franchise and they made a better game and showed Bethesda up, I think that was such a hit to their pride that Bethesda's like, now we need to wipe this out and make this ours.
Yeah, because here's the thing, that bonus that I mentioned before, like the shit that was found out during Gamergate, if I could still find the original sources, it's just, it makes it even like more plausible that they literally like tried to sabotage everything.
Well, and like to be beyond that, like it's still impacted their new release, and they've never been able to recover from the new release of their MMO fucking Fallout, basically.
It impacted both of their releases, like both Fallout 4 and 76. They're both being compared to New Vegas.
Yeah,
and
but I would say even more so with what happened with Outer Worlds, and how Outer Worlds is so much more successful than 76 was and is. Like, I think that might have been the actual nail in the coffin. That was the bridge too far, and nobody committed that except themselves, but they don't want to be...
Admit that.
Yeah, admitted to it. Like, they would rather sit there and hold up and say, oh no, this is their fault. If they hadn't released a game that was so liked, everybody would love our game.
Well, again, they weren't trying to release like the best game ever. It's just that they were competent at their fucking job.
Yeah, and it just pointed out their incompetency, Bethesda's incompetency, that much more. And I think that's where like it was probably the line in the sand. It was a
hit to their pride.
It was the line in the sand that only they knew about.
Yeah,
this is like when
with the Outer Worlds, like that was just a new IP. In fact, I would compare it to Fallout 1 and how it was trying to build the world, and it was just a very tight story. Even though it's like, I think a lot of people could expect where it was heading, and that's why it's considered mediocre by a lot of people.
I think that this was literally like somebody who's holding a grudge against you because like you cut them in line 12 years ago.
Well, that's the thing. It's like we didn't fire the first shot.
No, and that's what I'm saying. It's such a trivial thing, and you don't even know that you crossed the line by just liking what you liked. And like that was enough for them and their ego being so fucking hurt or whatever. I don't fucking, the pride hurt, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Like, this was literally the only people who knew how upset they were the people who are already upset. Like, everybody else was like, there's no fucking problem here. Which is why you even see interviews with, like, fucking Obsidian being like, no, we don't have a fucking problem with them. And I genuinely believe, to some extent, that they didn't have a problem with them. But I think just everything that happened, everything with them releasing that game and being able to come up with another title that was successful. And it was successful. I mean, it still is.
Yeah, and I think they're even more bitter now because they're both owned by Microsoft. So now, like, Obsidian has that financial backing that they can't get Interplayed again. Right? Like, they have the same parent company, they have the same funding, and they have the resources that each other has. And I think they're kind of upset about that.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like Obsidian isn't the same Obsidian of old. So, like, people wanting Obsidian to do another Fallout New Vegas, like, they're going to have to wait for Avowed to come out first before they even want to make that wish a second time.
Yeah, it's just, I think that you also got to take into, like, the whole creative process, the research, the writing, and everything else. This fuck you started probably 2 years before it premiered. So 2021, 2-3 years after. Because
I mean,
it would have been post-pandemic.
I'd say it happened in 76. You want to know why? Because in Fallout 4, the character Kellogg, he's from the NCR. They tried to tie in Fallout New Vegas to Fallout 4 by having Kellogg have his origin story out on the West Coast. And they tried to merge the series together. It's like, look, we're willing to play games. Like, we're willing to reference New Vegas. There's no bad blood, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah,
and
but
then after that and how bad Fallout 4, like, fucking floundered compared to New Vegas in popularity amongst the fan base, it just went to 76, in which they threw lore out the fucking window about 5 times as hard as they did in 4 when it came to the ghoul kid.
yeah.
Because that's when you have the fucking lore updates through tweets. Like, oh, guess what? Elder Maxon had a friend on the East Coast. Totally not no C. He had access to satellite technology. Therefore, the Brotherhood of Steel is canon in Fallout 76.
But see, like, that's still not totally erasure of the game from the history like this is.
That's setting up the building blocks for it, though.
Well, I think it was convenient that they were able to use the building blocks that they had. I don't think that there's something that would have happened probably post that. And the only thing I can think of is, again, tied to 76, but more so the success of it. And you figure that's 2018. You also have to configure the pandemic and all that. Yeah, I think that they came back in 2021 and were like, no, fuck these guys.
Well, look, because 76 floundered so hard, they fucked up left, right, and center. Not just in the game, but outside of it. Like, doxing all your customers, getting fucking raked over the coals, almost having a fucking class action lawsuit because you couldn't provide a canvas bag and only nylon. You gave helmets that were infected, that had like fucking mold growing in them.
Yeah.
You literally just were like, anyone who's playing our game that we banned, write a 500-word essay for why you're such a naughty little boy and why Santa's leaving you coal in your stocking this year.
You bought the $250 special edition. When you contact customer service, they're like, yeah, we're not planning on doing anything about it. Like, just the callousness.
Exactly.
Like, it's the absolute callousness of Bethesda. Like,
but that's what I'm saying. They held their ineptitudes there against Obsidian.
Yeah. And that's the crazy thing. Is like, that's where it started. It was the launch of 76 and the generally good response that Outer Worlds got initially.
Yeah, and I think with the pandemic and everything, I think that's 2021 that might be like the real true start of the annoyance, but I'm thinking like talking the erasure of fucking Obsidian. This would have been 2021 probably. Yeah. Possibly late 2020 when things were just starting to get back online because of the amount of research and everything that would have to go into this to even make this show.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I could chalk up like the bonus issue just being them being scummy and want to save money by not paying out a bonus. You know, typical corporate greed.
No, I think I think you're right. I think we're both getting at the same point. Yeah, you're right. I think 76 is that tipping point. That was, like I said, the line in the sand that nobody saw or understood or, even knew was a line in the sand other than Bethesda that was crossed by them.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically the watershed moment, and everything afterwards has been a concerted effort just to fuck over anything and everything that us Fallout fans held dear. I mean, like, the story is irrevocably fucked from 1, 2, Tactics, Brotherhood of Steel, New Vegas. Hell, even their own games have been fucked.
And that's the thing. That's where I'm saying it kind of reeks of that, oh, those two guys got shot in the head, but I got shot in the leg. I'm injured. You know what I mean? Like, there's a plausible deniability by sitting there and injuring themselves here, but you cannot say that they're injured as anywhere near as bad as they've taken out New Vegas in this.
You know what it reminds me of? That meme with the two Japanese schoolgirls and the one's like, I'll see you later, and the other one is like, and there she goes, my greatest rival. But it's like, it's a
Yeah.
one-sided rivalry in only
Yeah.
one of their minds.
Yes.
Like, that's what it feels like. Like, it feels like Obsidian was like, yeah, no, we just made a game and we contracted it, and we're kind of a little miffed that we didn't get our bonus, but whatever. And then Bethesda's like, and there they go, our greatest rivals yet again.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, it really feels like a one-sided rivalry.
It 100% is. That's a better way to try to explain or to say what I'm trying to say here. I'm just lacking.
Yeah, but again, you got to take in the fan base. That's the Cataclysm part here too. It's because they want to paint it as like the fan base is pushing this for like the fan base.
That's
of the old guard,
that's
like,
the line
wants
in the
to
sand, though.
Vegas.
Those two things like are different from one another.
It's like
They
we
saw-
never wanted to have this fucking war. We wanted
Yeah,
you guys to do fucking
But
better.
Bethesda saw them as a rival all the way back when 4 and New Vegas came out at the same time, roughly.
5 years apart.
Yeah, same time enough for them.
Yeah,
considering how
same
long.
gen console.
Yeah, but like,
Within that time, like.
but like, it started there. That's the start of the one-sided rivalry when the other people's games, not Bethesda, who owns it, is taken in. And then the line in the sand, the one step too far, the straw that breaks the camel's back, whatever euphemism you want to use for it, that was 76. And like that, and the whole fucking Outer Worlds not failing at that point, that's it. Like,
I mean,
and
all
it-
the pieces fit, and it
it's-
makes sense.
It's just so it's absurd, though. That's the thing. It's absurd that you have a fucking company, a multi-million-dollar company, acting like a fucking petulant child. That's the thing that's absurdist here.
Well, trust me, it gets a bit more absurd. Just keep going.
Supposed fuck ups, which just so happen to erase old Fallout and spit on everything that old Fallout was and why people enjoyed it.
And I seriously think that they sat there and they shot themselves a little bit because it would have looked really suspect if only New Vegas, only Fallout 1, 2, and Tactics and Brotherhood and Steel and all that, only their lore got erased and Fallout's Bethesda's lore just magically stood the test of time. Now it looks like you actually, it could be, what is it? Like a decoy measure almost to take some flack on yourself. So now it looks like...
I don't think it's a decoy measure. I think they're so blinded by hate that they spike their own face.
I mean, that's the other side of it. It could be that, but I just see them also being manipulative enough based on everything else we've seen that, like, I don't put it past them.
Yeah, no, I can see them retconning some things just to be like, see, we retconned our stuff too.
Well, I mean, they do that naturally. Like, why would it have to be like, a ploy when they do it like all the fucking time? I'd say it's more or less just
because they're taking out the most popular hands down 3D Fallout game, period.
Well, that's what I'm saying is like if they were in a blind rage doing this kind of idea, like that would also.
But if you took down the most popular of anything, right? You're going to look like a guilty party unless it's like, oh, well, I was injured in this too and it was a sheer accident. Then, you know what I mean? Like you can, it was an accident. It was the inept writers, which is kind of like how everything in this conversation started. It was the writers. I don't think this is the writers. I think this was a fucking plan.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. I blame the writers because they were the useful idiots. They went along and then ham-fisted in all their fucking horse shit on top of what, Todd Howard.
I think it's 100% Todd Howard or Bethesda at this point. I think the writers might be useful idiots in the fact that they are literally oblivious to any of it.
You know what? I think I have a theory. I have a new theory.
Yeah.
This script was written by AI. that was trained on Oxhorn videos.
I mean, look, I love the joke there, but I just want to say, like, Pat, the way how you're putting it up, it's just like it would be. How should I put this? it'd be kind of like the soldiers of World War II on the Nazi side saying, "We were just following orders." We couldn't deny our orders. We had orders. I think that's like where I'm having the biggest disconnect with what you're putting up is because I wouldn't accept that because I mean you had to be willing at some point to go along with this.
Yeah, and that's where a big paycheck comes in.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happens is they've got a big paycheck with having a video game franchise. They're going to pick up the audience. They're going to pick up the viewership.
Yeah, well, they're in bed now with Amazon, and that's a good thing to have. Microsoft and Amazon together. Like,
yeah. I'm just saying, it's like I would probably punish the soldiers more to make an example out of them than just Todd, because there's no change in him. You can change the people who are going to be working in the industry.
Yeah, but if
taking orders.
But you're taking for granted that they know everything you know.
No, I'm not taking for granted that. I'm just saying, like, look, if you're going to do something good. Don't do something stupid. Like, that's the lesson here. That's why that clip I had you play at the beginning.
But again, Hollywood itself has proven how many times over and over with video game franchises that they don't give a shit.
I mean, I can mention all of my favorite franchises that were killed by movies. Assassin's Creed, Hitman, Dead or Alive.
Like, Hollywood cares about one thing, and that's money. The second thing is children. They get both here.
Well, I mean, that's
I don't know. I think trafficking children comes before the money, but
well, Jim, you know how you said that the script was written by AI? It's like when Pat, you looked up like what causes ghoulification. That AI had like 5 different examples of what could plausibly cause it, and it was all classed into one like fucking thing. Like,
yeah,
if an AI could compile that and come up with like some kind of condition that would explain ghoulism, I mean, the AI could probably write a better script than these fuckers, and they were the ones who were going on strike.
I feel like just supports my point that like Bethesda did this manipulatively.
It's like that's another thing I kind of want to bitch about later. It's just like everyone who bitches about AI, like artists, writers, there's a reason why people turn to it and not you. Number one, you're all fucking trash to some degree. You demand fucking protection, but don't put in any work to fucking protect yourselves by being good of any sort.
You're fucking trash, Derek. Get out of here.
I'm just saying, like, if a computer could come up with like a better lore explanation for ghoulism, like, then it should be writing the fucking scripts.
Yeah, and that's just where
it just
like
depends on who's feeding it the information properly.
I think there's a part of it being malicious here that like can't be denied, too, and I just feel like that, like. I don't what I guess okay, here's my biggest problem to overcome in my mind. What do the writers have to gain by fucking over the franchise here? Where I can say Bethesda has a lot more to gain by fucking over a franchise and doing whatever it wants.
The only thing I can see that the writers would get would be orders from Amazon, which came from Bethesda as part of the partnership. Which still then links back to Bethesda.
I mean, if anything, it's at your detriment as a writer to be on a show that's being ridiculed this bad.
Again, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of like the soldiers that are like, we were just following orders. Like,
and
we're getting charged with war crimes and gonna probably hang for them, dipshit.
I
mean, that's what's happening to the writers right now.
I believe with the writers, the same as I would believe here, at some point somebody was just following orders because they were not privy to the information of what their orders were meaning. Like, I don't necessarily think, okay, to put this into context, I don't necessarily think the Nazi soldier working in Warsaw, Poland, putting Jews on a train necessarily knew what was going on in Auschwitz.
Yeah, I know. That's the whole thing.
So,
but,
like, you can't say that you would totally sit there and say that every fucking person, when there's one person above them that knows exactly why we're putting the Jews on the train in Warsaw, they're sending them over to Auschwitz and what's going to happen.
Like it didn't take a genius to put two and two together. If you listen to a few Hitler speeches, it's like, okay, Jews are the problem. We need to get rid of the problem. It's like, okay, so we're in Poland here, putting the Jews on a train. We're getting rid of the problem. Uh-oh.
Yeah, but like, how do they know what getting rid of means? Like, did they know they were killing them and not just removing them from the country?
Well, I mean, how else are you going to remove something?
Remove it physically. You're putting it on a train. Goodbye. Like, as far as that guy still goes,
again,
I think that's
vermin. So how do you get rid of vermin? You exterminate them. It's like, oh, put two and two together. It's like,
good news.
What?
I looked it up, and Oxhorn was not a writer on this, so we're good. I just made sure. I just had to make sure he didn't have any writing credits. But we're safe, so I'll let you guys continue.
Yeah,
I just wanted to do that research.
I'm just saying, like, if I was like, God forbid, if I was a fucking German soldier back then, I'd be able to put two and two together and I'd get the fuck out of Dodge.
Yeah, I don't know. I just also feel like there's got to be at least a bit of people in both scenarios that are just doing it to get a paycheck and get by because they will need a job.
Well, they were benefiting from it, so like, why bite the hand that feeds?
Well, given the alternative in one of those scenarios is death.
Yeah, I mean, death is a pretty solid
motivator.
Yeah.
I mean, well, it didn't really work well for the Soviets because they had political officers pointing a gun at the backs of their own soldiers.
Yeah,
with Order 262.
Yeah,
or no, was it 266? I forget.
I just like it was one of those things that, like, I don't know. You probably convinced me pretty easy with death as the other option to do whatever I need to do to not be dead.
Especially if you have to look at it too. If you have a kid.
That's why you have all these ex-Bethesda employees still kissing Todd's fucking ass, is because, like, if they say one bad thing, their career is dead.
Yeah.
In the games industry.
Yeah,
that's
and if you have a family,
an ill fucking word, and it's always kosher. Like, Todd, he's this brilliant person, but he just puts too much work on himself.
He works so hard.
And one other point that I got to bring up, and you're probably gonna hate that I'm gonna bring this up, to the Nazi point. Okay.
Okay.
Stanford, or not? Is it Stanford experiment? Not the prison.
You're talking about the rat experiment, right?
No, I'm thinking about the fake electrocution experiment. They had an actor basically hooked up to an electric probe on his head, hands, or head and wrists or something like that, or head and arms.
Yeah, the one where it's like, it's hurting, and then they tell you to
keep
do
going
it harder.
Yeah, and it was like something like 80% of people would have killed the guy. Technically, just on the urging of a guy that just said, you have to complete the test. Like, that's all he was allowed to say.
Well, that's funny because, like, Fallout New Vegas had a vault that was based around that.
Oh, really?
Just in a different way.
Yeah, no, the guy in the chair was 100% an actor, and they were doing it just to see if people would actually just follow orders to the point of killing somebody. And
Vault 11, you should look up the lore, or I'll give you the rundown real quick. Vault 11 is where they would hold fake elections, and the person who was elected overseer would select a sacrifice to the death chamber, and the computer that spoke on the behalf of Vault-Tec said that you had to make a sacrifice every year.
Yeah,
and people did it for a long ass time until there was a revolt, and they basically refused, and then the computer unlocks the door and lets them out into the wasteland. But there had been like practically almost everyone died in the vault, and there were only a few survivors left, and they just like, we can't allow this to continue. We can't go out there, and they just do, a pack suicide.
But yeah, I forget the name of the experiment, but they literally did that based around the whole concept of like people pushing back on like, there's no way these guys didn't know. And so they actually, part of their proof of concept was to see like, could people really be pushed with no guns, no threat of violence, no nothing? These people would have been paid. They could have gone home. It was just a guy at a desk with a pen and paper writing down. And like, he wasn't even the one giving them the instructions. That's the funny thing.
Oh, the Milgram experiment.
Milgram, yes. And like, all he would sit there and do is say, no, you have to continue the experiment. Like, calm, rational, and like 80%, I think it was 80%, would have killed this man if the voltage was real. And it's just like absurd. And that just made me realize like the freaking like, I don't know, I guess it's one of those things like where you think it's easy until you're in that position, and then here's these people in the hypothetical position. Thankfully, like nobody's actually harmed, and they're so quick to criticize, and then like they also did it.
That bad. I mean,
yeah, actually, they did multiple tests, and the ranges were from 28% all the way up to 91% of test subjects would have executed them. So it went as high as 91 and as low as 28.
Okay. But yeah, it's it makes
shockingly high. Like,
it makes you realize there's a real like I don't know, just fucked up concept.
Is that because people don't think, or they just go off of emotion? Like, did they determine that?
It was because of an authoritarian position telling them to do it.
God, Slug would probably have me electrocute. Would probably electrocute me if there was a person in an authority.
Slug,
saying,
would sit there and rack it at the end, be like, "I think he's still breathing. I can go finish him."
Yeah, it's most continued after being assured by the experimenter. So it was because they were given this false sense of like, I guess, I don't want to say comfort, but like,
yeah, it was an authority
assurance.
Figure. Yeah,
it was like an assurance that things would be okay.
Yeah, false assurance, but let's continue.
They wanted to appropriate Fallout for their own means, so they wiped the slate clean. Which just so happens to be something that is said and referred to multiple times in this show. Wiping the slate clean. They don't want a post-apocalypse, they want a post-apocalypse. Where everything is destroyed and stays destroyed. Which, by the way, is something the writers admit to. Not that I give a shit about interviews, because it was obvious enough from the show itself. But Enclave Emily, just turn your brain off. No, motherfucker, I will not turn my brain off when one of my favorite franchises is being trampled. And being forced to birth piranha fish that eat it. And I just need to remind you all, again, if you enjoyed this show, if you had fun with it, fine, but if you're defending this shit on a fundamental level, you are lobotomized. You have a black hole in that thick titanium fucking skull of yours. You are denser than a neutron star if you believe in good faith that this show was actually faithful to the franchise, and you are a goddamn disgusting shill if you're actually defending this crap. How is it that a bunch of reviewers that make their money criticizing these exact practices being done to other franchises and other shows suddenly be okay with this being done to the Fallout franchise? I'll tell you why. Because they're shills. It's part of their act. They sell themselves to you as people who just want to tell the truth, to call out bad practices, but then they will excuse those very same bad practices if it so goddamn well fucking suits them. And I'm not even done with this fucking episode yet. Because Lucy has arrived at the Griffith Observatory and meets Moldaver, who is not only the leader of the NCR remnants because strong independent woman, I guess, and who seems to be unfazed by the fact that it's Lucy delivering the head to her, but she's also sat at a dinner table having dinner with a feral ghoul chained right next to her. Get ready, because this show is about to try to pass her off as the good guy, when our introduction to her was her massacring innocent vault dwellers indiscriminately.
Oh, this is so fucked.
But before we actually get to that, if Moldaver was the one interested in Wiltzig's head, then why the fuck didn't she just get one of her guys to wait for him in fucking Philly and transport him to the fucking Griffith Observatory? I'll tell you why, because this show needed to happen, and if she did that, this show wouldn't happen. By the way, remember how I called the people Moldaver entered Vault 33 with raiders? Well, I see the cope that they're not actually raiders and they're NCR remnants. Well, for one, they behave like barbaric raiders. Two, Moldaver left them behind. Three, if she is actually the leader of the NCR remnants, then why the fuck didn't she just gun down everybody there with her small army? Because if we're supposed to believe that Moldaver has a manpower issue, and that's why she put out a bounty on Wiltzig, to have Wiltzig brought to her, then she wouldn't have left those people fucking behind if they were NCR remnants. And if she doesn't have a manpower issue, then again, why not just put a dude waiting in Philly for Wiltzig? I could keep talking about the stupidity of this entire plan, but let's just keep going. Lucy delivers the head to Moldaver, and Moldaver withdraws the cold fusion that was hidden in Wiltzig's head. Yes, it's been cold fusion this entire time. But Moldaver doesn't want to let Hank go yet, because she needs the code from Hank and has been unable to get it this entire time. And, Moldaver, quick question. If you needed the code from Hank, then you needed some leverage to get Hank to tell you the code, right? Then why the fuck did you try to kill every single other Vault Dweller? Why the fuck did you allow your raiders to almost kill Lucy and Norm, Hank's children? Hell, it's revealed here that Moldaver was actually a friend of Rose, Lucy's mom. Yet both her children almost fucking died as a direct consequence of your actions, you stupid bitch. Also, she's supposed to be a friend of Rose, Lucy's mom, yet in case you haven't figured it out.
Is that the main villain turns into the main hero, yet everything they do is that of a villain. Doesn't give a fuck, manipulates people. It's like, I was a good friend of your mother. See, I have her right here, tied to this chair. It's just like, God damn, this is retarded.
Out, the ghoul over there on the table is Rose. Yeah, that's the sign of someone who's actually a good friend of yours. That's the sign of a good hero character. Just almost fucking murders the children of her best friend, massacres a bunch of innocent Vault Dwellers, and then when her best friend turns into a ghoul, she lets her go feral, cuts off her arm, and ties her up to a dinner table. This is where we get the revelation that Hank was actually the one who nuked Shady Sands, and that Moldaver this entire time was just fighting for Cold Fusion. Cold Fusion, which could have put a stop to the endless resource wars. See, folks, Moldaver is actually the good guy. She's been trying to provide power to the fucking but couldn't because evil Vault-Tec, who is evil because capitalism and capitalism evil, didn't let her. And she explains to Lucy that Hank is actually the bad guy, because again, he was the one that nuked Shady Sands, but then Hank comes up with this explanation that, oh my fuck, he says that the outside world is dangerous and that the only way to stop the danger is to get rid of the factions that are always fighting, which is very fucking confusing because Vault-Tec's entire plan is to create a bunch of factions which compete with one another. And this, by the way, is something that he knows and is completely on board with. Lucy, being in abject disbelief at the fact that she's surrounded by retards and somehow being convinced by the woman who massacred most of her close friends back at the vault, does the sad puppy eyes and convinces Hank to give Moldaver the code. What, we're supposed to believe that Moldaver invented cold fusion and machines that can operate with cold fusion, but needs a code to activate it? What, she needs a code to activate the machine she invented? Also, if Moldaver was one of the people that Rose became friends with, then how the fuck did Hank not recognize Moldaver when she breached Vault 33? Oh my god, I'm just gonna stop thinking about it. Anyway, the machine is powered up and all that Moldaver has to do is press a big red button, but she deliberates for a retardedly long amount of time, and that
I just
go back to where the code goes in.
recognize Moldaver when she breached Vault 33. Oh my god, I'm just gonna stop thinking about it. Anyway, the machine is powered up, and all that Moldaver has to
Keep going.
do is press a big
right there. Guess what that code is in representation of?
What?
The release date of Fallout 1. That's the fucking code in order to activate this retarded fucking machine.
Oh my god.
So, again, this...
See, they care about Fallout 1.
Yeah, enough to turn it into just fucking code. And nothing more.
Well, that's all they need of it.
It's not the story, not the characters, nothing. They just needed it as code.
Just the namesake.
You know what's ironic then? With that being there, you could kind of say Fallout 1 was the beginning and the end of the franchise. Oh, you know what I mean? It's a nice little bookend, like.
Yeah, like if you're retarded, no offense, but I mean, like, this is a bookend after you've written the chapter of like a fucking massacre.
Yeah. Oh. Everybody's
it's like if Bob Ross had like finished a painting after murdering a school full of children, and we're just gonna put this final happy bush right there.
Wasn't he like an actual like ranger or something like that?
He was a Marine, I think.
Marine. basically like Mr. Rogers, he was a Marine, except it was Vietnam, not Korean War.
Yeah.
We're just gonna put this happy little bush, and in that bush we're gonna put all our PTSD. Like
big red button. But she deliberates for a retardedly long amount of time, and that's just about enough time for us to see the Brotherhood of Steel, which begins indiscriminately bombarding the fucking Griffith Observatory, shooting at both armed and unarmed people. I was actually getting kind of pumped because this is the last episode, so this is gonna be the final battle. It's gonna be the battle where they take themselves seriously, right? It's gonna be the battle that's really intense and god damn it! Another fucking oldie song in the final battle! So the Brotherhood of Steel starts massacring a bunch of innocent people, because of course they do. Backed up by their squires who only have pistols
like,
and
there has never been a battle where the oldie music didn't fucking play. Remember how you were saying that, oh, it's like, well, it's fine for what it does. It's like, yeah, but when it's for every fucking battle, it's fucking retarded. It gives off, like, the false impression.
I feel like they've just done it in general, because they even did it like when she's walking in the desert and like other like muted scenes too. So I can't say it's every battle, but I get what you mean. I just honestly, this is just like somebody not even given like a cliff notes. Like, look, here's 5 things to know about Fallout. Make the rest up.
there's power armor, there's vaults, there's nukes, there's zombie ghouls. Like
that's not even cliff notes. It's
no,
basically a sticky note.
Yeah, that's they were handed 2 sticky notes, one for each hand. One had icons, one had lore, and they were told to run with it.
One was just a pit boy, and they're like, "What the fuck do we do with this?" It's like, is this like some hologram shit? And they just got a thumbs up from Todd. So they're like, "Oh, okay, hologram shit it is." Like,
no power armor, because I guess, just fucking don't question it anymore. The NCR remnants come out of the Griffith Observatory with the second laser weapon of this entire show, and despite being a fight between 2 very well-armed factions, they all decide to go into melee range and fight with flagpoles, because they wanted to create a cool, intense shot to show the final stand of the NCR, because yes, I guess they really did just want to destroy it for good. And the Brotherhood of Steel enter the Griffith Observatory. 3 power-armored knights and a bunch of other squires along with the head scribe are in there. But they're forced to stop, because when they turn around and how the fuck did he get here? Cooper Howard just teleports behind the Brotherhood of Steel inside the Griffith Observatory somehow without alerting any of the NCR remnants or the Brotherhood of Steel. And because he's one of the main characters, the knights just don't shoot him and let him talk. And it's a good thing they do, because Cooper Howard then explains to us that he actually knows of a defect in the power armor that makes them vulnerable to one-taps. Remember that back in episode 7? Again, how the fuck did he have so much...
ones carrying the laser rifles, not these fucking retarded assault rifles.
it's like, did I ever tell you what your weakness is? That. Just zooms in.
Trouble dealing with Maximus, but just knows about this now. What, did he unlock some hidden fucking memories or something? Well, it doesn't matter, because the knights, at hearing this information, instead of just outright shooting him in the face right then and there, just wait for him to continue talking. And as he does, Cooper just turns off the lights and starts massacring every single member of the Brotherhood of Steel there. How the fuck can he see in the dark, and why can nobody in the Brotherhood of Steel turn on the flashlights that they have on their helmets to see where Cooper is? They had to have a cool scene where Cooper Howard just...
They did what we all did in Fallout. They just mashed R1 until Vat showed up, and then just, okay, there's a thing here. Like, that's exactly what he did, you know?
Well, I know you're joking about it, but that was literally a defense for this fucking show and the gunfights. Like, everyone had 10 luck, everyone had Idiot Savant as a perk, and then people were using VATs that didn't have Pip Boys and shit like that. It's just
it wasn't on
fucking assholes.
It wasn't on the post-its.
At this point, Lucy has the mysterious stranger perk, and that's just what fucking Howard is. He's just like the mysterious stranger procs. Like,
pushes the entire Brotherhood of Steel, and despite it making no sense, and despite the fact that Cooper really should have been turned into paste right there, he just gets perfect one-taps on every single goddamn member of the Brotherhood of Steel in there, except Maximus, of course, because he's important to the plot and everybody else isn't. Moving on, despite being told that the power armor does not function without the help...
It wasn't on the post-it.
helmet previously in the show, a bit of power armor just walks in, decapitated, without a helmet, into the exact room that Lucy and Hank are in. Because the plot's gonna need power
so
armor.
fucking dumb. It's like it's on autopilot and it just comes out and it gives like the perfect escape for Hank.
To be there, so the power armor is there. At the same time, Maximus walks in, finds Lucy, who just refuses to explain anything to him, frees Hank, who gets in the power armor that shouldn't work because it doesn't have a helmet, and only then does Lucy inform Maximus that Hank is the one responsible for Shitty Sans getting nuked. We get another kid in a fridge, and then Hank, because he doesn't have a helmet, has his head exposed to Maximus. And
like, we only got one kid a fridge in Fallen 4, and now we get like 6 of them in this retarded fucking show.
16 times, GG. 16 times the retcon.
16 times disappointment. 16 times the retconning. 16 times.
4 times the amount of game revisions.
4 times the size of the world, except for the fact that like it's
in the magazine. I'm gonna dump into Todd's head.
and Maximus could very easily shoot him, but instead of this, Maximus tries to melee Hank for some reason, and gets tossed by the force of power armor, cracking his head against the wall and seemingly left for dead. Maximus is definitely dead, right? That power armor can destroy entire fucking buildings. There is no way Maximus is going to survive smacking his head against the wall after being tossed by power armor. He's dead, right, isn't he? Lucy finally decides to grow a pair and aims a gun at Hank, but doesn't kill him because he's daddy. And it looks like she's completely going to chimp out and that Hank is gonna kill her, when Hank, who has his back turned to the door, and thus cannot be headshot from behind, gets headshot from behind by Cooper, who teleports there. No, seriously, that angle makes no sense. And Cooper, now with Hank at his mercy, demands...
Stranger Brock. Like...
16 times the retcon.
to know where his family...
16 times the luck stat.
Per episode.
Instead of disabling that power armor...
Why is that a lever action pistol?
Because
why not?
Cowboy.
I mean, that's the thing that makes the most sense in this. Like, I hate to say it because it doesn't, but given the framing of everything else,
he's a cowboy.
Shooting Hank right then and there, he just lets him escape, because this show wouldn't have a fucking season 2 otherwise. Lucy does what Moldaver would have reasonably done if she was a normal person and not a secret monster, and puts her mom out of her misery and goes with the ghoul to find Hank. Hank, who, by the way, teleported to the Mojave Desert and is going to New Vegas. That's not what New Vegas looks like. Oh, they're gonna fuck it up, aren't they? I wouldn't be surprised at this point. They've already retconned everything before, why wouldn't they retcon even more things? I guess they had to have the next season in New Vegas to rub a salty lemon in the wounds. We then cut to nighttime. I have to wonder how long does it take for the Brotherhood of
16 times, GG.
16 times the waypoints.
Per episode, I'm telling you.
I just can't wait until they go to the Capital Wasteland next. Like,
where all of that lore is going to be nearly spotless. Just slightly different. Just to save face. Sorry, Anil, your bedroom's gonna be gone.
Yeah, I can just see them like being like, and this is where our base is. The greatest building in the Capital Wasteland, and it just zooms out and it's the Bethesda HQ. Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, no, that makes sense. That makes sense. You vain fucks.
Flight of stairs, and Maximus wakes up alone in the Griffith Observatory. Just in time, because as he wakes up, Moldaver walks in, bleeding out, apparently having been shot in the chest. And before she dies, she turns on the cold fusion machine and wait, stop, no, just stop. Stop, this is ridiculous. This city is Los Angeles, California, a city that got nuked dozens of times before the war and got nuked after the war. Relatively recently, in fact. And yet Moldaver presses a button on the machine and apparently all of these people have power now? All of these collapsed and ruined buildings have power? What, did Moldaver and the NCR remnants rewire every single cable in this goddamn town? Oh, sorry, this goddamn city? I mean, for fuck's sake, even some of the collapsing buildings which are about to fall down still light up with power. Did the writers of this show just think that power comes from a single button on the wall? Ah, fuck it, it's stupid. Anyway, Moldaver sits down next to Rose, who...
I am just going to take this opportunity to point out that Enron fleeced these people, and you wonder how.
I'm just gonna say maybe they found like one of those wireless transmitters that Tesla made.
And every light bulb in a socket just has enough metal exposed just to.
Yeah, like
Okay,
it's you know.
all right.
Yeah, now that you mentioned the whole Enron shit, the way how you explained it reminds me of a clip from Family Guy where Lois finds out that Peter's a great pianist when he's drunk. And it's like, oh, if you guys like this one, watch this. Lois, I'm out. And as she goes and fills up his fucking beer mug again, and Brian's like, are you sure this is a good idea? Oh, Brian, don't give me that. It's worth every penny. Just to beat that one bitch.
Yes, it
It's
is
like
exactly
Enron is
that.
Peter.
Yes.
Who she again claims to have been her friend, but she kept her as a fucking feral ghoul for some reason, and she dies. All the while, Maximus is just sitting there watching. And that's when, and I can't believe this actually happened, the rest of the Brotherhood walks in, finds Maximus with a gun in his hand and a dead Moldaver, and Dane, who is just a squire, assumes that Maximus killed Moldaver, and they all hail Maximus as a knight. What the fuck? He's suspected of wounding a fellow brother, and gets promoted to squire, and now...
He's Maximus.
He tries to nail
failing upwards.
The guy in power armor passes out, wakes up at a convenient time, and gets promoted to knight. And the show plays an epic song as if we're supposed to be cheering this. Also, he gets hailed as a knight by Dane. Dane is only a squire. Dane does not have the authority to call Maximus a knight. And the last scene we get to see is Cooper and Lucy following along trying to find out where Hank is. And the dog is there, for fuck's sake! The dog wasn't there at the Griffith Observatory. Why is it here now?
Because it wasn't at the Griffith Observatory. It's a smart dog. He didn't get shot.
You know, I like how like that's basically the equivalent to of like the cashier walking up to you and declaring you manager. like, thank. Do you have the authority? Can you do this? Like.
Damn it! And that's the end of the show. To the tune of, you fucking guessed it, one last oldie song. Good god, what a horrendous piece of shit this show has been. A show that managed to retcon and rip off the Fallout franchise simultaneously. A show that hates you. A show that thinks you are just a seal that will clap along to anything sexual. A show that managed to turn a franchise which has always managed to balance humor with seriousness into a laughingstock of inconsistent writing and bad humor. The point of an entire franchise retconned in its entirety just because the showrunners either didn't understand it or just didn't care. I am not so much dismayed at the fact that this show exists, as I am at the fact that this show is apparently considered canon and that it got the reviews that it did. I legitimately feel like the people defending this show are a case of mass psychosis. I mean, this show crossed a lot of the red lines that other shows did that got destroyed for it.
I mean, I feel like he's screaming into the void here.
Well, I mean, yeah, he is. That's the conclusion. Scream into the void more. Like,
yeah, like
I mean, but like he is right. It is like a fucking episode of mass psychosis, especially with the fans when it came to Fell. Like the fall of fucking Constantinople, yeah, it fell in a day. And it was like, no. It was a series of events that happened over time.
yeah. You know,
when you do simple math with like the character's age
man.
and the believability of the story for a child, it's like, nah, yeah, you're wrong. You don't understand like fucking like literary analysis for movies and TV. It's like, it's not rocket science, you dipshit.
Like, I can tell you it sucks. Like, I don't need to be like, you know, some professor in creative literature tell you something sucks. Like,
I stand by the points I made. I think it's an inside job. to steal a gym line.
Hold on.
It's an inside
we
job.
actually
Sure.
go for like 9 hours? Or
Yes.
10?
Yes.
Yeah.
This is the longest show we've done.
Recently.
One of them.
Yes. But I'm going to end it there. Everybody who's
I want to end it there too. Like,
I appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming by. And we'll be doing our thing on Saturday night whenever.
Yeah.
I'm too tired. Thank you.
Tonight.
Bye.
yeah.